and it's going to be nice and simple. So I called up a few people I knew. I called up a guy who made money with stock trading, called up a guy I knew who made money with drop shipping, e-com, called up a guy who made money with crypto trading. And I said, look, I'm going to be the big mouth at the front of it. I'm going to use my wealth and my influence to attract people to this school. And you're going to do 5 or 6 hours a day of live calls and convince people and show people how to make money online. We're going to get.
So I agree with Tate's thesis that people are looking for ways to make money. No doubt about that. However, I disagree vehemently with the approaches that he's giving them, because he's trying to appeal to our instinct to make money quickly. It's very difficult for us as human beings to say, hey, I'm going to lock in over a long period of time, or what feels like a long period of time, so that I can achieve this goal, because we're in the microwave generation. We want things quickly, in fact, too quickly. Opposite of Tate, which is obviously less profitable and harder to market. You know, Tate says, hey, come on, you can do crypto trading, you can do stock trading, we can get the money in quickly. And just frankly, that's not true. And most importantly, you're actually gambling. So not only might you gain quickly, you'll certainly lose quickly as well. And most critical, you don't have a real skill set. You don't have any infrastructure that you can rely on, you can fall back on. And so I tried to do the opposite of him in this regard. I created Boss University to first deal with your mentality and the way that you see the world. You have to be able to interpret the world in a way that's going to allow you to be productive. That's going to, like once you take Boss University, you'll say people, places, positions. Are these people I should be friends with? Are these people I should cut off? Are those people I need to go meet? Is that a place that I should be for? I'll give you an example. People, places, positions. And for those of you who haven't checked out Boss University, it's one of my best works. I highly recommend it. It's foundational to mindset. It talks about, sustainability in this marathon that we call life as you pursue health, wealth, and relationships. So it talks a bit about relationships, romantic and familial and friendship. It talks about wealth. How do you define a goal? How do you create a wealth sprint? How do you achieve it? How do you manage time? And of course, it talks about health, but it really focuses on mental health, because your mental health and your ability to control your emotions is critical for being motivated, for dealing with setbacks and not being depressed as you try to achieve big goals. But I'll give you an example of the importance of places, right? People, places, positions, the 3 Ps that I talk about. So for example, you all know that I live pretty remote at Burton Plantation, which is on purpose, and I wanted a lot of land, and we're going to build a community out there. In fact, we're in the process of it. From a business standpoint, networking is important, but networking needs to be strategic, and it needs to be with people in your industry. So I also have a penthouse in Miami in a certain neighborhood. And I walked around live streaming day before yesterday. And as I walked around live streaming, there were other people live streaming, a lot of other people live streaming. And there were a lot of spectators, if you like, who were saying, oh, what's your channel? Are you on Twitch? Are you on YouTube? Are you on this? And just the mere fact that I was walking around streaming, not only did I get new people who were already watching online, but I got new people in the real world, in real life. And I got to hear from customers. Well, what do you mean, Marquette? Yeah, I got insight from a demographic that is not my typical demographic. My demographic are high IQ people who are approximately age 25 to 45. That's essentially my males, high IQ, high income, 25 to 45. Not kids, really, not young people. We're not talking about people who are 24 and younger. But when I was walking around, many of them said, hey, are you on Twitch? Are you on TikTok? Are you on Kick? Which I'm on YouTube. And so I was thinking, maybe I should be on Twitch, TikTok, or Kick. Certainly not TikTok. I've already been at 500,000, got banned. But it gave me an insight into the market. Also, the fact of the matter with other people streaming and people saying, oh, hey, man, what do you do? What do you talk about? Oh, I talk about this. Those are relationships that can be facilitated on the spot. And so what happens is, from a business perspective, you get a huge acceleration from being in the right place. I could have did the same thing in Houston, Texas. I could have did the same thing in Orlando, Florida, the same thing in Atlanta, Georgia, the same thing in Manhattan, New York, and it wouldn't give the same level of ROI. Same activity, same person, different ROI because of the place. In Boston University, I teach you about those things so that you can accelerate your success. But in a real industry with real skills, and ideally, I recommend product-based business. I don't recommend people be a streamer. If you watch my last stream, someone had asked me about it on stream, and I said, let me tell you what I really recommend for young men. This is what I would tell to my son. Here's why. But anyways, so Tate was really making a play for money. And again, I can't hate that. I'm not here to judge. I'm just pointing out the reality that when you tell people to go into crypto or Forex or stock trading, they're not really going to be able to establish themselves. It's just the facts. The data indicates it.
A Discord server, we're going to attach a Stripe account, nice and easy, monthly subscriptions, split it all up. It's going to be nice and easy. They're all like, yeah, we'll try it, see how it goes. Turns out, because I'm a genius, it was very successful. Within the first week, we had 25,000 paying students. 25,000 students paying $50 a month in a week.
And one thing I want to tell you, some of you may be listening to Tate and think, oh man, that guy's arrogant, that guy's an a-hole. He just referred to himself as a genius. And I am going to sign off on that, but I'm specifically going to note that he is a marketing genius. He's probably not a genius in terms of business savvy or business acumen. He's not a genius in terms of crypto or stock trading or anything except marketing. But here's the key. Marketing matters the most in this era. It matters the most by far. And he is a genius in that area. He did create a model. It is being copied and followed by many people. And in as much as that's the case, we have to give him his kudos. And if you're not a hater, you're going to say, you know what? The evidence indicates that you are a genius. So whether you say it or someone else says it, it's still true. Just because he says it doesn't amount to bragging, and anyone who finds it to be problematic to hear a man speak of his own merits, you're probably jealous. I have the utmost respect for Tate's marketing acumen. I admire it. I'm in awe of it. And soon enough, you'll see me be doing everything I can to emulate and exceed it.
I have a real business. You know, it's kind of interesting. We're here in Los Angeles right now, and I asked you to do this podcast. And while we're here, it's the Milken Conference. And I'm talking to a lot of people who own these fintech companies, these ed tech companies. They could never, in a million years, there's no technology company that can start day one, no cash raise, no debt, giving away no equity, just us without raising a single penny. All of a sudden, we have 25,000 students paying $50 a month. We're turning over whatever that is, $2, $3, $4 million a month at 80% margin. From day one, we're an ultra profitable company. At a 10 or 15x multiplier, we're a $300 or $400 million business on day one. So everything.
Most of what he said checks out in terms of saying we're a $300 or $400 million business on day one. Not quite. Even with people who do OF, what you realize is that when you first release the product, sales skyrocket. Then you have people who are not going to renew monthly. So you're going to have an amount of churn. And in addition, you have a significant portion of people who are going to bootleg and download your course, sell it on the black market, or even sell completely fake versions of it. So then you have other people who would have bought your course or buying the bootleg version, or they're just getting access to it for free. So things will taper off. And that's why with a guy like Tate, you'll see that he's constantly coming out with different offerings, whether they're meaningful or legitimate or not. And it's the same thing with Apple, right? This is unethical capitalism. This is Apple coming out with the Apple Watch, which really has nearly no utility. But still they need more products. So there's like, hey, we'll take the iPhone and put it on your wrist, meaning the screen is small. But hey, some people will buy it, so we'll sell it.
Is going pretty well. Everything's going swimmingly. I'm promoting this school. The girls moved to Sweden. Don't care about her anymore. I'm buying more Lamborghinis. Me and the professors are all making money. Everything is going well. These are the days of 2020, 2021. People remember me on the internet. I was more of a fringe internet celebrity. And I was telling people the truth. I wasn't scamming anyone. I was saying to the young men, if you want to make money, I'll teach you how to make money. But what I didn't realize is that I was getting into a war with big education. And big education, very much like big pharma, don't like when you...
So I actually don't think that this is quite true. I don't think he was in a direct war with big education. I fundamentally believe he was going after a different market. And increasingly, enrollment rates among males has been much lower, and success rates across the board in higher education are dismal. I know because I was in that market. I produced technology, enterprise technology for higher ed. We were specifically in the college success and retention space, so this I know quite well. And the males that he was selling his product to were probably, most of them, I would think, not college bound. And so he was providing perhaps an alternative to going into the military, an alternative to sitting on your mom's couch, your mom and dad's couch for the next year, an alternative to community college maybe. But I don't think he was really competing with liberal arts universities. But I get what he's saying, but I just don't think that the data will bear that out. Shout out to Andre, came in supporting the work, very first person supporting this one, came in with tuition via Venmo. I appreciate you. And may I also acknowledge Mr. Ferreira writes, Peace of Saints, no notification on YouTube, only Twitch. And that's why we encourage everyone, if you've not already, to follow on Twitch, subscribe on Twitch, and ideally watch on Twitch. We'd really appreciate that. We know that our time here on YouTube is limited. Shout out to Sage, he's watching on Twitch. You know, our time is limited. We have the Twitch and the banner right there, twitch.tv/MarquettDavon. So far, we've not had any censorship issues with them. Mr. Ferreira writes, in his own words, if, quote, they tried to reach an agreement with him, he would change his message. He's acting like one of the many Russian mobsters he tries to emulate. And now he's being taken down by the government just like one of them. And that's not to suggest that I don't have any sympathy for him. I absolutely do. I think that jail is hell. And also, it's not reformatory. It's punitive, and the people who come out after significant bids are not the same, and they're not value adds to society. Gentleman writes via Super Chat, do you think Andrew Tate actually grew up poor, lower class in Luton, UK, as he claimed many times? Or do you think he is exaggerating that or making it up because it sounds better to his fans? I'm certain that he's exaggerating that. And being poor has many forms. You could have material poverty, which I certainly had. And in addition, you can have intellectual poverty. When your father is a CIA agent, connected to the CIA, and this is public apparently, and as well, he's a chess master, we know that he's an intelligent man. So there's only so low you could ever go. And most importantly, you have the greatest wealth and the greatest resource, which is that of a good father, that of someone who is intelligent. A true poverty is if your one or both of your parents are absent, and if they're incompetent and or low IQ. You know, that is true struggle. And we needn't compete on who came from greater extremes, but there's no doubt that his story is laden with exaggeration to increase his hero's arc. And consistently, when you observe people on the internet, they're mostly phony. Mostly their story doesn't check out. Gary Vaynerchuk is one good example of that. He tried to make it seem like he made something out of nothing when in actual fact he inherited a business from his father, a successful business, and all he did was grow it, which doesn't take much skill or risk. Conversely, my life is written here in the black box. You can get it on hardcover, and I absolutely recommend it. And this is a true story of someone who actually came from rags. And I mean the extreme of food stamps, the extreme of regular eviction, the extreme of living in a violent ghetto in real life, not pretend, and it's all documented. So that's a different level of come up.
Take their money away. So as my school grows, as I promote it, and off the top of my head, if I use ninja memory, I had around 36,000 students at this point. I got an offer. And I'm going to write some things down because at the end of this, I want everything to make sense. And it was a sponsorship offer. So I'm going to write down sponsorship. I got approached, and I'm going to leave out certain names just in case I do manage to get out of this mess. I got approached not to buy my company off of me, which is what I thought the offer was initially. I thought I was going to sell out for 400 M. I started a company 9 months later, 400 M, nice and easy, right? Because people are buying technology companies that are in debt. People are buying technology companies that don't make money. People are buying technology companies that are running at a loss. I'm running at 80% margin, doing millions of dollars a week. But no, instead they said, we want to sponsor you personally, Andrew. And we want you to shut up about certain things. not push the school, not say certain things, instead have certain opinions on certain topics. And in return, we're going to give you $50 million. It was a 3-year contract, $50 million. I sat there and thought, 16, 17 million a year, I'm making that already. And I get to say whatever I want. So I don't really want your sponsorship contract because it comes with all these rules. You're trying to tell me what to say. Maybe I'm, Jack, maybe I'm stupid.
There's no doubt that generally when you're listening to someone on the internet, they're entertaining. And he is of the most entertaining that we'll see. But I think a lot of what he's saying with this stuff, I don't really trust it. And the idea that he was making some meaningful effort motivated by his magnanimity to help people, I just frankly don't buy it in as much as he's never clearly identified the enemy. He's never organized his masses of followers to do anything in particular. I think that the ruling class, the deviants and the matriarchy, I think that they just find him to be a repugnant character. I don't think that they find him to be a meaningful threat. I think they don't want him to have cultural influence, but I don't think they're viewing him like he's Che Guevara or Fidel Castro. I don't think that's the case. And curiously, because some of his, or maybe many of his followers are very young, not properly educated perhaps, but certainly mature and inexperienced, they, as a form of their idol worship, they think that he's being oppressed by some greater system because he's a Christ-like figure. And I just don't think that adds up. And also, there's an individual in the chat who asked, do I support those who abuse minors? That's a really good question. I think that's a fair question. If you read my book, The Black Box, you'll find that my entire life, actually, all of my working life, has been with children, with young people. My very first job, I was the youngest employee from the city of Pasadena working at an after-school program. So the youngest in their history. I wouldn't be surprised if that record still stands. So I worked at an after-school program at an elementary school. My first job out of university was for Teach for America. I taught kids in impoverished Baltimore and as well in impoverished Philadelphia. And then I founded a nonprofit, supporting families in Baltimore. And since then, you can check all of my philanthropic activities. It's largely focused around children and families. So the idea of, do I support someone who abuses minors? I think we would know the answer to that is absolutely not. But what I will tell you for certain is that I am not convinced that that is true of him. And what I do not do is believe what the government says. I don't believe what liberal white women say, or whether it's a liberal white woman directly or any of their acolytes. I don't take them at their word. I have to see the evidence. And one thing I know for sure is the following. And I really want you guys to pay attention to this because you guys have seen this happen with me. You have to remember, and you can read this in my book, I founded a fraternity and university. Just imagine, I've never smoked cigarettes, used drugs, taken a single sip of alcohol, not even caffeine. I've never even drank coffee. I made it through university, founding a fraternity, and I never had a sip of alcohol. So then I got arrested by Las Vegas PD in, I can't even remember what year that was. Maybe it was 2024, 2023. I get arrested, driving from my office in downtown Las Vegas to my home in the suburbs of Las Vegas. And just imagine, I just finished teaching an online course on software, finished up late at night because when I teach, I might do a 5-hour session. If you guys have my AI course, I'll get in there and we go in. In one session, we might do 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, straight through. So I just finished teaching a software course. I get in the Maybach, leave my office, drive to my home in the suburbs. It's late at night on a Friday night. It was either Friday or Saturday. I think it was Friday. I just remember the next day was Christmas. And I'm heading home. My old lady's at the house. She had just baked me a cake. And I told her I'd be right there. And I'm maybe 2 minutes from my home. I just get off the freeway. The police pull me over. They snatch me out of my Maybach. They tell me that I'm under the influence of alcohol. And they put me in the paddy wagon. They search my car illegally. They break the refrigerator in my Maybach. They drive me off to jail where they keep me for the longest legally allowable time for a DUI, which is a fake DUI. So they keep me for just under 24 hours on Christmas. Then they release me. And then they don't charge me. Why? Because they did a blood draw. My blood comes back completely clean. Now here's the kicker. How can you charge someone for DUI? And ironically, it's someone who's never used any drugs. I don't even drink soda. I don't drink coffee. Drinking alcohol is ludicrous. So what I'm telling you is that the efforts that they'll go to ruin your reputation, to make you look like a liar, to make you look like someone who has no principles and morals, it is extreme. And, maybe that was a warning shot. So what I'm letting you know is like, no, I really fundamentally can't believe anything that comes out of the system, because I saw that they tried to do the same thing to me. And the audacity of the system to try and get you for a DUI when you, not only do you not drive under the influence, you don't even get under the influence. So no, I don't fundamentally believe these accusations against Andrew Tate. Do I think he's done some things that are unethical? For sure. I truly do believe he has. Do I think he's done some things that warrant locking him away in a prison? No, I don't think that is the case. And in as much as that is the situation, I would support Andrew Tate only in as much as it supports the freedom and the free speech of all men. So I thank you for your question. Shout out to Nicaragua, supporting the work. I appreciate you. May I also acknowledge Jesse. He writes, but if Tate is exaggerating how poor he was, then why would he have had a kickboxing career for so long? People that have intelligent fathers won't go into kickboxing for a career, right? You're entitled to your opinion. And also, there's a really interesting breakdown of Tate's kickboxing career and pedigree that was done by an MMA fighter. There were two breakdowns. One was by a smaller Latino guy who was a boxer, and then another one was by a smaller black fella who was an MMA guy. And they did a breakdown on his kickboxing past and career. I think it's worth checking out. But either way, Jesse, if you're a staunch follower of Andrew Tate, more power to you. I have no interest in speculating on his background. Lucas writes, do you think Tate is actually getting falsely accused by all of those women? If so, why? Well, I don't know how many women are accusing him. They haven't released the names, the photos, or the evidence, and I think all of the above should be released. And I know women better than anyone, and except maybe one of the guests I had on recently. Shout out to Gorgeous Dre. But women are liars. They're extraordinary liars. And one of the clearest signs of their dishonesty is that they operate in the gray, whereas a man can be black and white. You see, a man might say, or excuse me, a woman might say, I don't talk to men. When I'm dating a man, I don't talk to other men. So she'll say something like that. Then if you bust her communicating with another guy, you say, hey, what's that about? Then she'll say, oh, well, what I meant was I don't talk to other men romantically, or I don't talk to other men like that I never knew before. But yeah, like if someone like reaches out to me to catch up, then yeah, I'll communicate with them. So it's like they exist in the gray area. So it's very easy for them to kind of, bend the truth, or, be inaccurate as a form of lying, or omit as a form of lying. So women are extraordinary liars. So do I believe that a collection of women would lie on a man who is wealthy? Absolutely, especially because there's financial incentive, there's spotlight, there's attention involved. So yes, 100%. Yeah, you better believe it. You see, I almost never see a man who is middle class or lower end up in a situation like a R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, Andrew Tate, whereby a whole treasure trove of women show up saying that he's done them wrong. This never happens to middle class or lower class men. Well, why is it? Well, that's something to have I guess that's a different discussion. And thank you for your question. And I take all questions, I take all questions and I try to take them seriously because I understand that, you all have different perspectives, and hopefully mine can add some breadth to how you look at things. Shout out to Mr. Chambliss writes, young Saudi Arabian prince of the House of Saud consumed alcohol and other substances in London, has passed away the other day. That's correct. And I shared that on my story on Instagram. And the reason that I shared that is because it's yet another reminder that the Ummah is fake. Islam is not real unless you're Shia Muslim in Iran. Otherwise, it's just not real. And you guys should probably try to follow something that is real, no pun intended. And the fact is, if you come from the Holy Land and you're a part of the royal class there, you should be the greatest of examples. And I find it to be sad, funny, and pathetic that we delude ourselves. Some of the worst alcoholics I know are Afghans in Canada who purport to be devout Muslims. Some of the greatest slurs that I've ever observed have been in United Arab Emirates, which is a Muslim country. And some of the most obese populations are Arabs in the Middle East. So the idea that you follow a religion, you practice it rather, that recommends you pray 5 times a day, you fast for an entire month, this is an extraordinary level of discipline, which I just don't believe that these folks are actually exercising. You cannot be a true Muslim and also be overweight, also be promiscuous, also be a consumer of alcohol. So I just deal in truth. And as I say, Marquettism is for the kids. Marquettism saves lives. We say don't drink alcohol, and we actually don't drink alcohol. And also, if we find that you are consuming alcohol on a regular basis, we'll have a conversation with you. And then if you continue on, then we must excommunicate you because we cannot have you in our midst, right? We want to be around good people. For those of you who have not joined the movement, we invite you to join this thing of ours at peacetothesaints.com. May I also acknowledge Focus Grind 2412 writes, I bought your book, waiting on it to arrive. I want to say you've truly inspired me in every way. Thank you. I hate this happened to Tate, but not sure if it's true. So many holes in his story. Oh, I think that Tate is guilty of something or some things, but I do not believe he's probably guilty of anything that truly warrants prison time, especially at any significant level. We find that recently there was a white woman who was guilty of breaking the bones of many newborn children, specifically black children. I do believe they were in the NICU, which is the intensive care unit for babies who were just birthed. And she only received 3 years. I mean, that's like attempted murder on innocent beings. I trust that Tate will not receive as favorable treatment as she did.
But I thought, what's the point in having money if you can't say what you want? Women can't drive. Sorry. It's the truth. And I'm going to say it. So I said, I'm not that interested. Thank you very much. And they said, but we have the best PR teams. So if anything bad ever comes out or anything negative is said about you in the press, our PR teams can help with that. I said, well, I don't need a PR team. At this point, I'm a fringe internet celebrity, right? I'm not in the mainstream media. Like, I don't care about your PR team. And they said, and we have the best legal teams. So if you ever get any trouble to protect our investment into you, we're going to make sure you have the best legal counsel. I said, I'm not in any trouble. I haven't done anything wrong. So why do I need this legal protection either? I was unaware at the time in my ignorance that those were threats. They were saying that our PR teams, which could help you, could also wreck you. And our legal teams, which could help you, could also wreck you. They were veiled threats. I didn't understand that.
There's no doubt that at the high level, the game gets difficult and very vicious. And I often find it comical when everyday people try to speculate on what's going on at the high level. There are so many levels above you. Some of them you can't see, others you can't imagine exist. And really, you need to maybe try to exercise humility and learn. For example, I just recently did a series of reels and shorts addressing the people who throw dirt on the name of DJ Khaled because he has not spoken out in favor of Gaza and against that one country. And though I have, and I've suffered greatly for it, I don't compel him or anyone else to do it because people have families and that their family doesn't have to suffer. Not everyone's a revolutionary. But what people have to understand is at the high level, there are people who won't ever say anything about Gaza out loud. Yet they funneled millions of dollars to ensure that the people of Gaza have food to eat. They funneled millions of dollars to make sure that there are weapons for the freedom fighters to utilize, and you wouldn't know it. So at the low level, you may look at someone and think, why aren't they doing anything? When in actual fact they are, but they're just moving quietly. There are so many things that you don't know and you probably shouldn't speculate on.
So I declined their sponsorship offer.
What was the industry?
It was a conglomerate, and they had significant interest in, let's say, clothing, perfumes, the standard things you'd expect a Hollywood A-lister to be pushing on a billboard. Standard normal stuff. And then those people are very careful about what they say on certain subjects, for sure. But I thought, I don't really want to be owned, and this school's going somewhere. Like, we gain students every single day. I am going to take down the education industry. Me, Andrew Tate, one guy in Romania in his house. Me and my 6 friends on a Telegram chat are running a $400 million business. I'm going to take it all down. I don't need your money. Don't tell me what to say. I'm the top G. Go away. So I declined the sponsorship contract. They kept reminding me about these PR teams, these legal teams. So why do they keep saying this to me? I don't need PR. I don't need a lawyer. And they must have sat there and thought, this idiot doesn't understand what we're saying. So I declined the sponsorship contract. We continue to grow. A few months after that, Tristan gets a message from a girl. Can't say her name because there's open litigation. We'll call her Girl A. Girl, she's the beginning. She's the omega. She's the source of this. Girl A lives in Miami. Tristan knew her from a few years before. And she messages Tristan, hey, I want to come see you in Romania. Tristan's like, why? I've always wanted to see you in Romania. Tristan's like, okay then. And sends her a picture of his debit card and said, see you soon. She books herself a first-class flight, flies to Romania. So we had Girl A. All of this will tie together at the end. Girl A. Girl A books herself a business class flight and flies to Romania. Now, the interesting thing about...
Oh, and by the way, for those of you guys who are watching this, you've probably never been important enough to have meaningful enemies. And so maybe when you watch what Tate is articulating, you think that it's made up. And yes, maybe in the context of your life, this could never happen. It's not within a realm of possibility. But I assure you, at the high level, things are so devious. Some of you may remember, I founded a company and innovated a technology for effortless attendance. I tried to sell to one particular university in Missouri. I spoke with the president of that university. He declined to purchase. I think there were certain discriminatory reasons for that. Then shortly after that, months later, a copycat technology went in, sold to him successfully. Then they went to my chief investor in Chicago and then tried to get investment from them. That's how I found out. My investor told me about these folks. They said, no, we're not going to invest in you. That's a conflict of interest. And I say that to say, at the high level, people do extraordinarily diabolical things. The idea that you copy my technology wholesale, then you're able to sell to a guy who wouldn't buy from me, and the only reason he wouldn't buy from me is because I was a young black guy. There's no other reason. You would never have a situation wherein you don't want to buy from the person who actually created this entire vertical, the originator of the technology, yet you buy from the other company that's newer, has no customers, and has no revenue. And then that very company goes to my investor and says, well, if you invested in Marquette, you'll invest in us because we do the same thing. So obviously you like that kind of tech. Fortunately, my investor was saying, well, no, we won't invest in you because you'll be competing against a company that we fund. So our funding is going to essentially be devalued because that reduces the chances of his company succeeding. But I say all that to say, most of you have never been undercut in that way because you've never founded a business, you've never done $1 million deals, and you don't realize how treacherous it is at the top when people are fighting to thrive and they're fighting over millions of dollars. Remember, I've watched true crime cases on television, or rather listened to them during a meal, where people are getting knocked off for $1,200, right? Everyday people will knock you off for $5,000. So for sure at the $1 million level, $1 million plus level, yeah, things get real vicious. So again, I just encourage you all to, try to have some level of imagination in terms of how his circumstances may be different than yours.
About Girl A, who subsequently destroyed my life. I only said hello to her twice. I don't know this person. Tristan knows a lot of girls. One day there's a girl at the house. Who's this? Oh, I knew her from Miami. She wanted to come. Cool. I don't care. Why would I care? Hi. Whatever. She's there for 4 or 5 days. During those 5 days that she's in Romania for 5 days. 3 of the days, Tristan and I weren't even in the country. We were away. England, I believe. The rest of the time, she's going to the cinema, hanging out with Tristan's other girlfriends, hanging out with my girlfriends, hanging out with our personal assistant, Georgiana, who ends up going to jail, hanging out. And after about 5 or 6 days, she vanished. And I said to Tristan, where's girl A gone? He goes, I don't know. She blocked me and left. It's like, why? He goes, probably got jealous of my other girlfriends. Like, yeah, probably. Who cares, right? We're just guys. We're making money. We go to school. We got a big mansion. We got Lamborghinis. Girl A wants to come. Girls always want to come. There's 100 girls by the pool. Who cares? Girl A comes. Girl A vanishes.
I believe this 100%. The reason is because when you have money, when you have clout, when you're on the scene, when things are happening for you, everybody wants to be a part of it, men and women. I may have recounted to you all some time ago, and certainly the black folks who are, maybe 28 or older, recall this show called Moesha, and you also may recall the show called The Parenthood. When I was a youngster in Los Angeles, and this might sound strange, you're like, Marquette, I thought you were poor. I was born into a poor family. I was a super hustler. I started hustling super hard when I was 12 years old. True story, got off the porch, did all the things your favorite rapper claims he did. I did them in real life. But in Los Angeles, especially among black entertainers, I guess this is not just black people, this is historical, but crime and gangsters and entertainment are really close. And this is not a new thing. You can observe Bugsy Siegel was in with a lot of Hollywood folks. Frank Sinatra was in with a lot of mobsters. But anyways, I say all that to say this. And shout out to the homie Kurt, who played Nicholas on The Parenthood. And shout out to the homie's homie, Marcus. Give me a second.
No one thinks anything of it.
Shout out to the homie's homie, Marcus, who played Miles on the Moesha show. And Moesha is the show where Ray J, I think, got his first bit of public acknowledgement. But anyways, one night there was a B2K concert. The homie from my neighborhood, my mans, he was like, hey, Brody, let's hit the B2K concert. I was like, bro, knock it off. He was like, bro, it's going to be some there. I was like, yeah, no, for sure. The biddy's going to be on deck, but I don't think I'm with it. He was like, nah, bro. He was like, Kurt pulling up in the BMW drop. He had the newest BMW convertible. It was that pearl thing, beautiful with the white guts on it. He says, yeah, Marcus is going to pull up too. So you got these two young celebrities. I was like, okay, for sure though. So we go pull up, we hop in the, I think we weren't in the BMW that night. I forget what we were in, but we were in something fast, something flashy, something beautiful. We're leaving the concert. Our two cars are next to each other. Give me one sec. Someone's calling me. Yeah, so anyways, we're in something flashy. We pull up to the red light, exiting, I don't know if it was the Hollywood Bowl or what the venue was, I can't remember. But we're exiting this Hollywood venue where this concert was. And in our car is Kurt driving, the homie in the front, I'm in the back. Kurt was driving, I'm in the front, and then in the other car, Marcus was driving, his Miles on television. Marcus was driving, the homie was in the passenger. And we're supposed to be following Marcus. Then pulls up next to us a car full of white girls. They pull up next to us and then they look in the car because I'm saying something to them. They look in the car, they see the other homie's famous face and they're like, oh, you're that one guy, you're that one guy. Light turns green, Marcus, pew, he zooms out. So then we chase him, pew, we zoom out. Then the broads, pew, they start driving after us. Now remember, if you've ever driven in Hollywood, and I haven't been there in a while, but the roads are terrible, potholes all over the roads. So we're smashing over to either IHOP or Denny's. I forget which one it was. I want to say it was IHOP. I think it was an IHOP on Hollywood Boulevard. But anyways, we're smashing over there. We didn't even realize this car full of white girls literally followed us there. We get in there, we walk inside, and this is the night I may have mentioned to you guys, Suge Knight, his artist Spider Loke, and like an entourage, like 50 people were there. So anyways, we go inside the restaurant. It's a bunch of black dudes. We kind of looking like, yo. Now, Kurt is super iced out. We talking about real diamonds here, ladies and saints. So we go sit down. The homie and Marcus is already sitting down. Me and Kurt get in there. We go in there, sit down. We chopping it up. Bunch of black dudes. We don't really know who they are, what they're on. We're in our little booth. Then all of a sudden, the car full of white girls walks in and they're looking for us. And we're over like, yo, that's crazy. They come in, sit down. We start chopping it up. Eventually, somebody comes over like, oh, you that one actor N-word. And so he's talking to Marcus. He's like, oh yeah, you that guy who, then he's talking to Kurt. He's like, oh man, what y'all doing in here? Then he reaches into Kurt's shirt because Kurt tucked the chain. Very smart man. So the dude reaches into Kurt's shirt. He's like, oh man, let them diamonds breathe, and kind of lifted his chain onto the top of his shirt. He's like, yeah, bro, let them diamonds breathe. And then me and Corey look at each other like, oh, bro, we might have to get it bracking tonight. It looked like it's going to get ugly. Then the dude says, oh, yeah, Spider Locust over here. He Suge new artist. Now, mind you, the homie's a blood. So he's like, yeah, Spider Locust. Okay, for those of you who don't know anything, a Loke is a Crip. He's like, yeah, Spider Locust over there. Now, mind you, they're stupid deep. And then he's like, yeah, man, why don't y'all go outside and meet Suge? Yeah, go say hi to Suge, man. Come on. We're like, nah, we're good. We're good. Our food ain't even came yet. The white girls is all there. We're like, nah, we good. We just bicking back. They're like, nah, come meet Suge. Come meet Suge. So really kind of hustles us up to go outside, meet Suge. We go outside. It's a big avalanche truck sitting on 20 whatevers. And it's like a billion N-words out there. We were walking through. I'm looking at the homie like, bro, this is not going to go right. I have an eerie feeling this ain't going to go well. We get in there. Suge's in the middle. And Suge sees Kurt and Mark. He's like, oh, what up? What up, little nigga? What up, little nigga? Then he gives me a pound. And this is how massive bro is. When I was 16, I was pretty much this size. You heard me? I was grown man size. This man then shook my hand and just dwarfed my hand. Massive human being. Anyways, Suge says to Marcus, he's like, yeah, I hear you doing music. And Marcus is like, yeah, I'm coming out with a little something. He's like, yeah, man, why you ain't hit me up? You an actor, music is what I do. And then he's like, oh man, I got D-Dot, or I forget who it was. It might've been D-Dot. He's like, I got D-Dot producer me and, whoop-de-whoop. So then he's like, nah, man, give me your number. He's like, no, man, I'm good. I'm all set up. And then she's like, nah, Nick, give me your number. Hand him I want to say it was a two-way. You guys might not even know what a two-way is. A two-way page is kind of like a phone and a flip up kind of thing. Back in the day, it was like the latest stuff. So he hands it to him. Marcus puts in his info. Then the white girls came out. And I'm over here looking at Corey man, these broads are fearless. They didn't just walk in a whole oodle of niggas just for no reason. They're fearless. So all the white chicks come over and I'm over here thinking yo. And then the homie Corey here is like, hey, y'all should get up out of here. You don't even know what's going to pop off out here. They're like, no, we'll hang out. And I'm over nah, for real though. Y'all should get up out of here because this ain't even safe right here. This ain't even what you want. They're like, no. And then they start talking to Marcus. We're all in the mix. Next thing you know, Marcus leaves. He's in the Range Rover. Marcus leaves with all the hoes. I'm trying not to say that word. He leaves with literally all of the girls by himself. Yeah, he leaves with all of them. Hop in the whip, skirt out. I kid you not. The man slayed all the broads by himself, took them back to the spot and had a good time. We know because he hit us up afterward. Hey, bro, hey, can y'all come help me kick these chicks out? We over here Brody, you ain't even share the biddies. You ain't even share the biddies. You got to kick them out yourself. Now, if they literally refuse to go, we'll pull up. But man, you got to kick them out yourself. You didn't slid off with all the biddies. I say that to say this. Fame is a powerful thing. I've seen it with my own eyes, bro. The chicks was hypnotized. We didn't tell them to follow us through Hollywood while we're driving at 80 miles per hour on streets through traffic. We didn't tell them to follow us there. We didn't tell them to come into the restaurant. We didn't tell them to follow us outside to hang out with a whole oodle of N-words with Suge Knight and a whole bunch of gangsters. And we damn sure didn't tell them to hop in the whip with Marcus and go back to the crib and get flipped. This is how women behave when that money and clout is in the building. This is really how they behave. I've seen it with my own eyes. So would I trust them? Hell nah.
About 3 days after Girl A vanished, April of 2022, we were sitting in our house at 1 p.m. on a Sunday afternoon when armed police turn up, SWAT. And the SWAT raid our house, bust down our door, and running with machine guns, pointing weapons everywhere and yelling at us to get on the ground. And of course we comply and say that they're there because there has been a human trafficking allegation against my brother and I, which has been instigated from the American embassy. So they didn't just send the normal police, they sent the anti-terror police, because when the American embassy calls the police, it's a different kind of response. If you're a normal person in Romania and you call the police, they'll send a police car. Or a guy. No, this was the full army tanks, 30 dudes, head to toe SWAT.
Did you have security at this time?
We did have security. At this time, it wasn't to the point that we currently have security. We just had a guy who watched. But they put MP5s in his face. And he was like, whoa. my paycheck is my paycheck, but what's all this? So these guys bust in April of 2022. Please find and play the clips of our first ever arrest, because that's what I'm talking about. Our first one. They say, we're here for human trafficking and kidnapping. We're like, with all due respect, officer, what the fuck are you talking about? And they said, Girl A has reported to the American embassy that there are kidnap victims and victims of human trafficking in this residence. I turned to Tristan and I said, Tristan, she's a 7. Look all the mess you got us in. She's not even a 9. She's a 7. Tristan laughs. I laugh. The police officer laughs.
So, again, the brash nature of Andrew Tate is a part of what has made him a major target of the matriarchy. They don't like what he's saying. They like how he says it even less. And for that, their goal is to make him suffer. And it's important to know that the matriarchy, women who are feminists, they must use government against you because they cannot operate themselves against you, right? They're too weak as individuals, so they have to use beta males and government to subdue you.
Everyone laughs. They look around the house. The house was completely empty. It was just Tristan and I there. No victims. We'd had no friends there, no girls, no one's there. They searched the entire house for drugs. They looked for drugs because girl A also reported us for being drug dealers and steroid abusers. All this list of crimes. They find no drugs. They find no steroids. They find no contraband of any kind. Our firearms are licensed. So that's not against the law. They go through the entire house in a 4-hour house search. They then seize some of our goods. I'm going to go into seized goods later. They take all the cash they can find, all of our diamond watches, our bars of gold. They left the cars at this point, but they took anything valuable we had laying around, watches, gold, jewelry, this kind of thing. I don't know why, but they did. So now we have the assets.
What's your estimate on the number of assets taken on that one?
Well, there was a lot of house raids, but on that particular house.
That question was not a great question. I don't think that's really meaningful at any level. I mean, who cares the amount of assets that were taken? Do I believe that they took assets? Absolutely. Because, and also when the police takes your assets, you're not guaranteed to get them back. And in many cases, you'll receive them back damaged, or in some cases, they'll come up missing. And the police will lie, cheat, and steal. You guys may remember when they did an illegal search on my Maybach, they damaged my refrigerator and I reported it, and they did an internal investigation, and their internal investigation of themselves yielded that they did not break my refrigerator, my Maybach. Now, what are the chances that someone who has a $250,000 car is going to drive it around with a broken refrigerator lid where like the door to the refrigerator just hangs off and bounces while you drive because it won't close and latch on? The chances of that are 0, right? But again, the police lied. And then the question is, well, what can you do against them? Try to hire a lawyer. No one wants to take the case.
House raid, I'd say all in all, in cash, about 100 grand. And in watches, about 500 grand. So about 600 grand of assets in the first raid. But no bank accounts, no crypto exchanges, no cars, just things they had laying around the house. I explained why they had to do that. They said it's protocol in Romania, in case these proven to be proceeds of crime. It's like crime. There's not even a girl in this house. Who have I kidnapped? They're like, yeah, we're just responding to the American embassy. We don't know what's going on. You don't know what's going on. We're just the muscle. You have to go talk to the detective. The detective's in the office at DCAUT. I said, who the fuck are DCAUT? Never heard of DCAUT before. Turns out they'd be my best friends later on. He goes, yeah, there's a guy at DCAUT office waiting for you. We just have to come here, search for victims, take the money. We're the muscle. So after searching our entire house for 5 or 6 hours, the media is now outside at this.
One thing that's really important, and this is why it's hard to put forward a revolution, especially with everyday people who are comfortable or who are fearful or who don't realize what they stand to lose. The challenge is that they're just doing their job. So they will essentially act on behalf of the oppressor, on behalf of the government, on behalf of the evildoer, and use the excuse of I'm just doing my job, not realizing that you doing your job is essentially the problem. You're working on behalf of the devil, and they stand in denial because they can be bought for cheap.
Outside at this point, so there will be video of this. They put us in cars. Media's outside saying human trafficking investigation, all this stuff. They start to slander our name with all this garbage. And they drive us to DCOT's head office. We get there around 11 p.m. House raid began at 1 p.m., in the afternoon. 11 p.m., we walk into this office and there's a prosecutor sitting there. We sit down. The prosecutor says, why did this girl say there was girls kidnapped in your house? And I said, brother, I haven't got a fucking clue. I only said hello to her twice. Ask Tristan. It's Tristan's girlfriend. I don't know. And then the prosecutor goes, well, Tristan should have bought her a handbag, and laughed. And then I laughed, and we all laughed. And I was like,
that's something that I always implore you all to be serious men. So you have to know who your enemy is, and you also have to know who your friends are. In a lot of my courses, I always mention that people, places, positions. I always talk about the importance of relationships. We say health, wealth, relationships. And just as important as knowing who your friends are is knowing who your enemies are. And if you're currently being detained, none of the persons you encounter, however friendly, amiable they may be, none of them are your friends. So the idea that he's sitting there laughing with these folks, or they're engaging him with jokes that could be considered misogynistic by the matriarchy, that may be a tactic to endear himself to the Tates to make them more likely to give up information or to incriminate themselves. So I think that was frankly foolish on Tate's part.
American girls are crazy, bro. Me too. This crap happens. Maybe in Romania it's not a big thing, but in America happens all the time. These girls are nuts. They just make stuff up. He goes, yeah, I heard about that, but I didn't know it's actually this bad. I was like, tell me about it. He goes, why did she call the American embassy? I was like, bro, I don't know. Just tell me what you need from me. You've been to the house. There's no one in the house. We have CCTV in our house. You can take the cameras and see her walking in and out the house by her own free will, getting pizza, going out to party, going to restaurants. You can see it all on camera. Please also find the clip of her walking in and out the house by her own free will, getting Ubers, getting taxis, ordering food, ordering Amazon packages, everything on Tristan's credit card, by the way. It's all there. So we're here. Take the cameras. Look, do what you got to do, bro. He's like, okay, go home. Cool. So after about an hour and a half of interview, midnight, we go home. Tristan and I sit around the pool laughing. Like, this girl A is crazy. We've lost some money. But
mind you, if I die, this bottle of Aquapana, the seal was already broken. This is why. And I got this from a restaurant across the street. If I die, that's why.
This is a big misunderstanding, Jack. Like, we haven't done anything. This is all a misunderstanding. Let's just get back to what we do best, which is focus on promoting our school. Right? So we're on our emergency meeting podcast. We're traveling the world at that point. We have no restrictions of any kind. We're promoting our school. We're going to France. We're going to Italy. We see Dan Bilzerian in France. We're traveling around. We're doing all this stuff. We're having a great time. We're on yachts in Croatia. We're doing all this crazy stuff. And then one day, I call my lawyer and I say, they raided our house in April. It's like July now. Why is that case not closed? And he goes, this is Romania. Everything takes forever.
I want to encourage you all that anytime someone gives you that kind of a reply, you need to be suspicious and don't let it go. I got a court case right now, or rather a lawsuit right now against a white guy who's stealing from me. These guys steal a lot. And it's been going on for over a year. And right now, my team, my actual team, the lawyer's not a part of my team. He's someone that I hire, but because I don't have him on regular retainer in general. Now my team is now investigating my lawyer because he hasn't gotten the job done. And you usually should operate with a sense of urgency. And those around you should operate with a sense of urgency. And if they're giving you explanations of like, oh, this is Romania, or that's not an actual answer. So you need to know precisely why things are slowed up. You need to get to the bottom of that. Don't accept that.
A slow system. They're probably going through the CCTV. I was like, yeah, but this is so open and shut. My lawyer's called Alin. I'm like, Alin, this is so open and shut. What could they possibly be doing? He goes, yeah, it's Romania. They probably have to go through all the hours of footage. It's going to take a while. Don't sweat it. I'm like, I had this bad feeling. But what can you do, right? I haven't done anything wrong. So we're still traveling. And now, because of the school, because I'm promoting the school so heavily, I start moving from fringe internet celebrity to mainstream celebrity. I start getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I think at the beginning of this story,
You know, I appreciate this interview. The interviewer, I like the way he's dressed. He's dressed sharply. He's also allowing Tate to elaborate. You know, it's a nice flow to the interview. This is actually, you know, really good job. And there's no doubt that he and Tate have a good relationship, and he's not really asking critical questions, but still it's informative. And we know that, you know, this is something that's really set up in Tate's favor because Tate has his infrastructure there with his dry erase board, and he's being able to speak without interruption or challenge. So that makes sense. I just got a text message actually noting that someone within this household broke that seal. So it appears I'm good to go. And I thank you for those of you who advised me not to drink this, because that is actually the correct advice. So thank you very much. And that's why it's important to have good people around you. I appreciate you all.
my Instagram had 100,000 followers. By this point, I'm up to like 2 or 3 million. It's getting bigger and bigger. Back when Instagram mattered, not like now. So we're pushing to school, having a nice time. And then all of a sudden, one day, I was sitting in my cigar room smoking a cigar. My girlfriend comes in and goes, have you seen this? She passes me her phone. I take her phone, and it's a picture of me. And there's some blurb underneath it about how I'm toxically masculine, I'm a misogynist, a racist, and a homophobe. And I am...
And potentially all of them are true. Shout out to Jay Shot supporting the work using the Stripe link below. I also acknowledge Mr. Chapman came in a strong way via PayPal. He writes, tuition. Quick wealth question. I recently completed a 14-day sprint. I'm proud of the work I put in, but I only hit about 50% of my goal. How do you suggest I use the funds? Would you use it the same way as intended if the goal was achieved? Thank you for your wisdom. No, sir, I probably would not. What I would be, I'd celebrate, right? In Boston University, there's Man's Happiness Machine. There's that infographic, so definitely reference that one. But I would celebrate once I'm finished celebrating and I'm rested. Then I would go back to the drawing board and try to figure out why I was at 50%. And then I'd go from there. Shout out to Jacob supporting the work, or Jakob supporting the work via the Stripe link. I appreciate you. I also acknowledge Mr. Chambliss. He came in via Venmo. He writes, you have been mentioned. The topic was about exposing people who are not in the interest of the people. And someone said that someone should whip you. And here's the link that he shared. And we'll take a quick look at that. I'm hoping that this is the correct timestamp. Let's see.
Behaved and well spoken. You could literally just dominate over all of them. You could.
And here we see these are two, maybe they're on this side. These are two kind of unemployed, skillless, uneducated white males. I actually invited one of them on for an interview some time ago for content purposes. He begged me to let him bring his brother on, which he did. And I was supposed to interview them, but they kept asking me questions. So I ended up just obliterating them in a debate and embarrassing them and hurting their feelings. Their feelings were hurt because I basically exposed that a lot of white guys today, they are DEI hires. And their issue with DEI is not that it's DEI, it's that it displaces them. These guys are DEI hires. They're unproductive, skillless white males who have no education, no accomplishments, no money, and they're becoming wealthy off of racism, which is always a classic among the West. Westerners will always be racist, and if you appeal to them, you can earn well. And the little black fella at the bottom, he's one of the many tap dancers like Candace Owens, the Hodge twins, and Officer Talmud Tatum, who basically lick the boots to get paid. And bootlicking pays really well. There's no doubt about it. And it makes perfect sense. One, because Caucasians are better capitalized than non-Caucasians. That's number one. And then number two, in the West, Caucasians are the majority of people. So you're going to make more money having a Caucasian audience. And then Caucasians, of course, unfortunately, are quite racist.
Slave the niggas. Like
you can enslave Marquette.
So yeah, if you don't get with him.
Now this is really interesting, right? Now they're talking to some random little black guy who licks boots, and I'm not on their live stream, but I'm top of their mind. Why? I'm top of their mind because I am their superior and I dominated them and they were deeply scarred. They were emotionally scarred. And so every time they get a chance or they think of a black man, they think of me. They think of the strongest, most virile, ruthless leader they've ever seen. And I strike fear in them. So that's why when they're talking about who they want to take down, it's me. Makes perfect sense. But I think, as the internet folks say, I'm living rent-free in their mind. I've not mentioned them at all because they're nobodies. In fact, I made them famous. You're welcome. You guys need to send me a check. Send me a percentage.
Going on, they telling him that black people could go back to Africa, black Americans could go back to Africa, and we would dominate the Africans there. And then they end up saying the N-word. And the whole time he's just laughing, shucking and jiving. And I want to rewatch it because just look at how he's laughing, bro.
What if you could be the king
Of Wakanda.
of Wakanda, of the blacks? When we remigrate, you're obviously higher IQ than most of them.
You can be running around just.
Now, here's the comedy of these deluded whites. These whites have no evidence of their intelligence. They have no degrees. They have no inventions, no intellectual property, no professional accomplishments, no awards, no accolades, yet they're convinced that they're brilliant. They're living in poverty. They have no children, but yet they're convinced that they're geniuses. And this is the kind of white delusion that reigns today. And we have to know that aside from the deeply psychological reasons, and in the Black Code, which I recommend to all of the melanated peoples, I elaborate on this in great detail. You'll really understand it. But in addition to those psychological reasons that I identify, the basic human reason that they are white supremacists and white racists is because if you as an individual are not accomplished, you could say, I belong to this prestigious group. So even though as an individual I'm inferior, I'm a part of a superior group. And so it's in that identification that they find meaning and substance and validity. It's actually quite comical to have low IQ whites calling other people's low IQ. Makes them feel better about themselves.
You're more well behaved.
So anyways, and then you have this black fellow here just embarrassing himself. And again, when the revolution pops off, let none of them be spared.
I am the reason that the entire culture of the world is wrong. Cancer's my fault. Everything in the world's my fault. I'm the world's worst man, and I'm dangerous and need to be deleted from the internet. And it's on an NGO page for a charity protecting the rights of gays. Well, that's weird.
They have a lot of
Whatever.
rights. Like,
And then she goes, and have you seen this? And she scrolls again, and it's the same picture with the same blurb explaining that I'm the worst man in the world. Copy and paste, exact one, on an NGO about wildlife protection. It's like, that is weird. So we open Instagram. I open it on my phone, and this exact picture with the exact.
So he's saying there was a media campaign against him. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Lucas. He writes, what do you think is going to happen to Tate going forward? Do you think he's going to get life in prison or a long prison sentence? I don't think he'll get life. Certainly he has the best legal team that money can buy. I think he'll get a long enough prison sentence that his reputation will be marred. And most importantly, if he is to come out, he will be completely irrelevant. So that would probably be a minimum of a 5-year sentence. Give him enough time to become irrelevant and then maybe let him out. And of course, we must know that in a case where the person being prosecuted has a huge wallet to defend himself, there will be appeals. So even if he was initially sentenced to 30 years, that doesn't mean he won't get an appeal and then get it cut down to 10 and then serve 5. Shout out to Dylan. He writes, what are your overall thoughts on Sneeko? I think Sneeko's a sad case. A lot of people do things just for money. And the more dangerous character does it just for money and or attention. Sneeko was one such person. He was clearly raised in the social media era. He has no actual beliefs. He jumps from religion to religion. He jumps from influencer to influencer, whoever's ball sack is most famous at the time. So I think he's a pretty sad character, and not to mention he's a Skittle guzzler as well. The gentleman further writes, and how would you compare him to Tate? Well, I think Tate is for sure more authentic and more original. Sneeko doesn't know who he is. He just tries to emulate other people. He writes, obviously he's not as popular as Tate, but he's well known. Well, I don't think Sneeko ever can be as meaningful as Tate, because he does not have you can't feel any testosterone coming from Sneeko. So he might be well known, but he'll never be as influential. He'll never be a scary character. Like Sneeko can't strike fear in anyone's hearts. So there's that. Shout out to Aaron supporting the work, came in twice. He writes, "You are the smartest African I have ever seen." This guy's funny. Shout out to Mr. Thompson, writes, "Do you think Andrew Tate getting arrested has anything to do with him being in Russia recently?" No, I think they would have got him regardless. And I think it probably could have been a wise thing for him to go to Russia. You know, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and Israel are countries that probably wouldn't extradite him. Now, obviously, in the case of Israel, you'd have to be one of them boys. And so maybe he was going there to network or make the appropriate connections for his future. So that could have been a very wise move on his part. And I don't think that that was a bad move or a misstep. The gentleman writes, maybe the Western governments didn't like him going and promoting Russia. You know, I don't actually think Russia needs to be promoted. I think Russia is well regarded among sane people, as is Iran, among both the sane and the good peoples of the earth. So, no, I think the Western governments were planning to take him down regardless, and that's largely because they're matriarchal. And some of you who may take an overly simplistic view don't realize that when I say matriarchal, it's not just a matter of women holding the position outright and up front. It's a matter of female receiving preferential treatment and preferential cultural positioning. And sometimes that happens because of beta males operating on behalf of the matriarchy.
Same copy and paste wording. I find like 7 different accounts, random accounts for random charities and NGOs, posting that I'm the worst person in the world. Now, for anyone watching this, the media does not tell you what has happened. The media's primary objective is to prepare you for what is about to happen. They need to condition your mind so that when they do something, you're ready for it. If they instantly say, you're locked in your house, you can't go outside, there's a revolution. If the media constantly reports about how dangerous it is, how a lockdown might need to happen, how it's unfortunate, but we must prepare for the possibility of a lockdown, over weeks, your mind softens to the idea. So when the lockdown comes, there's no revolution. It's not a surprise. It's not a surprise.
What was your comment section like at that time too?
Well, everyone loves me on my account, but on these accounts where they posted this, there's thousands of people saying, yeah, he's scum, he's scum, he's scum.
That's a fact. And you know, Tate received a level of fame that really is unprecedented. I remember years ago, I was flying down to Cape Town, South Africa. I was sitting next to an old white woman. And actually, I was sitting behind an old white woman next to a middle-aged white man. And the gentleman had brought up Tate, and the old white woman in front of me turned around and started dialoguing about Andrew Tate, obviously in a negative way. And I thought it was quite remarkable that an old white lady was familiar with Andrew Tate. And it's not particularly relevant that she's white, but just an old woman, because she's not his target audience. You know, that's a level of universal notoriety that is rare. And also it let me know that that was the beginning of the end for him, because he had reached a level of being mainstream while having fringe ideas. And frankly, even if you observe Adolf, before he reached the formal rungs of leadership in the German government, he was really, running the brown shirts, and they were a pretty vicious group of characters, and they had ideology that was definitely fringe. But once he got into power, they toned down the rhetoric, and they stopped, beating up people in the streets, namely communists and certain other characters. And so they started to play the game a little differently, at least on the veneer of things. Whereas Andrew Tate did not tone down his rhetoric, and that's primarily because, what got you in the game, what allowed you to win and get to that level, why stop it if it's not broken? But the truth is, that is precisely what put a target on his back. And I truly believe the fact that he did not use his opportunity to build an international fighting force whether it's in a literal sense or just a sense of organizing these people and arming them with the right mentality, he failed to protect himself. For example, I want it to be known that if I'm ever jailed, I want all of my followers on a regular basis to be protesting at wherever they are holding me. I want plans to break me out. I want the society's economy disrupted. I want the society to be on the brink of revolutionary and even violent change if they take me, because I'm not going to get a fair trial. Just like him, he's not about to get a fair trial. There's just no way in hell. And if you fail to put in that mentality and that expectation, you fail to organize the people and arm them with the correct strategy and ideas, when this inevitability occurs, you're done. With his level of fame, and if he really has followers, and I truly believe he does, they should not be able to hold him. It should be impossible.
And I was like, I mean, yeah, I made some jokes. Yes, I said women can't drive. Yes, I said some things, but I mean, I'm not blowing up girls' schools in Iran. Come on, triple tap.
This guy's sick.
So I was like, this is a bit out of control. They're conditioning the world for what's about to happen. Now, around this time, someone inside of my school said, we should start an affiliate marketing campus. And I said, that's a good idea. And we started with Amazon products, because it's our job to teach all the people inside of our school how to make money online. You're a young man, you join our school, you pay a monthly subscription, and you start earning money same day. And one of the students said, I take affiliate links from Amazon. What I do is I go onto Amazon, I find a lawnmower, I take an affiliate link for that lawnmower, then I buy the lawnmower, and then I use the lawnmower or do lawnmower reviews on TikTok. And then I say, here's the lawnmower I'm using, and I put the link. And every time someone buys the lawnmower, I get paid. Well, that's a great idea. So we got a new professor, a guy I knew, who was in charge of affiliate marketing. And he started doing 4 or 5 hours of calls a day, pushing.
Now he keeps saying professor. Yeah, I think this is kind of like a similar situation to Jiang, who maybe uses the term professor, but not in the way that it is intended to be used in the West, which does require credential. Shout out to James, by the way, who supported using the cash tag, Marquettism. He writes, peace to the saints, you are doing God's work. Tuition, I appreciate you. May also acknowledge via Cash App. Shout out to David, came in supporting the work. It looks like he didn't have anything to, oh, he writes, keep up the good work. Appreciate you. May also acknowledge via Cash App. Shout out to one of the lady saints supporting the work. May also acknowledge via Cash App. Charles writes, Marquette, been watching a while. I appreciate you. Thank you, sir. And shout out to all those folks who are loyal, and shout out to those who will be loyal when it really counts. May also acknowledge Richard. He writes, Tuition, can you check IG, my user name is, and he gives his username. Okay. And thank you for sharing the support.
Affiliate marketing. And then a student said, hey, why don't we affiliate market for the school? So that's a good idea. He goes, yeah, the school's great. So why can't I tell other people to join the school from my link and I get paid when they join? So that's another fantastic idea. Why not? So we launched an affiliate marketing campus for the school. And then the problem we were having is a lot of our students are from all over the world, right? So if you're a teenager from Peru and you say, hello, I have joined the school, I make so much money. Everyone's like, yeah, all right, scam, whatever, bro. But people trusted me. So people would say, hey, I don't want to use my own videos. I don't want to use any videos of me. I want to use videos of you, launch a Tate fan page, and then sell with my affiliate link. And I said, fine by me. Now, this was revolutionary at the time. Me, my cousin, when we came up with the affiliate marketing campus, we invented clipping. We ruined the.
And I actually believe him. I truly believe him. As far as I can recall, he's the first person that I saw get that kind of distribution using that methodology. So in as much as he said that he's a genius, that is the evidence of it. And we must respect it, whether you like Tate or not. The truth is the truth. And it takes a manly person, a rational person, to accept that. To the gentleman who came in via Cash App and shared his IG username, that link did not work.
Internet. That's how the internet became what it is today. And that was the basic premise behind it. We're not going to copyright strike you. Back then, if someone took your content, you copyrighted it. Not us. Take our content. Take the views money. So people were taking videos of me, posting on their channel, earning hundreds of thousands of dollars in views money, keeping that, plus selling the school and getting paid off that. So everyone was getting rich. And the school.
Everyone was getting rich is not accurate, but I think we understand the sentiment, and that's smart business on his part. You know, sometimes greed will undo you, And it is short-sighted, so he wasn't thinking like a poor person, he was thinking like a proper businessman, and that led to success. Shout out to Kenneth supporting the work using Cash App. May I also acknowledge Lovesta came in supporting the work. He writes for the game. Absolutely, you're very welcome, and I appreciate you.
Starts to explode. Gets up to 271,000 students.
Epic.
Or do the math off the top of my head at around $50 a month. Yeah, 13, 14, $15 million. I was probably keeping between 9 and 10 million American dollars every single
Americano.
Okay, how many times were you banned at this point?
I'm not banned.
You've never been banned.
At this point, I haven't been banned.
Okay.
I haven't been banned. So the affiliate marketing camp.
I also think that once a platform, especially communications or media platform, reaches a certain size, it should be viewed, not operated as, but viewed legally speaking by the government as a public utility. And you should not be able to do certain things that the government would not be allowed to do, which is to say you can't block people out because you disagree with them. It should officially be a violation of their freedom of speech, because once a technology, be it Facebook, Instagram, has reached market penetration, then at some level it is almost like a utility. Like if you don't have a LinkedIn and you're also barred from being on LinkedIn, that cuts you out to a legitimate number of jobs. And frankly, that's not quite right. I say that as someone who respects private property and intellectual property and has owned both. But I know that it's not quite right to cut people out of something that is so dominant and may have a market monopoly. And even though monopolies are allegedly illegal in the United States, many of them do reign. There was a time I did significant work with regards to internet access and accessibility, because many of the cable and internet companies do have a monopoly in the United States. So it lets you know a lot of what is claimed by the government is completely dishonest, inaccurate, and fraudulent. Shout out to Steamrollin supporting the work. It's been a while. Good to see you. Shout out to Assassin New York. Shout out to the executive up there. Shout out to Brian, all my leaders in this thing of ours.
This is running. But all this NGO stuff starts. And I know how the world works, so I knew they were conditioning people's minds for something. And a perfect example of this, I want everyone at home to understand exactly what I'm saying. Before they got Diddy, they released the tape of him beating up Cassie.
Correct.
That tape of him beating up Cassie in the hotel was 10 years old at the time they released it. They've been sitting on it for a decade. Why?
This is an important thing. I totally agree with it. And for example, we hear the talk of a ground invasion in Iran. You hear it constantly. Now, Trump may deny it, and also you hear Trump planting seeds of him running for another term illegally against the Constitution. And so you're being primed. I think he said conditioned. I prefer the term primed. You're being primed for it. I think it's just a touch more accurate. And he is completely correct. And repetition of information kind of makes someone feel like something already exists or that it is truth. And that is how the powerful and the savvy operate. And this is not new.
Was it never released? Because they didn't want to get him. When they wanted to get him, they then released it. So everyone said Diddy's a piece of shit. So when he got arrested, everyone thought he was already guilty. They knew they were going to arrest him, so they prepared the public for his arrest. So when I saw these NGOs, I was like, they're preparing for something. What are they preparing for? Tristan's like, who gives a shit? Tristan's the optimist in this story. He always has been the whole way through. Who gives a shit? We're fucking rich. We're helping young men how to make money. All of our students make more money than professors, than their teachers. We're doing good in the world. We're teaching young men how to escape the matrix and make money. You're making $10 million a month. We ain't doing nothing wrong. We haven't done anything. Who gives a fuck about some wildlife?
Very, very vulgar. But one thing that he mentions, which is actually very important, is the idea that when you have success or when you have money, now the game changes from acquisition to protection. You have to continue making the money, but at some level you have a money machine, so it's going to keep on spinning. But you also have to be hyper-focused on protecting the money, protecting the success, protecting your position and your name, and you really can't allow anyone to play with it. You have to stomp down and make sure that there's true loyalty, because I can assure you, with more success, more love comes a lot more hate. And the fact is, you have to double down and test all of your relationships, and only the person in the driver's seat actually knows what that feels like. They say it's lonely at the top. Yeah, in some ways, it's not lonely in as much as everyone wants to be around you. It's only lonely in the sense that you're your only true ally because everyone else is around you trying to get taken care of, trying to get paid. And it's an extremely cortisol spiking experience. And all of the data on the lower animals indicates that the alpha male has the highest levels of stress chemicals. And that's because it is stressful to be the boss at a certain level, especially if that's not really you. So you must make sure that you're enforcing loyalty, and it'd be best if people were just naturally loyal, but that's not the reality. There are a lot of people who are around you with their hand out, and as long as you're feeding them, they're loyal. But if you ever take a L, then they're going to disappear ASAP.
Life or some fucking bullshit homosexual NGO has to say about us. They're just bitter and they're just jealous, haters. Fuck them. Lights a cigar. Trist. Like, maybe you're right, T. Maybe it doesn't matter. But there was a problem. And the reason I think the NGOs attacked me is because there was a flaw in our master plan. And the flaw in our master plan is that we were working with a mercenary army. So now we have the affiliates, which are linked to the school, Hustlers University. Because the affiliates worked out that they make the most money if they put up the most controversial clips of me. Because if you put up the clip,
Correct.
Not the whole clip, where I say in bed that if a girl picks up a machete and tries to attack me, I will take the machete off her, put it in her face and say, shut up, bitch. No, not the whole clip. They take the last part, put a machete in a girl's face.
Now, this is very important. And in my course called The Book of Dark Truths, I made it a course, not a book. And I did 2 days of education, 8 hours a day on both days, live in person, because I wanted people to be able to ask me questions. You just read the book and you don't have that dialogue. I don't want you to misunderstand, because some of these truths are very dark. I don't want them to be misapplied. But I say all that to say this. We talk about human nature, and most human beings don't understand their own nature. Human beings are extraordinarily dishonest and deluded. They cannot see themselves. So Tate is 100% correct when he suggests that people watch the most controversial clips. Those are the ones that go viral. Those are the ones that bring in the most money. And similarly, if I say something that may be viewed as controversial, I'll have women DM me, and it's often these goofy women, and they'll say, hey, you said this about Africans. Why are you always saying these bad things about Africans? And I'll say, okay, well, I did a video on the country of Sierra Leone. I spoke quite well of them. Did you watch that? No? Okay, interesting. I did an educational video on the country of Benin. Did you watch that? No? Okay. I've done 19 interviews in international news on Nigeria. I went through all of the specifics of the country and I spoke very well of the country. Did you watch that? No. I've done 4 separate videos on South Africa speaking beautifully of the country. Did you watch that? No. Okay, great. So you haven't done your research, and every time I do a video that is very informational and positive, you don't watch it. So you are watching the clips that are controversial and you choose to not do the research, and then you write to me with your silly and emotional responses. And you also write in the comments of those videos. So what you're actually saying out of your mouth is not true. You're saying, I shouldn't produce more videos like that. But the data says I should, because those perform the best. That's how you guys get your entertainment, is to have your emotions moved. That's what you really want. You don't want your brain engaged. You want your emotions moved. So you guys, in actual fact, are supporting the most controversial, mindless content because you comment on it, whether it's a positive or a negative comment. And in the Book of Dark Truths, I teach that hate is far more powerful than love. Far more powerful. So if you need to use a tool, use hate, because haters are more proactive than people who say they love you. And that is the reality. So Tate could be a fair, honest, intelligent person, and 98% of his content could be very thoughtful and meaningful. But it's the 2% that people focus on. It's the 2% that has virality and shareability. And that's what has him in hot water. But really, that's not a representation of Tate as much as it's a representation of the audience. It's a representation of the low nature of humankind. Come on now. Come on now, it's the representation of the low nature of humankind. People send me stuff all the time. They're like, oh, you should react to this. And I message them back like, don't send me this garbage. It's garbage. Don't send me this. There are people who reach out to come on stream, and I won't stream with them because I know they're degenerates. It would do great views, but they're too degenerate, too low.
To say, shut up, bitch. Only that part. And post that, because that gets the most engagement. That goes the most viral. They get the most sales. And they're mercenaries. They're in it for the money, these students. So in many ways, they're making me look bad. And I say to Tristan, students are making me look kind of bad here, the way they're putting all this stuff out. And Tristan's like, who gives a shit? You're cool. We're making $10 million a month. Who gives a fuck?
And both of them are right. You know, at one level, yeah, it's a business and it's making money. On the other level, they're misrepresenting me possibly. Now, in the case of Tate, I frankly don't think that he was being misrepresented. He says a lot of things that are meaningful and intelligent, and I think that the things that are clipped, he also says on a consistent basis. I tend to think he believes those things. Shout out to Brad supporting the work via Venmo. He writes, appreciate the work, Mr. Burton. You're very welcome. I appreciate you. I also acknowledge Das. He writes, peace of the Saints. I hope Hustlemania is going well for you. I've been using the game from the Big Game Conference, and the game is on another level. Always had my women, but after the Big Game Conference, my ability to get the best out of them is on another level. Everything you teach is better than gold. My whole flow is crazy right now. It'd be like that. And I appreciate you sharing that so that other people have the opportunity to get the Big Game Conference. And the Big Game Conference is not just about how to talk to a woman, how to approach a woman. It's really about the big picture of how to design a life with a woman or deal with women, because you might want children. You might want a woman to live with you. You might want these things, and you have to know how to do it before you start doing it. And that's all of what the Big Game Conference is about. Someone would share the link. You can find that at skool.com/Marquette/classroom. Danny writes, peace to the Saints. Are we parking lot peeing in Canada? Might have to. We definitely gonna have to kick a little bit of game. It just wouldn't be life without it. Shout out to Xavier, comes in via Venmo. He writes, good afternoon, Mr. Burton. Ordered my Taliban sweater days ago. Thank you for bringing that idea to life. Oh, and by the way, there's a sweatshirt. It says Taliban time. Definitely get it. Just reminded me I need to get mine. He writes, speaking of such, the Berlin Pride Parade was attacked by an Islamic follower just recently, and there were casualties. If you ask me, he was doing the Lord's work. No comment. No comment. May I acknowledge Reginald? He writes, one backpack. Okay. Oh, shout out to Reginald. He has the backpack briefcase, the brown one. I actually have it right here, literally right here. And this is a beautiful piece. And here's the irony. This was actually one of the samples. So this joint right here is half a decade old at this point. It holds up beautifully. Look at the fine walnut leather. You can get that at mdblabel.com, and as well you can get it in black. I think the black ones are almost out. So if you click buy and it says out, then it's out. It might sell out during this very live stream. So once the black ones are gone, they're gone. So just be aware of that. Carrying on.
Bad guy, good guy, what does it matter? So when all of this is going on, the NGOs pop up. And from then on out, from that exact moment, Jack, I knew I was fucked. I just knew I was fucked.
This guy's vulgar.
But I didn't know exactly what was going to happen. This is in August of 2022. 3 days later, I wake up and my girlfriend wakes me up next to me. Andrew. I'm like, whoa, what? Look at this. Gives me her phone and there's a BBC News article. Andrew Tate, misogynistic influencer, is banned from social media for being a dangerous person. Back then, now bans are a common thing. Everyone's desensitized to it. Back then, the only people who had been blanket banned on the internet were Alex Jones, Nick Fuentes. I was number 3. And I was bigger than them. And by this point, I had become, in 2022, because of the affiliate army, the most Googled man on the planet. My mercenary army grew to 28,000 fan pages, posting endless Tate content. Do you remember the days where you couldn't get rid of me? You couldn't get rid of me from the algo. I was TikTok, I was Instagram, I was everywhere. 28,000 kids posting me all day, every day. We built an interactive library of everything I'd ever made. It was all transcribed. So when you went into the interactive library, you'd type Bugatti, every Bugatti clip would come up. You'd type heartbreak every time I'd ever said heartbreak in any video because they were.
Shout out to Tate for having a technology backend that made it easier for him to achieve his ends. And this is Hustlemania. So right now I'm in the lab, got my whole family in the lab, employees in the lab. And from now to end of January, which is when the next drip trip is, we're going to stay locked in for Hustlemania 14. And the reason is I see the world is burning down and I won't allow it. We want to get our training center funded. So we're really in the lab hustling super hard. And I hope all of you are doing the same. In Boston University is where we teach you how to define your sprints and really get after it.
Transcribed, it would come up. You could make lifestyle edits and they'd take it all and they'd post it, post. And if their account got banned, because they're from Peru and they're making $300 a day affiliate, they're not going to go get a job for $300 a month. They just make a new one. Like a virus, like Agent Smith in the Matrix, like ants, you can't kill them. And they're just out there posting. And then they realize they make the most money if they post my most controversial stuff. And my most controversial stuff is out there by 28,000 fan accounts posting 4 or 5 times an hour. And the entire algorithm is mine. And this may be the most Googled man on planet Earth. My school's now at 300,000 students. $15 million turnover a month. 15 million times 12 is 15 times 10, 150. Plus the 30 is 180.
So he's talking about this like business, and it is business, and I can't hate that at all. But what is challenging in this space that folks call the manosphere, which I've never been a part of, I've never said I'm a part of it, or the red pill, which again, I'm not a part of, never said I was a part of it. And in fact, oppositely, from the very beginning, I always said that I was in opposition to much of it. He's talking about the numbers in his business. He's talking about customers. He's talking about churn. He's talking about retention. He's talking about revenue. He's talking about month over month. It's a business to him. Now, the challenge is that, I guess I should say the sad thing is that some young people think that he is an altruistic revolutionary. And there's no doubt that there's goodness within Tate, as there is within many of you. But I think the goodness is, of course, taking a back seat to the money. And that's why so much of this discussion is, he's recounting the progression of his business, not really recounting the development of the revolution. And unfortunately, I think that's at a certain level, you made enough money. And that doesn't mean you've made enough money to last during your lifetime. It doesn't mean you've made enough money to be comfortable, but you've made enough money to realize that life is not about money. And I was just hoping that Tate would reach that point, which is not a dollar amount, it's a mentality. You figure out like, okay, there are things bigger than me and bigger than money. And for those of you who come to my conferences, I remember at the second conference in Las Vegas, or I should say the second conference at my home in Las Vegas, I told guys, I said, hey, I'm not here to make $1 million. I'm here to make millionaires. And that's when I realized that I could make more money, or I could teach other men how to make money, how to support their families. And for me at this stage, that has a lot more value. It adds to my happiness a lot more than $1 million would.
Million turnover at 80% margin, a 10x multiply, which is pretty simple for an ed tech business, especially with a margin like mine. $1 billion business, 1.2 billion, 9 months old, me and 6 dudes in the Telegram chat. I'm a billionaire.
One, he said pretty easy for an ed tech company. I've been in the ed tech space. Ed tech is not, I'd say it's the weakest of the verticals within the software industry. Ed tech is a terrible place to be, generally speaking, especially as a startup. It's enterprise sales. Generally, I don't like enterprise. I always tell you guys, go B2C if you can. B2B and B2G is for people who have significant amounts of money in reserves. They have a great ability to raise capital, and they can endure time, because your accounts payable is never going to be inside of 30 days, right? People are going to take a long time to pay you. Sometimes you can't get the deal done. You need significant connections. B2B is not easy. Ed tech is not easy, especially as a startup. So he was certainly a unicorn in many regards in that space.
And I open up this BBC article on my girlfriend's phone, and it said that my views have become so destructive and I'm doing so much damage to the planet and to the consciousness of young men that I had.
And when they say destructive, they mean destructive to the matriarchy. That's what they mean. That's truly what they mean. It's exaggeration. It's vilification. Shout out to Kyle, comes in by Venmo with the baller alert. He writes, support for the work. I truly appreciate the lessons and the guidance. Let's keep hustling. Peace of saints, bro. We have to. If we don't have anything, we have hustle. Even if we don't have money, we have hustle. If we don't have women, we have hustle. If we don't have anything, we have hustle. Don't you ever stop hustling. Shout out to Mr. Chambliss, writes, Hunter Biden stated in an interview with the short Nick Fuentes on YouTube a few days ago that his, Hunter's, children and younger relatives have watched many videos. Absolutely. And white supremacy will never be marginalized because our leadership is white supremacist, and it always has been. Donald Trump is the most blatant in the modern era, but this is always going to be Main Street and mainstream in America. Shout out to Melvin, came in supporting the work via Venmo. Appreciate you. May also acknowledge Danny. He writes, peace to the saints tuition. Shout out to Danny. Looking forward to seeing you again. May also acknowledge Joshua, came in by PayPal. He writes, high level breakdown, Quet, peace to the saints. I appreciate you. May also acknowledge Portia. He writes, not a thing. Looks like he's just supporting the work. I appreciate it. And shout out to the Saints and Sass in Miami. I also acknowledge Mr. Mugisha came in a strong way, writes supporting the work. Peace to the Saints via PayPal. Wayne writes peace to the Saints tuition. Good to see you again. Tate comes in. He writes peace to the Saints. You should be appreciative to you for your direction as someone that spent years of my life knowing that the norm isn't normal. Learning what manhood is about has put me on a trajectory to success. That's a beautiful thing. And in your manhood, you'll always have firmness, and you'll have a center. And that's really important, something that a lot of us don't have because we weren't taught.
To be removed from all social media. This was on her phone. I was like, well, that's inconvenient that they've deleted me everywhere. I was like, let me have a coffee. So I put the phone down. I went to get a coffee. And as I was walking to get a coffee, I opened up my phone. When I opened my phone, it said, your Apple ID is signed out.
Uh-oh.
Well, that's weird.
That is weird.
Okay. Went to click Twitter. Your Twitter's signed out.
Uh-oh.
Clicked WhatsApp. Your WhatsApp's been deleted.
Hello.
Clicked Instagram. Of course, signed out. Clicked Gmail. Signed out. They pressed a button, Jack, and wiped every single thing from my phone. The Apple ID itself.
I believe this wholeheartedly, and this is not something that only happens to Andrew Tate when you have those who go against the power structure, which would be inclusive of those in the International Criminal Court, those who call out the crimes against humanity committed by a certain group. They too found themselves unbanked. And it's not only the huge internationally known players that are victim of this, it's many other players who may be in critical positions who are also experiencing the same thing. I told you guys in the past that I was banned from Cash App. No explanation as to why. Mind you, they let Dr. Umar stay on there, banned me, never said why. I was unbanked by US Bank. Marquette, how long did you bank with US Bank? Some of you guys in the audience are not even old enough. I banked with US Bank before you were born. Then they unbanked me for no explainable reason. They said we reserve the right to choose who we do business with. We're not doing business with you. I thought it was very interesting. And the worst part about it is when you get abused like this, there is no one you can appeal to. And that is the part that we should find most concerning. You just have to accept it. And at the end of the day, you kind of know that the government is either behind it or condoning it in either case, right? The legal system is not accessible, and in many cases, it's not even effective.
So I couldn't download apps, and every single application was logged out. Uber, Airbnb, Skype, any app on my phone, all of them were gone.
Coinbase?
Everything. Every single app. All of my bank accounts, Coinbase. I had a NatWest and a HSBC bank in England. They seized all that money. We'll talk about that soon. Everything was frozen. Everything was gone. My entire phone just became a brick. And I called a friend of mine from my girlfriend's phone. I said, how the fuck can they do this? And he said, they put you on a terror watch list. They can only do that if you're on a terror watch list. And I was like, surely not terror. The fuck? I'll call you back. Here I film my final message. All that's left for me to do is have a positive impact on the world. I don't think anybody truly wants to go down as a villain. Maybe some people do. I don't. I wasn't raised that way. I sit down on the chair and I give my final message to the world. I decided to retire from the internet. I thought, you know what, Andrew? You made $100 million. You got $1 billion business. They're after you. You're starting to feel a bit paranoid. It's getting hot. You have a very credible source telling you you're on a terror watch list. Once you're on a terror watch list, all bets are off. There's no more law. There's no more constitution. All that's gone. They can shoot you in the middle of the street. Police can come up.
They can do that without you being on a terror watch list, buddy. Absolutely. I mean, and the funny thing is, the only thing that would stop that would be if the powers that be knew for certain that there would be an unmanageable uprising if they were to do that. And with the low testosterone levels around the planet Earth and the fact that you fail to organize people, then yeah, at this level, they can probably get away with it. Yeah, it is what it is.
Up and just shoot you, go terrorist threat. End of story. And the basic premise was that I had so much power over the young men in 2022 that I could have caused a revolution. They're probably right. I probably could have said, fuck the Matrix, Westminster Palace tonight. Let's take over. And it would have been the fucking end. Please understand, the Matrix does not fear women. This is why they empower women. This is why they constantly attack me for being a misogynist. They want women to be as powerful as possible because you know what happens when women are powerful? Nothing. If women protest, if 100,000 women march through this town right now and protest, it's inconvenient. If 100,000 men march through this town, everything burns and the entire government changes. Men can fight. Men are armies. Women don't matter. They don't give a shit.
So here I have a philosophical disagreement with, or not philosophical, but I identify a different enemy, a different power structure. I actually believe that the power structure is largely controlled by women and by female mentality. And that is why I call it a matriarchy. And that's why it reached out to attack him, because he has spoken against women. So he is suggesting that there are men who lead the power structure, and those men want women to lead in the society so that they cannot upset existing power structures. Whereas I forward that it is a collection of men and women who lead, but it is a matriarchy in its essence and in its culture. And when you have female culture and leadership, there are certain things that'll be hallmarks of it. There'll be no morality, no definition of right and wrong, which will be in black and white. There will be sexual perversion. There will be endless levels of understanding. I watch, but I don't judge. I listen, but I don't judge. There'll be this don't judge mantra, which allows for all forms of perversion. There'll be the excuse of love as a explanation for all means of thinking and behaving. Love is love, no matter who it's between, right? And that is chiefly feminine thinking, the worst aspects of being feminine. And so I forward that those are the aspects of matriarchy that are controlling the prevailing systems.
Women protest, they don't give a fuck. So you want women at the top of the pyramid, you want women as powerful as possible so that women are in charge of society, so that you can just stay at the top of your castle stealing and raping and pillaging from everybody, just stealing all the money, destroying society, importing whoever, breaking all the laws. And what's going to happen? A bunch of women are going to nag. Give a fuck. When men get together,
I think with all of his trials and tribulations, we must find it curious that he's never named a specific individual and even rarely named particular entities that are oppressing him or policing him. And at some level, it could be because these folks are great at hiding their hand, but I'd be interested to get to the bottom of that. And to the gentleman who came in by Cash App, I did get your DM on IG. That's taken care of. I also want to let everyone know there is a classic that we just made available. It's called Unruly Female Tries to Turn My Women Against Me. That's at the top of Patreon, and that's also at the top of Peace of the Saints. It's the video that's just been released, and you're going to absolutely learn a lot of lessons from that. Highly recommend that you check it out. And the reason that I think it's really pertinent to this discussion is because Someone had asked earlier, do I think that a bunch of women would get together and lie on Andrew Tate? And the answer is absolutely yes. Women who love you will betray you. You hear me? And in fact, they'll betray you because of love will be their explanation. And I thought that that was a very pertinent lesson to help you guys better understand women and some of the circumstances you can find yourself in due to women. So do take a look at that when you have a moment. That's exclusive for the members. If you're not a member, you're going to want to become one, if only to check this out. That's at peacetothesaints.com. Hit the join button, and we invite you, hopefully, that you join the community.
Not called a protest. It's called a revolution. Women don't do revolutions. They can't. So they deliberately empower women to subjugate men. That's why masculinity has been under such attack. And I came along and was the most Googled man in the world promoting masculinity, not realizing this was putting me at war against the matrix itself. I wasn't even political at that time. I didn't even talk about political parties. I just said to young men, stand up for yourself, go to the gym, stick for what you believe in. You're allowed an opinion, you matter too. And that was considered.
And that is certainly political, absolutely, especially in the case of a matriarchy, right? If women are dominating to tell males that they can stand up for what they believe in and they can be themselves, then yes, that is fundamentally political, especially in the context of a matriarchy. My guy writes, don't you find it a little odd that Andrew Tate moved to Romania many years ago out of all places? Romania seems like an odd place to move to. No, I don't find it odd at all, actually. I've been to Romania many times, and my favorite town in Romania is Iași. It's the second largest town. I want to check out Cluj when I get a chance. But I quite like Iași. I don't like Bucharest at all. He lives in Bucharest. That's his prerogative. But no, I don't find it odd. I think that it's completely reasonable to find a place where the cost of living is low, where you can have influence within the government and the police force, where the living is easy. The women are reasonably attractive. Not in Bucharest, they're butt ugly, but everywhere else they're pretty attractive. Where the women are attractive, and for a little bit of money, you can hire a guard, you can hire maids, and you can have a good life in a country that's pretty lush and has some pretty good cultural values. So no, I don't find that odd at all. And I say that having gone to pretty much any country that people can name, and quite a few that people couldn't name. Henry writes, you talk about the matriarchy, I think you mean matriarchal, perhaps, matriarchal government that runs the West. But does the same matriarchy run Israel? Does Israel have a matriarchy? I would say yes, and that's evidenced by the perversion that you observe in their society. They are a major destination for the LGBTQ. And frankly, the people who run that government are not the religious people. They're not the clergy. They're frankly atheist, and it's evident in many of the practices. And when you find the Hasidim or the Hasidic Jews who speak against that particular state, they often do it from a religious basis. So yes, this applies there as well. Shout out to Storyline Marketing, came in a strong way supporting the work. I appreciate you.
It's so dangerous. I ended up on a terror watch list and they wiped my entire phone. And the country that put me on a terror watch list, you want to guess?
US.
Incorrect, sir.
UK? I'm going for UK.
England.
Yeah, there we go, for sure. They're far more
Great
liberal.
Britain put me on a terror watch list. The Foreign Office, in the paperwork I later saw, which they wrote to the Romanians, said, he is an unchecked source of influence.
Unchecked.
And they believed I was going to cause a revolution. Now, anybody at home who thinks that the intelligence agencies that are here to protect and serve us aren't primarily concerned with preventing a revolution is a fool. The CIA.
Yeah, and it's not only an outright revolution, it's really any meaningful change. But the most meaningful change is revolution. Now, do I rightly think that they were looking at him as a revolutionary? No, I don't. I think that they were probably looking at him as someone who could inspire a meaningful change, even if only a change in culture, not a change in government or a change in governmental structures, processes, or personnel, but a change in the minds of the citizenry. Shout out to Ricardo writes, peace of the saints, tuition. May I also acknowledge Iram. She writes, assalamu alaikum. My dua is that my duas are with you, inshallah. Been enjoying the recent videos and lessons. Jazakallah khair. I appreciate you. Wa alaikum assalam. I thank you very much. And shout out to all of the women who are truly loyal. Shout out to all the women who are truly loyal. Shout out to all of the sincere Muslim women. Shout out to all of the lady saints. And I want to encourage you all to be truly pious and to be real and honest in how you present yourself and what you say. And I want every woman to know, so often you guys will say there's not enough good men or you can't find one. And sometimes you find one and you don't play your role, so you're not able to keep him and hold on to him. And so the best thing that you can do is, if you have a good man, be thankful, play your part, and don't violate. So often, sometimes we finally get what we want or what we say we want, but we don't cherish it. And so that is my message for you ladies. And I want to just remind you ladies of some of what is out there in the world. Every day, and you can see this on your Instagram, you find guys taking the lives of women. You find guys who beat women. You find guys who lie to women about how well off they are. Then the woman is living in poverty. You find guys who are dishonest and they're unfaithful and adulterous, and it has negative consequences. You find guys who may have multiple baby mamas and they can't manage them, and it creates a dangerous environment. You find men who are incompetent, men who are physically weak, bad protectors. And so ladies, when you find a man who is worthwhile, you should cling to him and honor him. And there may be days where you feel unloved, or you feel unappreciated, or you feel lonely. But if you were wise, you'd keep your eyes on the big picture and know that you have a man who is of great value. And there are not many of them. I may say that there are not many great women out there. There are even fewer great men. That is my message to you all. I hope you take it seriously.
CIA, the FBI, MI6, MI5, whoever. They don't care about much besides two things: stealing money from around the world in the form of resources.
That's a fact.
There's a country here,
Or literally in the form of money, which is gold. But carry on.
Gambia. If we overthrow the president and put in a new president, we get control of the copper mines. Fuck democracy. Fuck who dies.
Yeah, nobody cares about democracy. Shout out to Joshua, came in with the second bowler alert. Shout out to the bowlers. He writes via PayPal, peace of the saints. My VP asked if I could present a technical proposal to the Department of War for $1 billion contract before I leave the company. I agreed. I have never done anything like this before. Any quick public speaking advice to present in front of government officials? Number one, presuming that you're speaking from a slide deck, I would create a very linear story, ABC 1, 2, 3, ideas that are easy to connect. Then I would have an appendix for questions that you anticipate so that you can answer it and have a visual. I'd also be ready to tell them, hey, I want to research that, I'll get back to you. And that's an easy fallback for any question that someone can ask, especially during a technical presentation. People don't expect that you'll have everything in the front of your mind for a sophisticated presentation. The key for you is to put a limit on the information that you're planning to discuss, the scope of it. So when you start speaking, you say, hey guys, today I'm speaking to you about this scope of information. That which is beyond it, I'd be happy to respond to you at a later time. So if you happen to ask me a question that's outside of this scope, just anticipate that I'll tell you, hey, that's a good question. Let me get back to you because I want to dive deep here. We're not engaging in breadth, we're engaging in depth. And that way you won't exceed your knowledge in that moment. And conduct yourself with confidence because you're speaking about things you know well. Obviously, beyond that, the details of public speaking and presentation you can find in the Master Communicator course, which I think a lot of folks have. You can get that at skool.com/MarquettDavon/classroom. But I think you'll do a great job, and know that you were chosen for a reason. You were selected for a reason. And the beautiful thing is that if you say you're leaving that position or leaving that company, your actual performance doesn't matter. It matters because you can speak well of yourself. You want to represent the company. Maybe you have good relations with the company and your boss, but you're on your way out of the door. So don't wreck yourself trying to, prepare or, impress people, because you have to keep an eye on what's in your future. Yes? Never confuse someone else's interests with your interests. And looking forward to hearing about how you ace that.
We want copper because this is the American empire. Overthrow the Gambian government. Or I don't know, imagine there's oil in some random country, Venezuela. Who gives a shit? That's what they do. And the second thing they have a concern with, besides stealing money from all around the world, is preventing revolution. The primary objective of intelligence agencies today is to prevent a revolution.
I think he could be more accurate there, because in fact, intelligence agencies, namely the Central Intelligence Agency at some level Mossad, sometimes their job is to create revolution, but it's not in their own country, it's in other governments. So I think Tate is, accidentally misstating. And perhaps if he said prevent revolution in their own country, it would make more sense. But that's really in the United States, that is the primary duty of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The CIA is for international affairs. The FBI is supposed to be domestic, though they have certainly engaged in international activities. Always you find that government gets too big and they exceed their mandate.
You think when you walk down the street and talk to basically anybody out here, they don't want to rebel? The system's fucked, bro. We all know the system's fucked. Nobody can buy a house. Everything's fucked. Crime's getting worse. Taxes are going up. Currency's inflating. Everything's fucked. Everyone knows it, but we don't rebel. Why? Because there are many mechanisms. Social media algorithms being one. Two, how hard they punish the people.
He's correct, and we agree wholeheartedly on the specific things that he identified. And I am going to do either a pre-record or release a video soon explaining the methodology of revolution in the modern era. And I think that it's important to discuss because the way a revolution is waged today must be radically different than it was in decades past. But revolution is absolutely necessary, and because of the connectedness of the world, and this is not new, and because of the connectedness of the ruling classes, revolution must be approached in parallel in several different geographies. And it is not a recent thing that the wealthy class and the ruling class are connected. If you look at European monarchs, you'll find that the Kaiser and the Tsar and the king in those different countries, which is to say Germany, Russia, and the UK, are all intermarrying. So it's not new that the ruling class collaborates internationally to stay in power.
People who even consider doing something as silly as waving a flag outside the Capitol. Their primary objective is to prevent a revolution. And they said the most Googled man on the planet now, who's saying young men.
Can you guys hear that? Anyways, if you all have comments or questions, feel free to use the information below to ask them. You look like a fool in the live chat asking a question without sending it in via Super Chat, PayPal, Cash App, or Venmo, because that's obviously the standard. And I would slap everyone in the face who's done that to answer yours when you're not using the same method. None of us are any better than anyone else. We're all just human beings here. So if you would respect the culture and the norms, I'd respect you. Anyways, carrying on. Shout out to Xavier. He writes, next time you go to Romania, I recommend you check out the city of Oradea. Okay, I just might. Cluj is top of my list right now. I'll go ahead and add that one. And I always appreciate recommendations because being on the ground is way better than anything you could learn from Google. Shout out to Carter, comes in by Venmo. He writes, peace to the saints. Tate was also among the first online to speak out against debt and wage slavery. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. People have been speaking out against debt and wage slavery since ever. You have to remember, communism and socialism is a thing. We couldn't reasonably say that. He may have been one of the first popular people to do that. He writes, fiat currency and the 9-to-5 economic model. Well, I don't like when people speak out against the 9-to-5 economic model, and I'll tell you why. Because everyone cannot be an entrepreneur, just cannot, it just doesn't work. And number two, very few people are actually wired and capable of being entrepreneurs. Someone has to be a 9-to-5er. And in fact, you'll find that being a 9-to-5 is actually a privilege. There are people who work way harder than that. I've had employees and business collaborators in Vietnam who work months at a time. True story. There are people in various countries who work unbelievable hours. To work a 9 to 5 is really child's play. You don't even want to get rich working 9 to 5. That's just survival. So speaking against 9 to 5s, I think is really inconsiderate of the fact that average people are going to do average jobs, and that's okay. A 9 to 5 is not an exploitive thing. A 9 to 5 is a reasonable state of normalcy. And in fact, if you look historically within the West, a 9 to 5 is something that people fought to get. It was worse before. It was way worse than a 9 to 5. And we forget it's a 5 of 7. You're 5 days on, 2 days off. That's pretty damn good. And let me remind you guys, in the absence of a 9 to 5, most people are not doing anything of great meaning. All they would do is spend more time playing video games and spend more time on social media. And probably they would spend more time destroying themselves. A 9 to 5 is a net positive.
Should stand up for themselves and not be afraid to die for their ideas. The most popular person on the planet is talking about how the Matrix is enslaving them all, how they need to resist, break free. They watched my videos, MI6, and they thought, this is a national security threat. He's on the same level as Osama bin Laden.
I don't think that they thought you were a national security threat. And there's no doubt that you could have been more dangerous than Osama bin Laden because you have reach. And the Westerners had failed to lie about you effectively. They effectively lied about Osama, and he had no voice and no platform, and people believed it. Shout out to Carter. He further writes, being the most Googled man on the planet and speaking against a major tool of extraction for those in power is not a good recipe. Yeah, I agree with you there. Oh, absolutely. I also acknowledge, okay, caught up.
And that was UK government. That is when my phone got wiped.
Why the UK? What's the most important thing we need to understand about UK politics at that point in time?
The UK has always been more left than even the Dems. And at the time, the Dems...
Not always, but yes, during our lifetime, it would appear so. Or if not during our lifetime, let's say since the early 2000s, it would appear so. I agree with him there. Shout out to Travion supporting the work using the Stripe link in the description of the video. And also I want to give a shout out to Kyle, one of our members who recommended I take a look at this one. So Kyle, if you're watching, we appreciate you. And I make every effort when members have requests to deliver, because the members are the only important people to me. I go out in the world, people always say, hey man, I love your stuff. Hey, I watch your stuff. That's fantastic. You're a fan, fantastic. My goal is not to be a celebrity, so it doesn't have much meaning to me. But when people say, hey, Peace of the Saints, I'm a member, that has meaning. That means you're a part of this fighting force. You're a part of this family of ours. And so all of my respect is to the members.
Dems were in power when all this was happening. Please remember, guys, when all of this was happening, you got banned on the internet for saying there was more than 2 genders. They ban you. You got banned for saying the COVID vaccine was dangerous. They ban you. The internet was complete Stasi. Now, why couldn't they just ban me? Well, they did. But why didn't it work?
Clipping.
28,000 fan pages. So when I made, and I think another reason to answer your question, why the UK decided I was the threat, is because although I am born American, I grew up in England. I'm seen as English. I'm from Luton. And I was bigger in England than I ever was in America.
Really?
The English people were really tired of their government, and they still are. So when I make my final message, I talked to Tristan. I said, enough is enough. We've done well. Tristan goes, we can do more. I said, Tristan, have you ever heard the story, the sword of Damocles? And he said, yes. And I recited the story to him about how there was a king once in a chair, and the slave walked in and said, how does it feel to be in that chair? How does it feel to be the king? All these beautiful women are feeding you grapes, and everyone's fanning you, and you give an order, and everyone does whatever you say. It must be so amazing to be the king. And he said to the slave, tomorrow you get to be the king. Tomorrow you can sit in this king's chair, and I'll be the slave. And the slave is so excited, he goes home, he can't sleep. He wakes up the next day, so excited, he runs into the chamber, sits on the throne, he gets to be the king. The beautiful women start giving him the grapes. He's giving orders, do this, do that, bring me this, bring me that. They're doing everything he says. He feels so happy. And then he looks up above him and he sees a sword hanging by a single horse's hair. And for the rest of the day, he can't enjoy his life because he knows at any moment that hair can break and the sword will fall on his head and he will die. And the king who has taken his place, who's the slave, looks above him. He has no sword. He has a humble life, but he has no sword above his head. So when you're at this stage, when you're the most Googled man in the world, you're making all this money, but everyone's out to get you. Everyone else is like, I'd love to be the king. Everyone says it. I'd love to be as famous as you. You're the most famous man alive. I walk through Beverly Hills and more people come up to me than DiCaprio. They swarm me.
Listen, this man might be telling the truth. I don't know. He might be telling the truth, but I tell you what, and shout out to Leonardo, he's a fine actor, but I think it would make a lot more sense to regard an Andrew Tate versus a DiCaprio, who is essentially famous for pretending to be other people. Me personally, I think we can appreciate someone's work without necessarily having undue admiration. I think actors are over appreciated in our society, which only is a representation of, you know, how backward we are.
They don't swarm the A-listers. They don't swarm the movie stars. They don't care. They all swarm me. I was like, that must be cool. Yeah, but there's a sword above my head. I tell Tristan the story. I explain to him the sword of Damocles. He likes his cigar. Doesn't give a fuck. It's Tristan. I said, fuck him. Then I said, what about the story of Icarus? Remember the man who flew too close to the sun, Tristan? Again, keeps puffing on his cigar. Andrew, fuck these people. And I love Tristan with all my heart. And the best thing about our relationship is that we listen to each other. And I said, if you say fuck him, if you say it's war, it's war. He goes, it's war. So I fucking let's run it then. So I was the one saying, let me do a final message and go away. And Tristan was like, no. We've just gotten started. So I do my final message. I explain that I misunderstood, that little clips have been taken out of context, that I'm a nice guy, that I'm just trying to teach the world entrepreneurship. I haven't really done anything wrong. I said women can't park. They can't. Get over it. Final message goes out. 28,000 fan accounts jump on the final message. I'm getting more views than the BBC. And for the first time in history, they banned someone and he got bigger. When they banned Alex Jones, he went away. When they banned Nick Fuentes, he disappeared to the corners of the...
Now, the important thing is both of them are back. Alex Jones is back, Nick Fuentes is back. And I don't know that Tate was bigger after he was banned. I'm just going to take his word for it. But what it's telling you at a level is that, you know, some people will certainly disappear once you ban them, and those who are more clever, like Alex Jones has a ton of years in the game. He knows how to operate and find new routes. And Nick Fuentes is a white racist, so of course he's going to be supported. And Andrew Tate, he was an innovator in marketing, so certainly he's going to know how to market his way out of invisibility. So that is to be expected. But you know, those are testaments to Alex Jones and Andrew Tate. You know, they're clever, capable men, and they've been able at some level to fight against the system. But also, we have to understand that at some level, they also are the system, and they're not actually truly revolutionary characters.
Internet, the fringe corners of the internet. But when they banned me, I got bigger. I didn't get smaller. I got bigger. And you get 3 lives per your question. First, they try and shut you up. Second, they try and put you in jail. Third, they try and kill you. So when I noticed I was getting bigger and my school's gaining more and more and more students, I'm making millions of dollars a day, Jack. I go to sleep and wake up with $2 million new dollars. It was ridiculous. I said to Tristan, something's going to happen. We have to get out of here.
That's beautiful. And shout out to Tate for his business success. And this is why I always teach you guys about product-based business, because it does allow you to rest at some level. It does allow you to actually have a vacation, to have passive income. That's why I teach product-based business. And I don't teach the get-rich-quick stuff that Tate has, NFTs, crypto, and Forex and stock, all that stuff. I teach product-based business, things that you can actually touch and hold, like you sell fine porcelain or fine china. That's a product-based business. You can learn how to create your first product-based business for $500 or less. Not meaning you pay me $500. The course is much cheaper than that. It's kind of like a short mini course, but you can get your first product on the market spending less than $500. And that's the key, is getting started, because it's going to take some practice.
The day I said that to him, we were sitting around talking about it, and by coincidence, by providence, I do like to believe that perhaps I live in the Truman Show. A man comes to my house, a Romanian guy. I'm not going to say names. I need to talk to you. I said, brother, I'm busy. Not today. I said, it's important. He's an important man in Romania. So okay, comes, we sit down in my secure room, and he said, you need to buy some land. I'm like, bro, what? He goes, you need to buy some land. He gets out this map, and he goes, there's some land here. It's $7 million, and you should buy it. And I said, why should I buy it? This is 2 hours by dirt bike to reach this land. It's not even near a road. There's no electricity. There's no water. I can't build anything here. I'm going to have to get an ATV and drive all day to even reach this land. It's in the middle of the Carpathians. What do I want to do with this? So my dad was given it after the fall of communism, and he wants to sell it for $7 million. You should buy it. And I said, well, I don't have time. I don't want it. He said, you're going to need the friends. I said, why am I going to need the friends? I have friends in Romania. Without incriminating myself. I have friends. He said,
what Andrew Tate is saying is very meaningful, and friendships are hugely important in general. And the, shall we say, underworld networks in Eastern Europe are as reliable as the government. And obviously, there's only so many things I can speak of to you. But if you guys heard I don't know if it was my first album or my second album, one of my second albums, there's something I said in a track called Petty Hustlers. I was actually prophetic. I said something in that track, and then you guys saw it happen in real life. And many of you may not have connected that I said that before it happened. You'd have to just check the release date on that track. But yes, you're certainly going to need friends. And what I surmise where Andrew is going with this is he's saying, hey, this guy approached me and said, hey, pay way more than this land is worth, which is essentially you paying us off, and we will look out for you and take care of you. And there was one situation I had, I don't know if I've ever spoken of this publicly, but I had a contact in Las Vegas. And when I'm in Vegas in the resorts, pretty popular because I was a familiar face. And they, of course, have AI and facial recognition technology. They kind of like keep an eye on certain characters and make sure they give you first-class service. So there was a manager at one particular resort, and he came up to me, hey, Mr. Burton, how you doing? What's the latest? And they know I travel a lot. He said, hey, where are you heading to next? I said, oh, I'm going to this country and this country and this country. He says, oh, I have a friend in this country. He says, oh, he'll take good care of you. I said, okay, no kidding. I said, I'll be there. And he says, well, let me connect you right now. So he hops on WhatsApp, shoots his guy a message, gives me his guy's info. He says, hey, definitely stop in there. He says you're good to go. He sent over your info to his people. Definitely stop in there. I don't want to get into too many details. And one of the saints was with me when I was traveling. So we go out there to this particular country. We stop by this institution that this gentleman owns. And let's just say it's a large resort. And when I went to the resort, I kid you not, I get in there, I said, hey, my name is so-and-so, your owner such and such said he'd take care of me. Now, I didn't know what this consisted of. Maybe it was like a reduced rate, or, maybe he'd give me a welcome gift. Who knows? Say, hey, your owner said he'd take care of me. And then she says, oh yeah, absolutely, Mr. Burton, we were expecting you. Here's your keys. They didn't ask for a passport, which is standard. When you're abroad, you usually need to give a passport to rent a room or anything like that for a lot of significant transactions. They didn't ask for a passport, didn't ask for ID, didn't ask for me to verify that I am who I said I was. I had my buddy with me too. I said, oh, well, my buddy actually needs a room too, so we'll pay for his, no problem. But okay, yeah, no, you don't need to do that. We'll put him in the room across the hall from you. Boom, here's his key. We go to the restaurant in the resort, finish eating, ask for the check. Like, oh, there's no check. What do you mean? Like you're gonna charge it back to my room? No, you're good. You can just leave. I said, okay, well, let me at least tip you. Oh, no, it's all, we're taken care of. Just go on about your business. Thank you very much for dining with us. We look forward to seeing you for dinner. Interesting. And then there was another situation I had, which I'll give even less details on. There are certain regulations in the European Union with regards to banks and banking. And for example, there are certain banknotes that used to be produced in the European Union. I want to say it was a 500 euro banknote. Let me check if that's what it was. I'm pretty sure it was a 500 euro banknote. Let me see. And I just figured this out while I was there. Yeah, it was a 500 euro note, which was banned. Or not banned, it was discontinued. I'm sorry. They stopped making it because the banknote was of such value, it really incentivized organized crime to counterfeit them. And it was cost effective to counterfeit the 500 euro banknote because it was so valuable. So anyways, I happen to have a lot of these banknotes, and they're quite hard to use in the EU because they've been discontinued, and they're generally associated with organized crime. And they were able to do things that you just really would have trouble doing in most parts of the EU, and they do it with no questions and with ease. And it just shows you how important relationships really are, especially in that part of the world. And when I say, the underworld is so institutionalized that it is as reliable, if not more reliable, than the actual government in certain countries. And there are networks. You can go from Bulgaria to Latvia to Romania to Moldova to fill in the blank, and the connections that you have will hold stable and they will work. And that's a lot more than I can say for a lot of networks. So there you go.
There's a lot of conversation about you in Romania in the power structures right now. And I think you're going to need the friends. And my stupid ass, even though I knew it was a shakedown, thought it was about all the news coverage of my deletion. I was like, well, the BBC is saying I'm a horrible person and I live in Romania and they deleted me from social media. And now my final message has gone out and it's on 28,000 fan accounts and I'm the talk of the town and all this is going on. So of course some high-level Romanians have fucking spoke some shit about me and now they're trying to shake me down. This is all gay. I'm like, bro, I'll let you know. I'll get back to you in a few days. He left and I said to Tristan, let's get the fuck out of here. Let's just go. He goes, where? I said, Dubai.
Now, that was really smart, to be honest with you, because there are certain people that you can deal with, and then there's certain people that you can't deal with. You just know that you're not on the same level as them, and they can make you disappear in real life. And I think the wisest thing he did was say, let's get out of here, because certain things are not to be played with. So I think that was the right answer. Let's get out of here, 100%. And I 100% believe this story because I've seen things that you guys wouldn't believe. And Romania is the kind of place that can show you something you've never seen before.
Dubai is a pretty stable place. You don't get shot by accident in Dubai. I was like, Tristan, I know you're saying fuck them. I can feel the heat. Something's going on. Let's just go to Dubai a little while. He goes, fuck it. Let's go to Dubai. I don't give a shit. Let's go. Cool. Big private jet. All the girlfriends on the jet, all the babies, all the baby mamas, 30 women, fucking me, Tristan, like a easy jet flight full of chicks. We go to Dubai. Go to some big, beautiful house, put the clips in of that house with the Bugatti outside. Georgiana's with us. She's driving the Bugatti outside that big, beautiful house in Emirates Hills. $250,000 a week. Chump change. We're rich. $250,000 a week in rent. Shisha, having a great time.
And, that's where I depart with Tate and many people is, I think it's nice to enjoy a good life. I think there is a such thing as excess. I always teach people around me that we have to always be willing to grind when we're not able to glide, and we must be good stewards of capital. We should never assume the capital is always going to be there. Just because you have the money doesn't mean you need to spend the money. And in terms of keeping your health intact, shisha, alcohol, cigars, all those things are bad. Those are the things that kill us. And most importantly, if you are someone with the level of influence that Andrew Tate has, you should not display vice. People like Sneeko we saw was deeply influenced by Andrew Tate. We saw next thing you know, he's wearing Tate's glasses and he's standing around like this and he's smoking cigars. And then in turn, all the people that he influences think that this is cool. And I think that having the definition of cool involve destroying your health is problematic and unmanly.
First podcast with the Nelt Boys and Bradley Martin in that house. Zuby, I did a podcast with Zuby. And during all these podcasts, I could feel the heat. Rob Moore, my first Rob Moore, when I was in Dubai, I'm the biggest thing in the world. Everyone's saying, can we do a podcast? Can we do a podcast? I'm like, yeah, sure. Everyone's flying to Dubai to talk to me. And I'm saying in all these podcasts, you get 3 lives. And if they ever try and put me in jail for something I didn't do, I hope everyone at home is smart enough to understand it is a setup. I said.
Now, he has a good point here, and this is precisely why the government wants you to be against cults. And you might say, Mark, what do cults have to do with this? Cults are not just religious entities. You might hear cult of personality. If you study history, you'll hear people say that there was a cult of personality around Chairman Mao. There's a cult of personality around Joseph Stalin. There's a cult of personality around Adolf. And the idea is that you have people who adhere to your beliefs and the leader religiously. And in many cases, it turns out bad. But frankly, in the context of revolution, especially against a strongly entrenched system, enemy, or oppressor, it's absolutely necessary. Now, in the case of, say, Donald Trump and the cult of personality, it's quite sad because we know he's in the Epstein files. We know he's done heinous things. And if he didn't, all he'd have to do is allow the trial to go forward so that we could investigate and the information can be reviewed. But because he is guilty, he's suppressing the trial itself, which shows that the American legal system is a farce. And the people who follow him in his cult of personality, they do not really have any regard for the fact that Donald Trump has abused I don't even want to say it. I might end up getting disappeared, but let's just say he's guilty. But his adherents don't care. They'll follow him to the depths of hell. Now, oppositely, on the side of the good guys, you guys saw they tried to hit me with a DUI case, and I never even touched a drop of alcohol. That's a part of what they do to destroy your appearance and the way the public views you. They'll try to say that you're crazy, like you're mentally unstable, like they do Kanye West. So no one follows you, no one takes you seriously. It turns out, though, that you must have a cult following, because if you don't, when they say that Marquette's actually an alcoholic, he's a drug user, or Marquette's mentally ill. Once they say those things, if the followers are not just sticking to you no matter what, they might be susceptible to the lies and the poison, and then the movement falls apart. You see, what they're trying to do is make the movement fall apart by cutting off the head. And once the head is gone, the body falls. And so that's why it's actually quite necessary that in the context of a revolution, the leader is obeyed and followed. That's why I always talk to you about hierarchy. Every effective organization is hierarchical. Corporations have CEOs. And the moment that the chain of command is not respected, the organization will fall apart, you see. And that's why when people get mad at me because I speak against Malcolm X did not respect the chain of command and the hierarchy. He tried to buck the system and become equal and parallel with his teacher and leader, the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and he actually caused the destruction of that legitimate black movement. It is only the foolish among us who don't understand that. And I'm trying to condition your minds to respect yourselves, respect your own culture and hierarchy, and the vehicle that will get you to freedom. You see, but Andrew Tate is speaking of something that is factual, that of course they had to destroy his reputation and image and turn people against him. And the funny thing, no matter who the object of someone's scorn is, so often when you investigate what they're saying, it doesn't make sense. I saw fools in the live chat, and mind you, any one of you, I'd be happy to bring you on. And we know that I'm not a particular supporter of Andrew Tate. I'm happy to let you come on and speak your mind. But in any case, I know if I said, hey, well, what's the evidence? People are calling him an abuser of minors. And I say, well, what's your evidence? Were you there? No. Okay, well, do you have evidence? Or did you just hear many times that he's done this? And this is a weakness in the human mind, that when you hear something a lot, you think it's true, even if you don't have evidence, proof, and there's no confirmation of it. And that's the sad thing, is that you'll have people who are convinced of things that they don't know to be factual. In the case of Trump, the Epstein files have tens of thousands of pages, and there's thousands of references. Like, we know he's there, and we know that there are heinous things. And the redaction itself shows that we need to be concerned. We don't have an Epstein file on Andrew Tate, and we have victims that are faceless and nameless, though they are adults. So we know something is going on.
That verbatim. Please play the clips of me saying that verbatim on repeat in Dubai after all of this has happened. After about a month in Dubai, I'm sitting there and I'm like, Tristan, I still feel uneasy. And he goes, why? We've made it. And I remember him. I remember the gesture. He goes, we've made it, and does this. And he gestures his hand over at a pool behind our $45 million house filled with women.
$45 million, I couldn't even imagine what this place is like. You know, I see a $3 million property, I get impressed. Shout out to them. May I acknowledge John McCoy, supporting the work, came in 2 times. He writes, what is your advice on dating as over-the-road truck driver and starting a business? What's your advice on dating as... I don't know if it's just me, but that question is not written in a way that I can understand. If someone else sees that it's flawed, confirm that. Or if someone else sees how it should be written, please paraphrase it so that I can answer it. I just want to give you an accurate answer.
We made it, bro. And I was like, 35 years old. I had like $30 million maybe. Now I've got hundreds of millions of dollars, which I've made inside of a single year.
Oof.
You can't just make it like that. You can't,
Lost
life
dog.
can't be that easy. It was a fucking few of my friends and me, you know, teaching people. It wasn't a scam.
One of the challenges with Tate is, and I don't like when people use the term sociopath, but at some level, it seems as though he's unaware of the gravity of the situation that he's in, like he's not taking it seriously. Me personally, I despise jail, prison, all of it. It just is not going to work with me. And the fact that he is facing significant prison time and he has several legal systems coming down on him simultaneously, and he still finds it in his heart to brag about the finer things, and I like to do it myself. It just seems though he's not accepting the gravity of what's coming down on him. And to me, that's weird and bizarre. I kind of would have, you know, tightened up, got a little bit more serious. And I love to talk crazy. I love to talk fly. And I enjoy listening to him do it as well. But it's like I'm almost scared for him because it just doesn't seem like he has the right seriousness so that he can fight the good fight. And he is in a fight for his life, have no doubt. And it almost seems like he's doubting that he's in a fight for his life. And that's the concerning part. Shout out to Reith supporting the work via Venmo. Reith is very consistent. I also acknowledge Mr. Chambliss. He writes, the Latinos have a revolutionary history. Do the Haitians have a revolutionary history? Absolutely. And in fact, Haiti or Haiti is one country. Latinos would reference multiple countries. But if you had to compare any one country to Haiti in Latin America, most of them wouldn't stand up in terms of being revolutionary. Best case scenario, I'd say you'd reference Cuba as one of the more popular or well-known revolutions in modern history. But yeah, the Haitians, extraordinarily revolutionary. My sadness for them is that they are an island nation, and frankly, they don't have what it takes to contend against the great Satan who keeps on destabilizing their country and dampening their future. And in addition to that, all of the Caribbean nations are periodically victim of unfortunate weather systems. And so you can never really have meaningful development there.
The reason it worked is because it worked. If it was a scam, it never would have took off. It took off because we were teaching kids to actually make money. Everyone's making money. I'm the most popular man on the planet. Everyone loves me. I'm top G. I'm famous. I've got hundreds of millions of dollars. I've got this big house in Dubai. I've got beautiful women. I've got kids, everything. I'm like, have I won? She's like, yeah, we won. It's over. We won.
I think it's curious the way he's kind of positioning his brother. I don't know if they agreed that he would tell the story and then Tristan would play the part of the uninformed bimbo. And Tristan seems like a swell guy. I like both of these guys. But curiously, Tate and what we've heard from him in the last 2 minutes, his personality really is reminiscent of Donald Trump. And I think he's probably more clever than Donald Trump. And certainly he came from greater odds than Donald Trump did. Trump started off relatively easy. And Tate did not come from that level of ease. But he certainly has that same kind of personality.
Like, it can't be that easy. He goes, I think we won. So we're in Dubai for about 2 or 3 months. I'm doing viral clips. I did the clips with Aiden. Aiden came out there, did the podcast with Aiden where I had the robe on and he's sitting there and I'm doing all these things. We're in Dubai. And then one day we get a phone call from Piers Morgan's team. You're a cultural force and we want to talk to you. I was like, Tristan, see, I told you, here's the setup. I told you they want us to go to England. They're going to arrest us. We're on a terror watch list in England. Tristan's like, stop being a pussy, bro. It's Piers Morgan. He's a bitch. I'm like, no, but if we go to England, they're going to fucking arrest us. He goes, are you scared of Piers Morgan? I'm like, no, fuck Piers.
Shout out to Bryn supporting the work via PayPal. We appreciate you. And shout out to all the folks who stand up, make their name known. Shout out to those who pay what they owe. I also acknowledge Wishman. He writes, IT has the revolutionary history. All melanated peoples in the Western Hemisphere should be proud of them. Oh, I agree wholeheartedly. Should be a source of inspiration. I also did a piece on Francois Duvalier, whom I believe is one of the greatest leaders to have lived. And again, these are the works that I do on a regular basis that are, people seem to not tune into because I guess you have to use your brain.
And he goes, okay, but when you go on there, just be a little bit calmer. Because my first Piers Morgan, I didn't beef him. He goes, this is probably a test. They just want to see, like, if you're really a terrorist. Go on there, be a bit calmer, be a bit nicer, explain the truth, explain that you're a nice guy. Don't let anyone think you're a danger. Go on there. And if you watch my first Piers Morgan, I'm a lot calmer. I'm a lot more like, oh, I deliberately decided not to go there and be top G, to be a lot more understandable as a human. So Tristan convinces me that the British state just wants to make sure I'm a sensible, rational actor. So we leave our phones, we leave our laptops, we leave everything sensitive in Dubai. We get on a private jet with a small suitcase and we fly to England. And as the plane was coming down into London Heathrow Airport, I said to Tristan, they're going to arrest us when we land. He goes, we'll see. We land, straight through. Straight through, no problems. Did the podcast with Piers Morgan. I deliberately let him clown on me a little bit. Like, I'm just a guy. I'm just an idiot. I have some ideas, and I believe men are people too, and men should be able to stick up for themselves, and that we live in a gynocracy, and that it's all misandric, and that men are getting destroyed, and women have all the power. But I believe that men are human as well, and that men are allowed rights. And he came at me saying, I'm a misogynist, I'm this, you're a terrible person, you're Hitler, all this shit. And I'm just like, yeah, well, I don't think so. Really nice, really calm.
Is this November, roughly?
This is December of 2022.
Okay.
Just before Christmas. And I do the Piers Morgan show. And the reception is fantastic. All the comments under that show are 100% on my side. Piers Morgan gets completely fucking slated for being a dickhead to me. Everyone loved me. I go to sleep.
One of our challenges with this time that we're in is, and certainly there have been times that I've raised my voice, I've been vulgar. 9 out of 9, though, in this kind of format that he's in, or lecturing, you're not really going to hear me cursing. And it's not because of the censorship, it's just because it's not a good thing, and it's not my primary way of communicating. But this is something that the saints, we are trying to put into the culture, is refinement, is self-respect. And as an intelligent man, and Andrew's plenty intelligent, there's not the necessity to constantly be so vulgar and unrefined. And ironically, Western civilization, claimed to be the civilizing force, but today we observe that Westerners are just wildly vulgar. And I just want to encourage you all to be thoughtful about the way you speak and represent yourself. And this is not to say that you cannot become president of the United States while having only 4 words in your and every word is a 4-letter word in your vocabulary.
On street, I buy $300,000 of Christmas presents for all my girlfriends, all the kids, all my baby mamas, whatever. I'm running around.
And this is an important thing. This is why I say that, the Ummah, the Deen, it's all fake. This is a Muslim who just bought Christmas presents. Come on, follow me here. And that's why within this thing of ours, we have Saints Holiday. We get together, we don't share material items, but rather we share our ambitions. We give each other feedback on how to actually achieve these goals. We see how we can leverage our network, and we share in our dreaming and planning process during Saints Holiday, which is around the Christmas time. But what we don't do is we don't celebrate a pagan holiday. And by the way, to those of you who are watching, I absolutely would appreciate if you hit the like button. Thank you, Uchi, for reminding everyone to hit that like button. It is certainly appreciated. And for those of you who don't support, it's a simple way of showing that you're here and being counted.
Security, just walking into Harrods, buying. I didn't know what the price of fucking anything was, Jack. Money had lost value. Even billionaires don't have 350 million liquid. The fuck? Beep, 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 beep. Bags of shit. 4 security guys carrying all my shit.
Now, I do want to, and Tate's enjoying this right now. I'm kind of enjoying it with him. And I love to see success. The thing that he said with billionaires don't have 350 million liquid, I agree with that. I think that's wholeheartedly the case. That is a fact. And a part of that is tax strategy. And other parts of it is that it just doesn't exist in the real world. They have it in stock and they have it in all these other things, which may or may not be valuable. Their net worth is real on paper. Yeah, he's accurate there. And I think that those who don't have money don't understand money, and they have false ideas about money which prevent them from growing true wealth.
Beep, beep, beep. Finished in London. I did the Pearl podcast where I sat down with Pearl. I don't know if you ever saw that. And I sat down with all the girls, and it was Brittany, what's her name? Can't remember. She's known for being a bit promiscuous, and she was on the podcast. I was really nice to her. I offered her a tangerine, and it was a nice time. And then I said to Tristan, Tristan, I'm sorry. You're right. Nothing's wrong. Everything's fine. England is supposed to be the ones who put us on the terror watch list. I'm here in England. Nothing's happening. I'm spending all this money. No one gives a shit. I just did Piers Morgan. It's fine. Everything's fine. Maybe it's all wrong. Maybe we should go home. And then Tristan turns around to me and he goes, no, if we go back to Romania, you're going to be fucking panicking and you're going to be worried. And I want you to have a nice free life. So let's go back to Dubai and just chill a little bit longer. All right, cool. And then Tristan goes, but before we go to Dubai, I want to repack my suitcase and we need to drop all these presents off because we have $300,000 of shopping. We have two.
And, I truly believe that, I know and I have observed that money can destroy human beings. Access to money, access to abundance. I've watched it many times. I've met women who will say when they first meet you, money doesn't matter. I don't care about money. And then you let them live a better lifestyle for 2 weeks. And what you would observe at the end of those 2 weeks doesn't resemble what they were 14 days ago at all. They've adjusted to this new lifestyle so quickly. They're talking about, let's order room service. Oh, don't pick that up. Let the maid clean it up. And they've transitioned into a whole new person so rapidly. And you just sit there and think, money changed you. Or at least money showed me something in you that I couldn't see before and that you couldn't see in yourself before. You see, Shaw, there's a nice young lady I know, very respectable, loyal young lady I know in the Philippines. Not always obedient, but a good woman nonetheless. And because remember, a part of obedience is, not only obeying, but also offering up what you need to offer up, being proactive. Great young lady, one of the finest women I know. I mean, fine in terms of quality person, one of the most quality human beings I know in this world. And one thing I respect about her is that she is very frugal. She's very kind, understanding, and giving. And I remember she was telling me one day, she was watching me pack, and I said, hey, go grab the toilet paper. And she said, oh, absolutely. How could I forget? I was just watching a hit piece on you. And in this hit piece documentary, they were making fun of you because you always steal the toilet paper. And I said, no, I don't steal anything. I've never stolen anything my entire life. I am not a thief. I would never be a thief. That's low. It's a consumable, meaning that I can use as much of it as I want. It is a consumable and it is mine to consume. So you cannot steal toilet paper from a hotel or a resort. And I take it because it saves me money. She says, but do you need to save the money? No, I don't. But it is a reminder of me, or a reminder to me and to everyone around me that we are frugal people. We are appropriately thrifty. And when I say appropriately thrifty, I mean we're in a 5-star resort, but we're still going to take the toilet paper. We may have spent money on a 5-star resort, a Michelin restaurant. We can't spend on everything. Like somewhere we have to save money, and the somewhere is the toilet paper and other places. And it keeps us grounded so that I never forget, I'm never too big, I'm never too good to take the toilet paper. And so I will take it, and I make sure that everyone around me who's with me is willing to go grab it as well, because I don't want them thinking that this is just a free ride in a fancy car and you don't have to pay to put gas in the car. It might be a fancy car. You might be on a free ride, but we got to put gas in the car. And that is something that keeps us grounded. In reality, do I need to take the toilet paper? No. Will I continue to do so? You could bet your life on it. Will I take the toilet paper even if I was with the Queen of England, even if I was with the Princess of Dubai? I would say, excuse me, Princess, would you be kind enough to go grab the toilet paper from all of the bathrooms before we get out of here? Because I am going to stay locked in. I'm a hustler. I'm going to stay locked in. I'm not going to let anybody else think that they're too good to grab it. I am not too good to grab it. I kid you not. There was a time I had walked behind a homeless woman and she had dropped some coins, and I told her, and she scoffed like she was too good to pick it up. And I picked them up because the money adds up. Pennies add up. It all adds up. And psychologically, I'm going to stay locked in. That's the kind of mentality that I teach in Boston University. That's going to keep you rich. That's the kind of mentality that I teach in my personal budgeting course. It's a mini course. It teaches you how to allocate your own budget. We should all have a budget. It's the amount of money that you're willing to spend on a given thing within a particular span of time. I don't think that it's wise to say, oh, I got the money, spend it. Nah, hell nah. And I've met women who literally have said, quote, you got the money, end quote. Nah, I ain't got money like that. I ain't got money like that. I don't have money to where you got the money is the appropriate phrase. No, sir. I don't know what amount of money that is to where you don't need to look at your receipts, make sure you're not being overcharged. No, I don't know what that amount of money is. I'm always going to look at my receipts, and I encourage you to do the same.
Cars of bags. He goes, let's go to Romania, drop the bags off, and then go to Dubai. It's like, good idea. So we land at 9 p.m. in Romania, straight off the plane, no problems. All the bags in the house, all the bags in the car. And we're due to take off at 6 a.m. We go to sleep. And at 4 a.m. that morning is the video the entire world saw.
Curious to know what video this is. I'm assuming it's the one of like the belt spanking is my guess. Shout out to Jamal, came in supporting the work via PayPal. And another thing that's worth noting, and I find it funny, is the psychopaths who make these hit pieces, and they make the hit pieces because it makes them money. If I was a nobody, they wouldn't make the hit pieces because it gets a lot of views. And the reason it gets a lot of views is because I've lived an upright life. And when there's no dirt, they lie and they make up dirt, and people are going to watch because they're waiting to like, when is the dirt going to come out on this guy? And so it makes them a lot of money on views. And I was telling the young lady, I said, it's funny, these people are actually broke, but they make fun of me and say that I'm broke because I take the toilet paper. Well, I'll never stop taking it. I'm always going to take it. And the key is when you're listening to haters or broke people, their actual goal, and Uchi, if you'd use the link on school, not on Marquettism, their actual goal is to sidetrack you and get you distracted, right? So they're actually broke, but they're calling me broke and they make fun of me for taking the toilet paper. Well, if I stop taking the toilet paper, then I have to spend more money on toilet paper. So they're really trying to get you to do all the behaviors that are going to undo you, right? They'll say, oh, you're taking the toilet paper. Then they'll say silly things like, oh, well, why do you always talk about this or that topic? Well, at some level, it's because it's meaningful. So they don't want you to talk about certain things because they don't want you to get views. They're trying to do everything to hurt you, but they're dressing it up as though they're making a meaningful criticism when really what they're trying to do is get you unfocused and off track. That's why you never pay attention to haters. I mean, the comedy to me is the idea that people who are broke make fun of you, calling you broke. And that is the world that we're in, where poor people get on the internet, make a whole documentary about me saying that I'm poor because I take the toilet paper. Well, let's just call me poor then, because I will forever take the toilet paper. You'll never get me off track. You'll never get me to behave like you. You'll never get me to not be myself. We got a 3-sentence Bible. Be yourself, be good to yourself, be good to good people. You'll never take me off track. I'll always have my eyes on the prize. I'll always save money. I'll always protect money. I'll always plan to make money. I will never be arrogant to think I'm too good to take the toilet paper at the resort. So that's how we stay locked in. As saints, we are hardworking men. We exercise humility when appropriate.
When they raided our house again, and they dragged us out for human trafficking. They searched the house. They took all the cars and they started going through everything. That's the video everyone saw. That's where we are in the timeline. When they busted that door open, Jack, at 4 a.m. for the second raid after we landed, when I heard the door go. I reached across and grabbed that famous machete from that machete video. And I picked it up. And I stood up in my underwear. And when I saw the door to my bedroom bust off the hinges and police ran in, I felt relieved. I thought it was the Serbs, the Albanians. I have enemies everywhere. Turks. I thought it was the other team. When I saw police and they pointed the gun at me, I was like, oh, thank God. Just you fucking guys. What the fuck do you want? Because I had held a machete. The fucking guy runs up and front kicks me across the fucking room. Thank God his gun didn't go off. They jump all over me. The girl who's in my bed, they jump all over her. And while I'm on the ground, while the guards with the guns, with the fucking SWAT, have got their knees on my back, while I'm on the ground in my fucking bedroom, You know what the first thing they said to me was? Where's the Bugatti?
That'd have been player if he'd be like, which one? And check this out. What I want you guys also to know is that, you know, you're a man and a leader, so you have to enforce your values on your women and your family. That's number one. And then number two, it is your decision making and your blessing that you would have a woman who is truly trill, who is truly loyal. There was recently, I did a video on a female fan who had basically disrespected me in the public, which is way out of line. In general, it's out of line for anybody to disrespect me, especially someone who is a female. And then thirdly, someone who is also positioning themselves as a fan. But you'd be blessed to have people around you who are actually loyal to you. Because when times get tough, those who are not loyal, they're going to fold up, they're going to betray you, they're going to hurt you. So loyalty is everything, and it must be tested.
I swear to God. I was like, what the fuck? What? This is about my Bugatti? What? Because before that, and please play the clips, I was driving around Romania in my Bugatti. I flew my Bugatti from Dubai to Romania, and I was driving around Romania. But when I flew back to Dubai, because of the heat, I'd flown the car back to Dubai.
Oh, and by the way, this is super baller stuff. I've checked the prices for, you know, shipping your car overseas. It's not cheap. And what's worse than the price, because the price is manageable to ship the car, in many countries you have an import duty that you have to pay, and that's the killer. Especially if you're shipping an expensive car, it could be a flat rate in some countries. In other countries, it's a percentage of the car's value. So you're shipping a 6-figure car, and then they hit you with a 20% import duty plus the flat fee. Come on, man, it's ridiculous. So this is real baller stuff right here. And this is another level that I want to point out to you guys. And this, I remember when I was a young man, which is to say not as well off. I would stay at resorts or hotels sometimes, and I would look around like, man, this is really nice. Like, man, I love staying at hotels. And it was because staying at a hotel, like a nice resort, was better than staying at my home. Now, when I go to resorts or hotels, I'm like, I wish I was at home. My home is a lot nicer than hotels. And frankly, when I get service on any of my cars, they usually give me a loaner, and the loaner is never as good as my actual car. And so I surmise that Tate, driving some of the finest cars in the world, when he travels, he wants to stay on his level, so he ships the cars. Now, I think that's a bit excessive, but I get it. I totally get it. It's pretty cool. It's a neat thing to do. So, you know, shout out to Tate in that regard. I do want to acknowledge one of the gentlemen just sent me a question on rizdem.com. That's rizdem.com/MarquettDavon. You can reach me around the clock there. If you have a question, $20 give you a voice memo response. Make sure it's me, right? And I want to answer his question now on live stream because I think his question is one that many of you guys have. And so obviously you can catch me around the clock, but I want to answer this one on live stream because I think you will benefit, you the listener. So the gentleman writes, peace of the saints, what would you do in my position? And I appreciate that he describes his position. He writes, age 25, college dropout, associate's degree in fine arts. Now, firstly, I want to let you all know, no one needs to define themselves as a college dropout. It's just something that you did not do or you did not complete. So you might define yourself as a college graduate, but you don't need to define yourself based on what you didn't do. It's just unduly negative. I appreciate him being accurate and giving me context, but that's something that I would just remove from your mind. He writes, currently landing software dev contracts from Upwork and Fiverr, still building full-time as a tech founder. He's hustling. That's what you should be doing as a young man. He's doing the right thing. He's still also very young. So he's completely on track. I know this young man, he has the skill set, and I believe this young man's going to be a multimillionaire. And these are the kind of young men that I'm very proud of because I know that I don't have to worry about a thing in my old age because these guys are going to be filthy rich. For him to, for him to shoot me $10,000 a month will be a penny in the bucket. I'm betting on all these young men. And so I'm certain that he's going to be wildly successful. And my privilege is that I've lived enough life, seen enough people, met enough smart and capable people, and I know what the world is. I know who's going to win. I know he's going to win. And I'm also not a BSer. I'm not going to tell you you're going to win if I don't think that's the case. I'm not going to look you in your face and lie to you. I know this guy's going to win. And what I want for all of my young guys like this is for them to not experience the level of stress that I went through, because I did not have an older man who is experienced and knowledgeable and knows what's up to tell me, hey, don't worry, you're going to make it. I didn't have that. I had to worry the whole way through, like, damn, am I going to make it? I know you're going to make it because I know what it takes. So you don't need to worry. You just need to problem solve. You encounter a problem, solve the problem dispassionately. I know you're going to make it. I know what it takes. So anyways, what else did the gentleman say? He writes, everyone around me is saying I'm going to lose because I dropped out. These people are actually dumb. No, they're actually dumb. I know it because most people are dumb. Average IQ is not smart. That's not the definition of smart, an average person. And frankly, if they're not multimillionaires, they can sit down and shut up. They can sit down and shut up for the most part. He writes, I find it hard to maintain my self-belief. The worst part is I believe them. Well, here's the thing. They're talking about things they don't know about. This is very common. People are very narcissistic. They have a lot of hubris. They'll tell you about things they don't know about. Just recently, there was a 19-year-old girl who wanted to debate me. What does she know? She doesn't know anything. She's a dumb kid. So she was still confident enough to tell me that I don't know things that she somehow has figured out at age 19. I'm telling you, people will constantly tell you confidently the wrong answer. Do not believe them at all. They don't have the money to show. He writes, would you go back to college even if it would take 2+ years? Well, number one, 2+ years is not a long time in general. You can do a ton of things in 2+ years. And when you're done, you'll be like, damn, that was quick, including college. So you say 2+ years like it's a long time. I know you're a young man, so 2 years have greater meaning to you. But I'll tell you this. I went to college. I got degrees from prestigious universities. If I was your age right now and I could do it all over again in your era, not my era, in your era, from your position, hell nah, bro. Are you nuts? I would never go to college. That is dumb. That is a bad idea. And I'm not saying it because it costs money. I'm not saying it because it costs time. I'm saying it because you're already on the right track. College would just slow you down. If I was born today and I could take out the time to get a degree from Berkeley, then a degree from Johns Hopkins, and I'd have to go through the time it takes, I'd say, F no, that 3 years I spent at Berkeley, the 2 years I spent at Hopkins, a total of 5 years on 2 degrees, which is actually shorter than the time it takes based on what they are recommending. And then the time that the average person takes 6 years on a 4-year degree, and then another 2 years for a master's, that'd be 8 years. I did mine way faster, but I'd rather take that time and just hustle, and you'll be a millionaire when the other person's just graduating college, I promise you. So you're doing the right thing. All you're trying to figure out is scalability, and you're trying to catch you a good wave with the right product. And then you're off to the races, my boy. I guarantee you. And I wouldn't tell that to anyone. I'm talking to you. I'm talking specifically to you, knowing who you are. Now, I'm going to record this voice memo because the voice memo is limited to a minute. I just want to give everyone else the benefit of hearing the answer to this young man. Peace of the saints. I don't know if you're on this live session that I'm reading out your question. I answered it in detail, but long story short, the people who are telling you to go back to college are morons. I, knowing who you are, would definitely not do it as you. If I were myself in your era, I definitely wouldn't go to college. It's a total waste, especially for someone like you who is in the correct industry. You have good work ethic and good skills. You just need to figure out scalability, and you need to catch the right product, the right opportunity, and kill it in terms of marketing. Your self-confidence needs to come from yourself, your skill set, and from me. I know what it takes to be successful. You got the goods. You just need to deliver. Those other people are morons and they're broke. That's it. Don't listen to them. There you have it, folks. I mean every bit of that. I mean that to the core. You hear me? People will discourage you. They'll act like you're them. You hear me? They'll act like you're them. You don't listen to other people tell you what you can do on the basketball court if you're Michael Jordan and they're Hornacek. You hear me? Like, hell nah. You ain't like this. There are times to be humble, and there are times to know I got the goods. Shout out to Mr. McCoy writes, what I meant to say is, what is your advice on dating as an over-the-road truck driver? What is your advice on starting a business? My advice on starting a business is, if you can, do it. It's the best way to go. if you can, meaning if it's something that's for you, if it's within your capacity in terms of your emotional intelligence, if it's within your ability to under your actual IQ, if you have the goods, absolutely do it. Some people are not wired for entrepreneurship. Some people are better at being the number 2 or number 3 guy. And then in terms of dating as an over-the-road trucker, every man should want a woman in his life. They'll operate in different capacities, but I think that you should absolutely have a good woman, and you need to explain to her how your life goes and how she can fit into it. We have different circumstances. Make sure that she's aware of your circumstance and she's willing to factor in a way that is best for the two of you.
So the Bugatti was, swear to God. I was like, what the fuck? What? This is about my Bugatti? What? Because before.
And Tate is completely right. Of course it's about your Bugatti. Well, cause your Bugatti. Of course it's about your Bugatti, Tate. Yeah, I'll never forget my assistant in Vegas was telling me one day, because I was saying, like, what's up with this guy? Like, why is he hating? We're at a resort. And she says, Marquette, of course he hates you. Of course he hates you. You're young, you're well off, you have everything he doesn't have and he'll never get. It's class warfare. He'll never like you. You could never be friends with him. Not because you won't be his friend, it's because he'll never be a friend to you. There'll always be jealousy. There'll always be him wishing he could have what you have. And the reason I couldn't understand it is, like, for example, Andrew Tate. He's way wealthier than I am. I'm not even close. He's way wealthier. But do I look at Tate and think, oh, I hate him, or I want to be him, or I'm jealous? No, I look at Tate and like, my bald head brother, my bald head, love to see it. Ball out, my boy. And if I was with Tate and he said, what color is your Bugatti? I'm like, bruh, I ain't got Bugatti money. I'm going to be honest and humble. I don't have Bugatti money. And when I say I don't have Bugatti money, what I mean is I can't afford it. I could buy it, but I can't afford it. There's a difference. You got to know the difference. Buy, yeah, I can make it happen. I can acquire one, but I can't afford it. Afford means that once you get it, it's not going to hurt you to maintain it. It's not going to hurt you if you crashed it. It's just a car, right? You should be able to crash your car and it not ruin your life or your day. So I can't afford it. I could buy it though, and I'm going to be honest about that. But the problem is that a lot of people are not honest about their position in life. They're not able to respect people who have exceeded them, and therefore they'll probably never really grow. They'll never really get to the level of that other person, because rather than trying to learn from the person or admire and or respect the person, they're jealous. And jealousy, I absolutely promise you, it will make you physically sick. I've seen it happen. And it will close off your mind because your emotions are not in order, such that you can profit by watching a good example or taking in good advice. Jealousy is a killer of the spirit. It is a killer of ambition. It is a killer of mindset. Mindset is the core to getting started. That's precisely why I made Boss University. It's to teach you how to think like a boss. Bosses and peons think in different ways. They see the world in different ways. I'll give you an example. Someone asked me, and I mentioned this recently in a stream. They said, it was a female. She says, oh, why don't we go visit such and such country? It would be fun. And I said, that's not why I visit countries. She's like, well, what do you mean? I see you go on vacations everywhere. I said, those are not vacations. I may be at leisure at times. I may enjoy it, but I never show up just because it's fun. I haven't done anything just because it's fun since I was a young man, very young. I do things now because they're profitable, because they're goal aligned. That's how bosses think. I'll have fun in the midst of what I'm there to achieve. Come on now.
For that. And please play the clips. I was driving around Romania in my Bugatti. Flew my Bugatti from Dubai to Romania, and I was driving around Romania. But when I flew back to Dubai, because of the heat, I'd flown the car back to Dubai. So the Bugatti wasn't in Romania anymore. So I think they're there for the Bugatti. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Shut up, shut up, shut up.
One thing he's mentioning about that Dubai heat is not a game. That's one of the main reasons that I don't have like that, and aside from the fact that United Arab Emirates supports crimes against humanity in Sudan. But aside from that, that's one of the reasons I don't have any property in Dubai. Just the heat is unbearable at times. And I truly mean that.
Drag us to the living room, put me in there, put Tristan there, handcuff us, we sit there. Eventually the detective says, we're here for human trafficking. I'm like, we've fucking done this already. And if you're here for human trafficking, why is it the girl who was in my bed, you didn't ask if she's okay? You fucking dragged her by her hair out of the bed and forced her onto the ground at gunpoint and asked about my Bugatti. What the fuck's that got to do with anything? We need to take your assets. But I thought we're here for human trafficking. And the girl...
You know, that's so funny. That's so funny. That's really familiar. I remember when they pulled me over in the Maybach and they told me that I was drunk driving. Then when they got me in the back of the police car before they pulled off, they started searching my car and they said, do you have any money in there? And I said, I don't consent to search. They said, do you have any money in there? And I said, well, why do you ask that? I thought you pulled me over for drunk driving, which mind you, of course I wasn't drunk driving. They're like, if you have money in your car, you need to tell us. I say, why is that? Am I not allowed to have money? They say, well, we just want to make sure none of it comes up missing if you do have money. Now, the interesting thing to me is that I happen to have, at that time, had $100,000 cash. But what I was trying to figure out is, how do you guys know I have $100,000 cash in there? And they couldn't find it, which is why they kept asking me, do you have any money in there? Because they knew it was there, but they couldn't find it in their illegal search. And I knew that they had body cam footage on. So I just said, well, you're already searching my car illegally. There's nothing I can do to stop you or to stop you from, discovering whatever is in the car. So at least I can get it documented on your body cam footage so that the money doesn't disappear. But they clearly knew I had the money. It was weird. They're like, do you have any money? And they asked me so many times that you could tell that they were certain that I had money. So I said, yes, I have $100,000 banded up in this way and such and such. They said, where is it? I said, well, I don't consent to search. So I guess you'll have to find out. Please be gentle. Take me to jail. I have nothing else to say to you.
Or you find in the house you beat the fuck out of and start asking me about my cars. They start to go through the entire house. This time they take the car keys. All our bank's accounts and all our crypto exchanges have already been deleted. Everything had been deleted back in the UK terror list. Assets. So they take all the cars. This is famous. Find the clips. All the cars on trucks. All the watches they took, which was about 600 grand. I had bought again because I had so much money. And they took them again. Now, I remember when they were searching the house, I had a big safe. Jack, I am part black. So sometimes we do silly things like show off. And I had a safe with bulletproof glass.
Listen, everybody has a safe. Everyone who has money has a safe or a safe room, right? But this looks dope. I'm about to enlarge this because I'm really liking what I'm seeing. And shout out to the ballerism. You dig? Let me go ahead and play that.
So sometimes we do silly things like show off. And I had a safe with bulletproof glass at the front. So you could see all my nice things. You could see all the watches, see the piles of cash, see the gold. You could see it all.
Lord Jesus.
And the police were like,
Loud. And you see, and people have told me this too. Women, a lot of older women, a lot of Muslim women that I know, they'll say, Marquette, you'll get the evil eye. This is what the Muslim women, you'll get the evil eye. There's a particular term that's escaping my mind that they use, saying that, if you show the nice things that you have, you'll get the evil eye. People will be jealous of you. And unfortunately they will. Like me, I look at that, I'm like, bro, go ahead, bro. Like, yeah, that's beautiful. Love to see it. Might get me one. But a hater's gonna look at that and they're gonna be like, ooh, you could have helped the poor. You could have sent that money to feed kids in Africa. You could have did this. You could have did that. Nobody needs all those watches. Now, me personally, I only wear MDB label watches. You dig? And you can get those at mdblabel.com. And you guys, the members, you guys produce that. I buy watches from you. I only have 2 watches. I have one gold on gold with canary diamonds, and I have one platinum on platinum with traditional diamonds. I only have 2 watches. But I can still look at all of his watches and I'm entertained, I'm impressed, I respect it. Now, I'd never do it. It's just not my personality, but I still appreciate it. Shout out to Brody. It was beautiful. I damn near want to replay it.
like, open the safe. So I don't have to open the safe. They said, you don't have to, but you're going to jail and we are going to get in. So if it takes us a year to get in, we'll just tell the judge not to let you out of jail because we haven't been in your safe yet. I was like, you fucking cunt. I asked my lawyer. I look at my lawyer's like, that's what they're going to do. Decide to open the safe, bro. What can you do? Open the safe. They got the fucking guns. They robbed me, take all my shit, take all my stuff. It's taking everything. They took the house itself, the deeds for the house, they took that. And during this seizure, I believe it was reported in the media, they took around 15 million American dollars of cars.
Now, what does this sound like, folks? They show up with guns and they say, open your safe. They show up with guns. They take your watches and your valuables. What does that sound like, folks? I'll give you a little bit of time to tell me in the chat. What does that sound like? I acknowledge Decoromain comes in with tuition via PayPal. Appreciate you. Shout out to the real ones. I also acknowledge Peter comes in via PayPal. He writes, peace to the saints, paying my tuition. I appreciate you. Shout out to the real ones. May I also acknowledge, shout out to the third bowler alert. Shout out to Chris. Good to see you again. He writes, tuition for the spotless game. Watching from my junior suite while in Paris for work. Benefits of international corporate life. Yidig! Blessings, Belgian Saint. Hashtag SassinEU. I appreciate you. And shout, I love to hear from these gentlemen. I absolutely do. We have so many beautiful memories around the world, all of our trips, all of our events. It's really awesome. And shout out to the continued success. Blessings. I love to see the baller alerts because I know people are doing well. I know they're doing well.
Houses, land, companies I had in Romania, all these things. They seized everything.
Exactly, agree. It sounds like a home invasion, a armed robbery. It sounds like theft. It sounds like a gang or a mafia showed up. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what government is. That is what government is. It is thuggery, huh?
And after this house search of looking for drugs, looking for steroids, all again, and the whole time I'm saying to the guys, what the fuck is going on? We've already done this, guys. She's a liar. We know she's a liar. We've already done this. We've been to the whole house. What's going on? They said the same thing as last time. You have to go to the DCAW office and talk to the prosecutor. I'm like, is it the same guy? They're like, you'll see. And at this point, in my optimism, I must be stupid. I'm sitting there going, this must be a mistake. This is just Romania. That prosecutor is probably retired and this file ended up on someone else's desk and they're just doing it all wrong. I'm going to go there and explain that she's a liar and that we were all laughing. We should have bought her handbags and ha ha ha. And last time I went to the DCAW office, I went home straight away. So surely this is just the same bullshit. So I walk out of my house. They throw me in the police car in front of the media. I remember when they said, it's time to go, we searched the house. I said, can you bring the police car inside the gate and I'll get in there? They're like, no. I was like, see, why? You want to perp walk me in front of the media? And the guy goes, yes.
Absolutely, my boy. Everybody wants to make their name, especially the police. They won't make their name having a Bugatti, but they can make their name taking one away from you, little buddy. It's really a sick thing. Huh?
Okay. Cool. Perp walk me. I don't give a fuck. I'm a gangster. So you can see the clip videos. You see me walk out with my hood up.
What media outlets were there? Was it just Gondul?
No, it was Romanian. It was Associated Press. It was everybody. Global. The world was there to watch this happen. Human trafficker. BBC News, who said I was the worst person in the world. All those NGO accounts who had posted about me. See, I told you he's been arrested for human trafficking. The entire fucking internet blows up. They drag me. I go to see the DCAW prosecutor. I sit there. And this time it's the same guy with about 5 other guys and a couple girls, 10 of them, all standing behind the desk. And I'm sitting in front of them. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And they say, by Romanian code in the article, blah, 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 you're under arrest for organized criminal group, head of a mafia gang, witness intimidation, arms trafficking, human trafficking, rape, assault, like 21. I'm like, for fucking what? Well, how do you plead? I'm like, I'm not guilty, obviously. This is bullshit. And they're like, what do you have to say about the crime of human trafficking? I'm like, nothing. It's made up. What do you have to say about the crime of assault? I'm like, assault who, bro? What are you talking about? So I got an argument with the DCAW guys. My lawyer says to me, he goes, Andrew, there's no point arguing with them. We have to talk to the judge. There's nothing we can do. Forget about it.
Yeah, generally, and I apologize for not muting while I was chewing. My mistake. But yeah, generally, silence is your best bet in the legal process. Obviously, being in Romania where you don't speak the language, and also you may not be as familiar with their criminal processes, makes it tougher, and more of a challenging experience. Also, there's another gentleman who came in on Wisdom. He has a question that I think everyone can benefit from, so I'm going to read his question and answer it as well here now. He writes, "Peace of the Saints, what's the best way to respond to people you don't trust that ask you personal questions, i.e. about relationships, wedding, career? I trust very few people, and I see no benefit to disclosing anything to these people publicly or in private conversation. As always, keep up the good work. I appreciate the knowledge you consistently drop." This is really important, and I like your mindset. And let me actually start recording. Peace of the Saints, this is very important. I like your mindset. You're completely right. Information should be given on a need-to-know basis, and mostly people don't need to know a damn thing. So there are certain signal phrases that you should put together and be willing to deliver. Now remember, you don't know these people, you don't like them, you don't care about them, and they're not going to do something to benefit you. So frankly, it doesn't matter what you say. You could literally just be silent. You could chuckle them off. I prefer to go with silence and gentle seriousness as opposed to the chuckle. Then you can also hit them with meaningless phrases such as, "We'll see where things are going. We'll see how things develop." Hit them with the politician level misdirection where you say something, but you respond, but you don't answer. And never be afraid to choose silence. I always say truth or silence. And I think that was a really important thing that hopefully all of you take seriously, because there are a lot of folks who are trying to get in your business, and they're not getting in your business for anything other than evil, for gossip, for jealousy, for hurting you. And remember, this is essentially intelligence. They're seeking to gather intelligence by, bleeding you of information so they can use it against you.
Just chill. At the end of it, he goes, "And we recommend detention." So I was like, "So I don't get to go home? Like last time?" They're like, "No, you're going to jail." And that's the clip where they take me out of the decal office and the armed guards walk me into the police car where I say,
"The Matrix has attacked me."
there's a clip of me walking and I say, "The Matrix has attacked me." And I get taken to prison in between Christmas and New Year. I'm very excited to find out what the fuck I'm in jail for. Now, in retrospect, what's really interesting, and I want everyone to remember this later, after the initial April accusation by girl A, the case stayed open, like I called my lawyer and asked, but there wasn't a single entry in the case file. It was open.
This all makes sense. I totally believe this. And there are many ways to punish people within the context of government. There are legal and ethical ways. There are legal and unethical ways, make the process go slowly. For example, when I was arrested in Las Vegas, they punished me. It was absolutely freezing in the holding area, and they gave everyone who didn't change clothes, so like some people stayed in their street clothes. Most people, they put in standard jail jumpsuit kind of situation. But for some reason, they wouldn't allow me to put on a jumpsuit. Now remember, I'm leaving my office where I have a shower and I have clothes. I'm leaving my office in downtown Vegas, going to my home in the wealthy suburbs of Vegas. I'm not even fully dressed. I'm basically wearing a shirt and underwear essentially when I get pulled over and arrested. And they wouldn't give me the jumpsuit, so they basically kept me in frigid temperatures. It's like 50 degrees in there. I'm freezing my butt off. Everyone else is good to go. It was so cold that the COs, the correctional officers, were wearing beanies and bomber jackets, and they wouldn't give me a change of clothes. And then they kept me as long as they possibly could, which was just under 24 hours. And these are ways that they can torture you legally.
Open on his desk without a single entry in the case file. And then warrants for surveillance started being added to the case file to spy on us. The exact same day I was deleted. The same day that my phone was wiped. The same day the BBC said I was the worst person in the world. The same day that they said I had to be disappearing from social media. The same day they attacked me before my final message. The exact same day the Romanian prosecutor started requesting warrants from judges. So he got the call. The same day. So I'm in jail, and I'm handed the reason I'm in jail. And it's about
Andrew Tate's the only guy that gets a marker, a dry erase marker, and a dry erase board, which is usually used to clarify things or to illuminate or illustrate. Bro's the only guy that gets a dry erase marker, and then when you look at the board, you're like, bro, that don't make any sense. Like, you actually made it more confusing. Bro is terrible at that, but if it helps him with his train of thought, shout out. Carrying on.
Out this thick in Romania, which I don't fucking speak. And I said, yo, to the prison guard. By Romanian law, you have to tell me in my language. I don't speak Romanian. And the prison guard goes, it's Christmas. We don't have translator. And walked off. So I don't know why I'm in jail.
Do you have your phone?
No, I had no phone. I'm taken to jail. I'm given this pile of papers and I'm thrown in a cell. Romanian jail is exactly how you expect it to be. If you want to see what the inside of a Romanian jail is like, you can just look up the Russian jails. It's still Soviet. It's very similar. There's no yard time. There's no library. There's no interaction with other prisoners, really. Imagine you go to a bathroom and the door closes and you don't leave. It's about the size of a bathroom. There's cockroaches all over. It's old. It's dirty. The infestation of bugs is fucking vile. Not that I'm squeamish. I'm not a girl. But it's just disgusting. And you're in a bathroom. There's a tiny window about the size of a plate. And there's an artificial light that doesn't turn off. That's Romanian jail. So I'm thrown in this cell. And I'm saying to my lawyer, what the fuck's going on, Alan? And he's like, I have to read the file. My lawyer's like, oh, let me read it. It's this big. And he's flicking through it and going, this is all garbage. What is this? It's garbage. They're saying that 2 girls, your girlfriends, you human trafficked them on TikTok. You made them do TikTok for money. But I can't find any transfers of money. It doesn't make any sense. I'm like, okay, so how the fuck do I get out?
I believe that Andrew Tate's description of his residence while incarcerated is very accurate. Even in the United States, the prisons, the jails are extraordinarily filthy, and I do mean extraordinarily. And it's dehumanizing and it's torturous. He's right, they have a light in there that does not go off. You can't properly sleep, and even if the light did go off, you still have a lot of people who are mentally unwell, people who are withdrawing from drugs. They're exceedingly loud. It's a very unpleasant, dangerous environment. And that's why I say jail is hell, and my heart goes out to anyone who would end up in jail. My heart even goes out to Andrew Tate, in as much as I know he's not getting real support. And it's hard to organize people because people are so careless. Like, Marquette, what's an example of the fact that people don't care? For example, you guys know that I get censored on YouTube. If I were to ask you guys to all watch on Twitch, which I've asked many times, it's still maybe only 4% go over to Twitch. And that's just a simple example of the fact that people are not willing to do the simplest, easiest thing to help you or to help someone else or to move the movement forward. That's the world we live in. That's human nature in reality. So you can bet your bottom dollar if something bad happens to you, people are not going to actually help you. They just really don't care that much. And in some cases, people don't even care about themselves. And that's why it's your job to be very thoughtful about the people around you. How loyal are they? How much do they really love you? Are they going to be there for you? Or are they just there for themselves? And most often that is the case. That's the true world that we live in.
Here, ask the girls. And the girls, please play the videos. Betty and Yasmina do videos in my defense.
I've never seen any of them being aggressive or rude.
Ai fost amenințată?
No.
The 2 girls are like, what the fuck? We just have TikTok like every other girl on the planet. He didn't make us do TikTok for money. What are you talking about? They made this up. And they were on my side. This is the thing that's so annoying about my story. Everyone goes, oh yeah, but the girls accused him. No one's ever accused me of anything besides the girl I said hi to twice in my life. Girl A.
But here's the kicker. Even if multiple women accuse him of something, that doesn't mean it's true. They're accusations. And we know that when there's a financial incentive, people are going to try to get that money, right? There are people who make fake hit pieces on me and it's littered with lies. And I know they know that they're lying, but they're lying because it makes money. It makes money. And it doesn't hurt them. The lies don't hurt them. In fact, the lies profit them. So they're incentivized. Shout out to the fourth baller alert. Shout out to Mr. Mugisha, came in balling on PayPal. He writes, making my name known. Peace to the saints. And Mr. Mugisha is definitely a baller because I've seen him come in consistently in a strong way and love to see the prosperity. Shout out to all the guys out here winning.
Girls that they threw me in jail for human trafficking on TikTok were on my side, defending me.
That's
And the
pretty
next
good.
3 months is the story everyone watched of me in jail, the entire media blowing up, insulting me. They took all my money, they thought. They took my ability to speak back, they thought. But of course, I'm smarter than the average bear, and I have money hidden, and I also have 28,000 fan accounts. So there's this media war of the mainstream media saying I'm a human trafficker, and all my fan pages and my Twitter constantly releasing information that I'm not a human trafficker, and the videos of all the girls defending me, the victims in the case. Those girls are now making videos defending me. And this was very frustrating for the authorities in Romania, because normally when you take someone's social media and you take his bank accounts, you throw him in jail, you win the media war.
That's completely correct. He is very unique in that he actually had the infrastructure to defend himself in the public eye. However, the chief challenge is that the real battle was not in the public eye. The real battle was in the court system, i.e. against the government, and the government was largely against him. And my hope is that as far as this ism goes, we're able to infiltrate the government. You know, if I ever had the unfortunate situation of the police come and take me down or put me into the jail, you know, I'm hoping one of the guys arresting me is like, peace to the saints, we got you, don't worry. I'm hoping when I get to the jail, the correctional officers are like, peace to the saints, don't worry, we'll take care of you in here. I'm hoping that when I get among the inmates, they're like, peace to the saints, we follow the ism, and that we are completely able to take control in these institutions and make sure that we can take care of our own. That's the key. That's the master plan right there. And you have to start master planning now and executing now in advance of the issue. I also want to acknowledge another gentleman who came in via Wisdom, and he has a question on business, and I think that it will benefit some of you. I never answer sensitive questions publicly. I answer the ones that are fairly general. And so this gentleman comes in via Wisdom, and he writes the following. Hello, Marquette. I developed an application for Mac OS and Windows. I'm exploring the best way to sell it. I'd like to implement a licensing system where each customer receives a unique product key that must be activated, preventing the software from being freely shared or installed on multiple computers. What would you recommend? Thank you. Peace of the Saints, congratulations on your product. And what you're speaking of is fairly standard. However, in business, we first need to think about the dollar and also distribution. So I'm a little bit suspicious to start because you said that you have a Mac OS application and Windows. That seems like an awful lot of work to do before you figured out how to make money. So generally, I would recommend that you start with a web application. You can use it on both, but it seems you've already built this. And then depending on the nature of your customer, I'd pick Windows or Mac over the other based on the demographic, your target audience. So you mentioned you're exploring the best way to sell it. That's what you need to figure out. You don't need to figure out how to stop people from sharing it. You don't even know if people value it. So make sure you can sell it. And if people share it for free, that might be a good piece of marketing while you're figuring out how to protect it. So ladies and saints, if you take my courses, if you take my AI course, I teach you how to build tech. And I teach you also how to sell tech, which is the most important part. More important than building it is being able to sell it. Because if you spend your money to build something using AI, you spend your time, and then you can't make a penny off of it, you took an L. And most of these folks, they don't have enough experience to teach you how to make the dollar in the software business. That's what I do.
What can he say, right? But not with me. All of a sudden, the videos of the victims are on the internet saying this is a fucking setup, this is corruption. And I've already told the story at length on other podcasts, Patrick Bet David and such, and I encourage people to watch it, of my experience in jail. And I could talk for the next 2 days about all the micro stories that happened while I was in jail. But for continuity, I won't do that.
Before we move on, I do want to ask, were you Greta? Was there anything with Greta Thunberg in the pizza box, or was that just made up?
I think it was all just made up.
Okay.
They knew where I lived. They knew where I lived. I think it was just bad timing. I think that was literally the night before I was arrested. It may have been.
I don't know if you want to answer.
So that was the first uninteresting question that he had asked for the first uninteresting segment, which is really impressive when you consider how long this has been going on, this interview. So this is a very rich interview, and I appreciate the Saint Kyle who recommended this. This is a great recommendation. Shout out to Wishman. He writes, saw a video that claimed you did not attend Johns Hopkins. A current student in the comments was confirming the BS. I Googled the Distinguished Alumnus Award and saw your name right there on the university's official website. Exactly. And this is the world that we're in. This is the world where people will lie for money. And in my case, they really hate the fact that my actual life adds up, that I've actually done the things I said I've done. I have the character that I say I have. And the things that, sometimes I'm the supervillain, but I don't lie and hide from that. I am the saint and the sinner. And I just try to tell the truth. And if I ever were to say something that's inaccurate or errant, I want to correct it. We're human beings. We're fallible. But the sad thing is I don't get judged based on what I actually have done. I get judged on lies about what I've done or haven't done.
The suicide letters.
We're going to get into that. Okay. So I'm in jail and I told endless stories of jail. And the basic premise is that Tristan, in his beautiful, truly remarkable forever optimism, thinks it's funny. It's a Matrix attack. It's hilarious. And I've told the stories how he didn't care about jail, didn't give a shit. And I'm trying to get out.
I'm trying to get out.
Every 30 days. When I first went there, I look at this hellhole and I had two lawyers. I had Alan, who's a guy I've known for a very long time, who most people see, and I had an older lawyer. His name was Gliga, and he'd been part of the system for a really long time. And I said to Alan, I gotta get the fuck out of here. And he said, well, don't worry, DCOT will put you in jail for a day, but after a day, they have to convince a judge to let you go. So I do 1 day in jail, and then we go in front of the judge. And Alan stands up and goes, inside this entire file, which I've been up all night reading, they're accusing Andrew Tate, a man with money, of human trafficking 2 girls on TikTok. They can't prove any money was made on TikTok. They can't prove any transfers went to Andrew from TikTok. And the 2 girls says he didn't do it. So can Andrew go home now? He presents it all to the judge. And the judge is like, yeah, this doesn't really make sense. And she's kind of confused. She's asking lots of questions back in Iranian, like, what do you mean TikTok? Everyone has TikTok. He's like, yeah, exactly. This is stupid. So at the end of all this, she goes, I have to go make my decision. And at the end of it, I said to Alan, what happens if we go to jail? He goes, there's no way you're going to jail. I was like, why not? He goes, I've been doing this 10 years. I've never seen a case this stupid. There's no way you're going to jail.
Well, don't trust people that you're paying or people who are depending on you to continue paying them. You can't trust what they're saying. And in the case of an Andrew Tate, as his legal counsel, I would have been compelled to say, you shouldn't go to jail, but you are in a unique situation. You have a unique level of visibility. You have a unique political relevance. Anything can happen, so I can't guarantee you won't go to jail, but what I can guarantee you is that you have the best legal representation. There's no one better than me. I'm giving you your best chance. That's what I would have said, which is also known as being honest.
So you sure, but what happens if you do? He goes, you're not going to jail. And what was weird? When he started saying that, I just knew I was going to jail. When someone's like so sure, I'm like, I just sit there and I was just like, we're going to go, aren't we? We're going to go. And the judge, who looked really understanding and was, listening to us about TikTok, etc. She goes out the back for an hour or so, gets the phone call.
Well, female judge, yeah, that's a L. Just across the board, that's a L.
Which we'll talk about later. Comes back out and says, jail, detention, 30 days, and walks straight off. Guys jump on me, handcuffs straight me to the jail, throw me back in the fucking cell. And I can't believe it. And I'm saying to Alan, what the fuck is going on? And he's like, I don't know. I've never seen corruption like this. Your case doesn't make any sense. I don't know where this is coming from. I have to find out where this is coming from. This is corruption. I'm like, I know this is corruption. What the fuck is happening? So my first week in jail, and I've already told a lot of stories, but I just want to tell some important points for the story. My first week in jail, I come to the conclusion that the Romanian system is a fucking setup, and that these clowns, these prosecutors and fucking idiots who know I'm innocent, who know I'm innocent have set me up to shake me down
Well, here's the thing. All of these systems are corrupt. Every last one of them. Yes.
and steal my money. So I need to get out without using Romanian means. So what do? Well, I do three things. The first thing I do is I call the British embassy. I'm British. Second thing I do is I call the American embassy. I'm American. And the third thing I do is I request for my international legal teams to fly in to see me. And things happen in that order. The British embassy sends somebody to come and see me in Romanian jail. And I get taken from my cell and get taken to the room. And the lady from the British embassy's there. And she's like, hello. I'm like, hi. So yeah, I've been set up in Romania. She goes, yeah, a lot of people get arrested around the world. So I just want you to know that consular support is pretty limited. And I have a leaflet for you. It's gov.uk leaflet about what happens when you're arrested abroad, and any information you need is there. I was like, okay, yeah, but this is a corrupt setup. So who do I speak to? She's like, I just have to give you the leaflet. Nice to meet you. I walked off. That was the British consular support. Took me back to my cell with this fucking leaflet. Gov.uk. If you're arrested abroad, what to do? Like this fucking garbage.
I truly believe this. This is similar to what happened when I was in Dubai and Donald Trump decided to start a war in Dubai without first having Americans come home. Really, he started a war in the Middle East, right? Knowing that it would engulf the region. And when I was asking our government for support, along with millions of other Americans, they essentially said, you're screwed. Who cares who you are? Who cares what taxes you paid? Who cares that you're a citizen? You're screwed. Which is ironic because all the while the Russian government and the Indian government chartered flights and got their citizens out of there. But anyways, I say that to say that the government is a mafia, and really you will not be protected unless your family or your clan or your organization can protect you. That's why we have the assassin, so that we can care about us. You can't expect the government out there to care about you. All of the evidence indicates that they don't care. Look at government schools, also known as public schools. Those are the worst schools in America. The better ones are the private ones. The non-government schools. The government does not care about you, ladies and saints. You need to be a part of something. You need to have a group of people who care about you, who look out for you. That's why we have the assassin.
So it's like, fuck the English. They're useless anyway. No one gives a fuck what England says. Let me wait for the Americans. I'm an American citizen. And I'm there and I'm talking to the prison guards. And the prison guards know I'm innocent. They're like, what are you doing here? Because everyone knows me in Romania. I'm famous. I'm like, bro, you fucking tell me. And they're like, you've upset someone. I'm like, who? They're like, I don't know, but there's no reason for you to be here. This is bullshit. It's Romania. It's bullshit. You upset someone. I'm like, who did I upset? Is it the guy whose land I didn't buy? Like, what's going on? Going through my head. Anyway, they said, an American has never been arrested in Romania before. I was like, really? He goes, yes, actually, we had an American guy here before.
That was crazy, but almost believable. I could see that being true. One, Romania is not a major destination for Americans. And number two, especially developing countries that want a tourist industry, it doesn't pay to arrest foreigners from wealthy countries, nor to have foreigners from wealthy countries experience unfortunate things while they're in your nation.
He stabbed 2 people. And he went home in 3 days, back to America. I was like, really? He goes, yeah, Romania's not going to arrest Americans. I was like, so I'm going to go home? They're like, for sure. I said, well, he stabbed 2 people and he got out. I supposedly fucking stole TikTok money, so I'm sure I'm going to get out. So I'm really excited for the American embassy to turn up. American embassy turns up. I walk in there. I'm like, guys, thank fuck, real humans, no more Romanians. I'm an American. You're a fucking American. This is bullshit. U.S. Constitution. This is fucking garbage. And they're like, yeah, the American government considers Romania to be a real legal system, and that we respect the sanctity of the legal system, and we believe that you have to go through the legal system.
And what that translates to is there are some powerful folks after you, or you're not well connected enough within the American mafia, the American government, and we're not going to help you because you don't have enough meaning in our mafia. You're not a made man in our mafia, in other words. There's another gentleman has a question on RISM, which I think is actually quite interesting. I don't think many of you will be in the same industry as this gentleman, but I do think many of you may be experiencing the same thing as this gentleman. So I'm going to read his and answer it now. Gentleman comes in via risdom.com/MarquettDavon. He writes, peace to the saints. I'm 26, came from nothing, made it to Columbia University, which is very impressive. whether you came from nothing or something, but coming from nothing is very impressive. He writes, I work in investment banking, leveraged finance. I have $100,000 saved. Congratulations to the gentleman. It's a lot of cash. It's a lot of guap. He writes, I earn $200,000 a year. My health isn't sustainable in banking. Investment banking and banking, as you understand, is quite different. So I understand. And unlikely to make it to the top. And that is a hell of a jungle to fight in. He writes, and I feel like I'm wasting my best years. I'm pursuing trading for the time freedom. What are some things to consider? Peace to the saints. I thank you for sharing this. Congratulations on your success. Number one, these years are important, but you don't know what your best years may be. Your best years may be 30 to 35. Time will tell. Ideally, you make sure that things get better as time goes on. But in terms of what are some things to consider, what you're saying in your industry or in life in general, what I would recommend to you is to talk to people who are giants in your industry. When you say trading, this can mean many things, but if that's what you're pursuing currently, I would talk to people in that industry. But most importantly, I would ask myself, what's the end goal? Where do I want to be ultimately? What is the industry I want to be in ultimately? And we also know that insider trading will never die, which is to say that networks and access to information is absolutely critical. So how can you get into those circles? And you're right to know that your energy is not going to get you to the top. So prioritize your health. Your mind, your subconscious is telling you something important. And I've been in this gentleman's situation, which is to say, been in a role that's fairly prestigious, but the work itself and the demand of the hours was literally making me sick. In fact, I was in a job that was not prestigious and the work itself was making me sick. So I promise you guys, especially if you're in the West, you can find a better job.
I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? This is a setup and a corrupt dump. We all know it's corrupt. On the corruption index, we're at the same level as Zambia. That's not a lie. Look it up. Romania is considered a hybrid state. There's 4 states of a democracy. You have democracy at the top, you have flawed democracy, then you have hybrid state, then you have authoritarianism. Hybrid state is the same as Zambia. The Romanian system is considered at Zambian level. And the American government is now telling me that we respect the Romanian judicial system and believe that you have to go through the process. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? How long am I going to be here?
And that's a meaningful way that he grounded the information. Zambia is a country in Southwest Africa. I believe the capital is Lusaka. And frankly, people in general, especially Westerners, like to use Africa as like the opposite of the gold standard. I think that's not quite the right thing to do, but I appreciate that he at least gave a meaningful juxtaposition to point out that Western institutions view the Romanian legal system poorly, so why all of a sudden are you acting as though it provides reliable justice? So he's essentially saying that there's some kind of coordination in leaving him alone in a corrupt system.
He goes, Andrew, I like you. And, I'm just here to do my job, and I've been around, but
I'm here to do my job. You guys heard me say that at the beginning of this live stream. That's one of the worst things, is dealing with that bureaucrat or that peon who's just there to do their job instead of considering what is right. As a man, there definitely comes a time where you must do what is right. Doing your job is just doing what another human being told you to do, wherein that human being could be completely and utterly corrupt.
I think you need to prepare for quite a long stay. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean a long stay? I haven't fucking done anything. Because yet, there's nothing really the American government's prepared to do for you. I'm like, what do you mean prepare? What can you do? He goes, well, what we can do and what we're prepared to do, they're different things. And we're not prepared to do much for you right now. So here's a leaflet. So I take the American leaflet about being arrested abroad, and the American government leaves me. And I go back to jail. And then I spend...
This is really a beautiful moment that we get to witness and learn vicariously. And it's our good fortune that we don't have to experience Romanian prison or this kind of pressure because I wish he'd talk more about it explicitly, that we know there are people around him who obviously flipped, namely the females. And then there are people who, now that he doesn't have the Bugatti and $600,000 worth of watches and the fancy house and the positive reputation, who have abandoned him. And that's what I teach you guys in Boston University is that you got to know who your friends are. You got to know who to share information with, who to not share information with, and know that even though there's a lot of people around, it's still just you. You are the one soldier in life's war. You are the person you can always count on. Everyone else, you just never know. You just never know what they're doing behind your back. Come on now. Another gentleman comes in via risdom.com/MarquettDavon, and he has quite an interesting message. And I want to share this with you because my answer encourages urgency, and urgency is hugely important to a successful life. He writes, "Peace to the saints, finish the black code," which I recommend to all of the melanated peoples. He writes, "I am currently a member of a very conservative Dutch church. I'm black. How do I go about leaving? You have awakened me to the fact that Christianity is a white supremacist religion and it's not for black people. What is the best way to leave the church? I have lots of close connections with people in it who will be mad." This is really important for everyone listening. What other people feel, especially when it's in opposition to what is best for you, it doesn't matter. Oh, it doesn't matter. Here, remember this: be yourself, be good to yourself, be good to good people. Be good to yourself. That comes before be good to good people. You come first. We talk about this stuff in Boston University. So 100%, and let me record this for him. Peace to the saints. I'm glad you enjoyed the black code, and I'm happy that it had an impact on you. You are completely correct. And we have a 3-sentence Bible. Be yourself, be good to yourself, be good to good people. Be good to yourself comes even before be good to good people. In fact, some of these folks might not be good people. When you say, how do you leave the church? You leave it fast. You leave it like it's a burning building. This is true of all things that are not benefiting you, a bad relationship, a bad job. You leave it quickly. And I assure you, of the decisions that you make in a successful life, this is of the easier decisions. So make it happen, do it quickly, and reach for higher relationships. You will see a huge benefit 2 years down the line, and you'll be angry you didn't do it sooner, I promise you. Yes, a lot of our challenges is that we move slowly when it's time to move quickly. Shout out to Michael. He writes, "Do you invest in crypto, XRP Ripple?" I invested in XRP Ripple before most of you on the internet knew what it was. And back at that time, it was probably maybe a really profitable thing because it was bleeding edge. Now I don't mess with it. It's too mainstream. And by the time knowledge or behavior becomes commonplace, it doesn't have financial value. You have to know that the things that are valuable are generally hidden away from the public. So the fact that your grandma is talking about cryptocurrency should be an indicator that cryptocurrency is pretty much a bust. Unless you're Donald Trump and you're running your own personal crypto scam, or you're Elon Musk and you're a whale and you can move the market upon a tweet. Other than that, you're dealing with imperfect information, which means that you'll always be at a disadvantage, especially when dealing with a asset class. It's not really an asset, but dealing with an asset class that has no underlying asset. So it's not even an asset class. So you're basically gambling and doing high-tech risk taking. So I don't recommend it at all. Thank you for that question. And you can track ever since I came on YouTube, which was toward the end of 2020, I've always said the exact same thing about crypto and NFTs.
My first month in jail. And at the end of the first month, we go to a judge and we ask to leave. And she says, no, you go back to jail. On repeat, I keep going back to jail. No matter what we would say to these judges, keep going back to jail. Now, the third part of this story is, the third thing I said I was going to do is invite my international legal team. I have King's Counsel lawyers from London, the best of the fucking best, old school, real G's. I was like, maybe you know what? The embassy sold me out. Maybe the British lawyers. My British lawyers are due to come see me. 7 p.m. on a Tuesday, I'm sitting in jail. I really, for everyone watching this at home, if you want to experience this, put your phone away, give your phone to someone else, and go sit in the bathroom for an hour. I did 4 months. Try an hour. Just sit there. Sitting there, staring at the fucking clock, like, fucking sit there. 7 p.m. comes, they don't turn up.
He says that in a way that's a bit cavalier, but you cannot understand the mind-numbing experience of that. Number one, you cannot understand. You have to experience it. And then number two, the anticipation when you're locked in a dungeon, some other animals have caged you like you're an animal, and you don't know if you'll get out, you don't know when you'll get out, and there's a constant question and possibility that gnaws at the soul, but you know that you're locked in there. That is very challenging psychologically. Just you can't get comfortable in that situation. There is no comfort.
Lawyers don't turn up. What the fuck? My lawyers don't turn up. I got on the phone. What the fuck's going on? Eventually I hear, when my British lawyers landed in Bucharest, someone from the British embassy was waiting for them and said, these boys are done. Don't waste your time. You're not going to go see these boys. This is a national security issue. Go home. Why the fuck is the British government sending people from the British embassy in Romania to wait for my British lawyers and telling them that I'm a national security threat and I can't see my fucking lawyer? What the fuck is that? They told my lawyers to fuck off out of Romania and that we're a national security issue and that we're toast. We're wrapped up. We're done. Don't waste your fucking time. That's why my lawyers didn't come see me, because the British government blocked it. After 4 months, when I'd really lost all hope, we went in front of a judge. And the judge asked some questions to our lawyer, and our lawyer explained how it's bullshit as usual. And this judge is one of the best in Romania, because a member of her family, I believe, I don't know exactly, and I don't want to talk about anyone else's personal business. There was actually 3 judges on the panel. One of these judges, I can't remember who, had a member of their family who did 8 years for a political case. He was innocent and did a political case. I think it was her cousin or something. So she became a judge to restore integrity to the Romanian system. And
No, she became a judge because she wanted power. She didn't become a judge to restore decency and integrity and authenticity to the Romanian system. That's her story. People have a lot of stories. They have their story, and then there's the truth. So no, I wouldn't have bought that at all.
Tried to promote her to the European court many times, and she won't go because it's a promotion to get rid of her. Anyway, she asked some questions, whatever. This was at 10 a.m. And we went back to jail. And normally when you're in jail, you go to court, you go back to jail, and you wait for the decision over the phone. They don't tell you in court. And within 40 minutes, your lawyer calls you in your jail and says, you're staying in jail. 10 a.m., 11 a.m., no answer. Midday, no answer. 1 p.m., no answer. 2 p.m., no answer. 3 p.m., no answer. I start calling my lawyer. What are they saying? They're not telling us. Well, that's weird. He goes, yeah, maybe she has other work. 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m., 10:30 p.m., they announce on the news I'm going home. I call my lawyer. Is it fucking true? Is it true? The whole jail started screaming. Frati means brother. Frati Tate, Frati Tate. The whole jail screaming for me and Tristan.
Sorry about that, I was muted. I do believe this story, and I think that jail is one of those cultural spaces where, the bad guy, the dregs of society, they almost never get that beautiful outcome. And to see someone among them who's well known and well regarded, but in their position, even temporarily, to see him have a triumph over the system, I believe that people were rooting for that. And that's a beautiful thing. I could see that. And that sounds like a movie. And I trust that if he hasn't already, there'll be a movie of his life. Even if it occurs after he gets incarcerated, there'll probably be a motion picture that'll trash him. And then there'll be one that he consents to supporting. And that one will probably tell a more balanced story.
Frati Tate, you go home. Frati Tate, you're the best. You're the best. We were just like, fuck it. I couldn't fucking believe it. We had a little party in our cell. We drank our last water. We used our last mouthwash. We had a little fucking party of all the things we had rationed for the month. I couldn't fucking believe it. I'm sitting there. I'm like, it's over. Like fucking 4 months. This fucking liar. These fucking prosecutors who know I'm innocent. All my stolen stuff. It's fucking finally fucking over. I'm in my cell and I'm just like, I can't.
Now, I will say this is one of those things where I wouldn't have accepted it psychologically that I could leave, because in the case that I didn't get to leave, it would break you. And my experience of being locked up is that you're dealing with so much bureaucracy, so many incompetent people, whether they're mentally incompetent or incompetent at doing their job. And you're dealing with slow bureaucratic systems that, man, they could easily say that you're getting released and then you stay in there for another month. Or they could easily say that you're getting released and then some technicality occurs. Or they could easily say that you're released, you get out, you just finished doing a state case, and then before you even walk out the door, they put you back in for a Fed case. So I'm one of those guys who says, you know what? Let's not count our eggs until they hatch. Let's not count the dollars until they're in the bank.
I'm gonna say it was the happiest day of my life. It was kind of like, imagine you get hit by a car. You know, in those movies when people get hit by a car and then they pop up and they're a ghost? You know? That's what it felt like. It's like, poof, like what the fuck? So I get to leave this fucking room? I've been in this fucking room for 4 months? I get to leave this room and go home? Is my house still there? Like, it's like, what the fuck? And they said we're gonna leave. And my lawyer now believes that she made the announcement late at night on purpose to avoid the government from stopping it or blocking it. Everyone had gone home from their civil service offices. The president had gone home. So she delayed it to actually let us out. Because if she would have announced at 10 a.m., the president would have gone on the phone to the Brits and they would have fucking stopped it somehow. It's thank fucking God, I haven't done anything. So God bless that judge, whoever it was. One of
So
the
they
three.
cycle the judges every month and you happen to get that one that month?
It's a lottery.
Right. Okay.
It's a judge lottery. And often you have 3 or 4 judges on a panel. It was 3 judges this time. I don't know which one it was. And this is the video that everyone saw of me walking out the jail with a long beard. And I walk out and I look up to the sky. You know, when I was in jail, after the US government sold me out and left me there, and I told the guards, I just saw the American embassy. They didn't give a shit. They're like, that can't be true. I was like, they didn't give a shit. He goes, we've arrested and had about 20 or 30 Americans in jail overnight. No one stays here. The guy who stabbed people did 3 days at most to go home. We've never seen this. I was like, so why does that happen to me? And they looked sad. They looked somber. They were like, I don't know who you've upset, but this is bad.
And here's the thing for me, you know, the guards can be sympathetic, but it's like, you gonna let me out? Straight like that. Yeah, you can be sympathetic, but are you going to help me get out? That's all I need to know. Are you gonna leave that back door open? You heard me? Are you going to help me while I'm here? That's what I really need to know.
I'm like, why is it bad? He goes, this is Romania, bro. People have been in jail for 5 or 6, 7, 8 years, no trial.
That was great.
I'm like, you fucking serious? He goes, yeah, by Romanian law, they can hold you for up to 50% of the total maximum sentence of a crime that you're suspected of. And because I had 21 crimes and they all had such long sentences, they could have held me for 50 years without trial. And without trial. Because I had a 100-year maximum sentence if I'm convicted. And I was like, all the guards had convinced me that my life was over. I had come to the point, Jack, where I'd look around the little room and just imagine growing old in the room. Like what? And I mean, before my school, I had 20 or $30 million, but now I had hundreds of millions. And before my school, I wasn't really that famous. And now I got famous. So please imagine, I went from nice, comfortable life, fringe internet celebrity, to globally famous and properly rich for like 5 months at most. And now I'm in this room forever. That's the end of the story. I just fucking got started. I just enjoyed my life for the first time. And I used to literally look around that room, imagine growing old in that room.
Philosophically, I have to part with Tate here because he's saying that he just started enjoying his life. And I think that this is a trap that a lot of people get into, thinking that money is happiness or it's the gateway to happiness, when in actual fact, sometimes money can be the gateway to all things that are bad and challenging. And maybe that's what happened to Tate. But you should enjoy your life now, whether you have money or not. You don't know if you ever will have money, so don't wait to enjoy your life when you have money. That's not the correct way to live. I absolutely promise you that. So I think that because maybe he was a bit money obsessed, that may have led to a lot of his undoing. Shout out to Jordan supporting the work using the Stripe link. I also acknowledge Ramon comes in via Venmo, writes tuition, peace of the saints. Appreciate you. I also acknowledge, okay, very good, caught up there.
And what the fuck can I do? And I'd ask the guards so many questions, and they're like, bro, I wish I could help you, but you've already asked me this. They can hold you for 50% of the maximum sentence. Your paperwork says a maximum 111 years. They can keep you here for 50 years. I don't know why the American government has helped you. You have to call the embassy again. No American stays in Romanian jail. No American. Every American gets out. You have to call them again. And I'm calling the embassy 3 times a day, and they're just ignoring my calls now at this point. They're like, fuck you. They just wouldn't answer me.
And I 100% believe that they were ignoring him. That's actually how things happen in real life. 100% believe that. Jordan writes, peace of the saints. What should I tell the elders of the church? Should I just ghost and never show up again? Yeah, I'd probably do that. And then if they're able to get in contact with you, I'd tell them, hey, I've made a final decision that I'm finished with the church. I appreciate everything that we've had. I'm going in a different direction and my mind cannot be changed. So I'd appreciate if you respect that. And I'd carry on. Thank you for the question.
I thought it was done. So when I got out, when I look up to the sky, like you can see on that video, I didn't think I'd ever see the sky again. I don't have yard time. I don't have exercise time. I was in a bathroom. I didn't see the sky for 4 months. And I looked up at the sky and I just thank God. I really thought I'd never see the sky again. And then I drove home. And when I got home, my emotion changed. Because when I got back home, I remembered that none of this should have fucking happened to me. And that's when I got mad. When I got home, I got really angry. And that's when I made that video, the famous video of me walking up and down, smoking the cigar, because I had learned this habit in jail of pacing. And it took me 7 months to break. For the next 7 months, I was pacing all the time. My girlfriends would be like, Andrew, sit down. But I just paced like a fucking caged dog back for 4 months. I just paced up and down. So I'm in my living room. I'm just pacing up and down. I'm starting to all go through my head. Wait a fucking second. I'm glad to be out. Yes, I get to see the sky.
This is another challenging mentality. And I'm not saying he doesn't have the right to be angry over his situation. It's very angering. However, the moment that you think you're special or you think, why did this happen to me? Oh, you're in line for a lot of heartache. You're not special. None of us are. We're all just human beings. We're replaceable. We're all going to get screwed over by someone at some point. The moment that you think, why me? Well, it's happening to all of us at different levels. Sometimes it's public, sometimes it's private, but life is happening to all of us. And, frankly, you're almost wasting time with that kind of thinking. But most importantly, it causes you to wallow in your sorrows, which will not prevent these particular problems from occurring again. And I think that apparently once he finished wallowing, it didn't seem as though he was mindful of the upcoming threats. If I was him, I would have been thinking about, okay, how do I either, put to bed the other cases? How do I plea? Or how do I find a place that's not going to extradite me?
Whoa. I should have never fucking been there. I started a school teaching fucking econ. I haven't done anything. This bitch fucking lied. Where's my fucking stuff? I haven't been to the UK. I'm not a terrorist. I haven't fucking blown anything up. Those prosecutors know they're fucking lying. Why is my school fucked?
Bro's doing some serious cursing over here. Ladies and saints, we're starting to wind down. If you have any comments, questions, ties, tuition, go ahead, send them in now. If you want to keep it going, you can also send it in for that. But it seems like folks are maybe ready to wind down. So I'll take the cue from you all.
Because when I was in jail, not only did they hit me, they hit the fucking school. Because all of my problems, Jack, all of this is about the fucking school. I had my domain name deleted. Yeah, they deleted my Stripe. Yes, they banned us on Discord. Fine. I'm an entrepreneurial man. I got the best people on the planet. I go to the war room. We build our own payment processor. We buy our own bank in Lithuania. We build our own software Fuck Discord, custom school. We build everything ourselves. We launch it all on our domain, hustlesuniversity.ai. The British government writes to the Antigans who own the .ai domain name and say it's a website for terrorism. They delete our fucking domain. Name someone else on the planet.
Now, this is truly unique. There have been domains that are responsible for scamming, just outright scamming, and you can write to the domain registrar or the corporation they bought the domain from or their hosting service, and they will not do anything about it. So this is truly government level stuff. Only the government can get this done.
Who has their domain wiped. You type the domain in, seized, terror. The fuck? Had to get a new domain name, relaunched the whole fucking school. I just got out of jail, I got PTSD, I'm still fucking laying in bed looking for cockroaches all the fucking time. And my whole fucking school's fucked. But they've taken all my fucking money. Yeah, I have money hidden, but I need to fucking fight legal bills, legal fees, kids need to eat. So I need to get to school, I want money. What else am I gonna do? I'm locked in my fucking house. And also I'm like, fuck these people. Because the school's how I defend myself, because that's the 28,000 Clippers. Let's get the fucking school back online. So I go to house arrest, I get fucking mad, and I'm like, okay, a few things have to happen. Firstly, I'm not a vengeful man, but I do believe in justice. So you know what the first thing I'm gonna do is? I'm gonna sue Girl A.
So the moment he talks about suing people, I get it. You should definitely take that as something that you can do. But there's really a limited number of things he can do because most of the legal retribution would have to occur within the confines of government, and it is the government itself that's against him. Shout out to Mr. Ferreira, writes, Peace of the Saints just finished a 4-hour trip, and the game is still flowing. Hustlemania 14 at its best. Oh, absolutely. It's Hustlemania 14. We all going hard.
We're going to come back to that later. Hopefully that'll be televised because it's coming shortly. Unless they fucking kill me first, which is why I'm getting the messages I'm getting now, which is why we're doing this video. Because Girl A is being sued. So we have the lawsuit against Girl A in Florida, where she's from. No Romanian courts, and American courts. Not perfect, but it's the best chance we got. So we got the lawsuit against Girl A in Florida. First thing I do is I fucking sue her.
Now, the curious thing is that he's suing her for punitive purposes, but probably he won't be able to recover because she probably doesn't have any real money. And this is often the case, that either someone doesn't have real money or they've used shell companies and other means to hide their money. And sometimes this is done by legitimate people, and other times it's done by people who are criminals. It's a cold world out here. I've been suing a guy for over a year, which you can imagine is expensive, and it costs more to sue him than it does than what I'm suing him for. And that's kind of how these criminals, white criminals mostly, are able to do what they do. Cold world.
She lied. She knows she lied. The Romanian state is corrupt. They stole my fucking stuff. They destroyed my fucking business. They destroyed my mental health. They put me in a fucking cell. They've ruined my reputation. They kept me from my fucking kids. Sue her. Why not? It's the first thing we do. Second thing we do is start trying to get the school back online. And you know what? In my ignorance, even still at this point, I believe it's almost the end of the story. I'm walking up and down pacing, and they're like, you're on house arrest. I'm like, They're just trying to get the public ready for my release. Soften it little by little, not just to let me 100% free. They're afraid I'm going to fly away out of Romania or something. Couple months of house arrest, right? No big deal.
House arrest I can do because, you know, it's Hustlemania. I'm in the house most of the time anyways. House arrest I can do. Shout out to Mr. Boy Bowden. He writes, support the movement, paying my dues, peace of saints. I appreciate you. I also acknowledge Michael. He writes, you're the best to ever do it, bro. You ain't never lied. This is an honest man here. Shout out to Ricardo writes, keep working, saints. Sir, yes, sir. Michael writes, do you think he might have said something about the royal family, or it's simply a diversion? What are your thoughts? I have no thoughts on that, and I appreciate your support. Carrying on.
1 month, 2 months, 3 months. So I'm locked in my house month on month, on month, on month. And this is when my brother and I are doing the emergency meeting podcast. Our first emergency meeting we did after jail had 500,000 live views. 500,000 live. And after I did that podcast, my first emergency meeting, they got half.
Now that's epic. Just side note, that is epic. That I've never even heard of anything like that. I think max I've seen is like 37,000 live that I can recall. But 500,000 that's a different level. No doubt about that. That's a different level right there. Carrying on.
Million live viewers, and we talked about what they did to us in jail. We said the Romanian state are full of shit and are corrupt, and it's a fucking lie. My lawyer rushed to my house in the middle of the night. Comes to my house. He goes, Andrew. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? He goes, Andrew, listen to me. You have to listen to me. I'm like, what? He goes, nobody in history has ever spoken against the Romanian state and survived. You cannot call judge.
Now, that part I totally agree with, in as much as you don't do that. And I'm not saying I wouldn't have done that as Andrew Tate. You know, there's a certain wiring in individuals like us that we're going to say what's on our mind. We're going to do what we feel at times, and it may be detrimental to us. But that was not a great idea. But sometimes you feel like, man, I got to fight. These people are trying to take me down. I got to fight with what means I have. And then for him, it's his voice and his platform. And you feel like you've been wronged. And in actual fact, he probably has been wronged. So there you go. And it looks like someone gifted some subs on Twitch. I appreciate you. I respect you. And I thank you. And I thank this gentleman for having good manners and also thanking you, because I can't see it on my current platform. So he was able to bring that to light. Another gentleman has a question via Wisdom, and I want to share this because I really want you all to be successful financially. And sometimes when people are off track, I'm glad when they ask me before they've made too much of an investment of money or time or emotions, so that we can help them. So this gentleman comes in via wisdom.com/MarquettDavon, and he writes, quote, "Peace of the Saints, I'm building a software product that I believe has real potential, but I'm struggling to find people who genuinely want to build, hustle, and grow something together with me. How do I find people with that mindset, and how do I know who to trust early on?" Well, I'm glad you messaged me. You are currently focusing on the wrong thing. The truth is, most people are lazy and they're not believers, they're not visionaries. So you can't say, hey, I want to build this great thing. You actually have to be able to show them a functioning product and show them some real evidence that it's going to be successful, unless you're a person who's already well known for being wealthy and successful. So what I'm telling you is you're looking for people when really you need to be hustling your butt off right now to create an MVP with a functioning revenue model, get at least 2 or 3 sales under your belt, and then bring people in. When you bring people in too early in the product development stage, they don't even have real jobs. And in the age of AI, there's so much you can do by yourself. So you may need to take a consultation, or you may need to review some of my study materials, but you're not focused on the right thing right now at all. And sometimes you guys will ask me a question and you might not love the answer because it might be harsh, but just know that I meant every bit of it, and I said it because it's the truth. I didn't say it because it is going to make you feel good or it's going to make me feel good or look good. I said it because it's the facts, and the truth will help you. And there may be some people who get angry or get turned off, but I'm really basing my answers on what's going to actually help you and what is going to allow me to live with integrity. And the gentleman who had that question, he is so far off base. Nobody cares. No one's going to have the same passion you have about your product. No one's going to believe in you when you don't have anything to show. You need to be able to show something. They're not going to have vision. People generally don't care about anything, especially what you got to say. So no, man, you got to really put in some damn work first. People aren't going to build with you. They're going to join the foundation. They're going to build the foundation. Shout out to Wiggs. He writes, "Been watching your channel since the beginning of this year. Thankful for the lessons you've been teaching myself and others." I appreciate you. Shout out to Wiggs supporting the work. And may I also acknowledge Samis writes, 5 gifted peace of saints. I appreciate you. Shout out to the real ones. And shout out to those men who are generous, those who are good to good people. And may I also acknowledge Joshua. He writes, subscribed at tier 1, sass or nothing in a real way. Sassing or nothing. You dig?
Which is corrupt. You cannot call the system corrupt. You have to say, I respect the system. I look forward to a good decision in the end. I'll participate with the system. We have to let everyone forget about this. And when everyone forgets, they're going to drop their corrupt case. It's going to go away. If you embarrass the Romanian state, they're going to fucking bury you. The last guy who tried this.
That's right. I totally believe that. And especially people in government, bureaucrats, these are low self-esteem peons and nerds who are never well liked in high school. And now they're in a position of power solely so that they can have influence, favor over regular everyday human beings who didn't favor them in their earlier life. So yes, their egos are extraordinarily fragile. You must be very mindful of what you say. And you know, the funny thing is, and I hate to admit this, and shout out to Bridget, when I was in Las Vegas and the police pulled me over, put me in jail on Christmas, broke my refrigerator, my mailbox, stole a ton, 6 figures of money from me. And then when I was trying to get a lawyer to go against the Las Vegas PD, they wouldn't do it. No one would take the case. And I was angry and frustrated. So then I told Bridget, who obviously worked for me in the capacity of an assistant, and I said, hey, Bridget, I want you to find me the most prominent billboard, not one of those digital ones where it changes every second, but the most prominent billboard where it's print and it's on the freeway coming into Las Vegas, like maybe the one right before you get to the Wynn. I want a billboard and I want it to say the Las Vegas Police Department is corrupt. And then I want you to put my name as like a quote from me. I want that billboard and I want it up for 2 months. Whatever it costs, I'm spending it. Go find it for me. And then Bridget said, I don't think you should do that. I was like, Bridget, I didn't ask you that. She was like, correct. I don't think you should do that, Marquette. If they're bothering you now, I have a feeling that they will bother you a lot more and maybe you won't be able to live in Las Vegas. They know where you live. They know what your car is. Obviously, they followed you for a long time, Marquette. They knew you had money on you. You're maybe under some kind of investigation. She was like, you do not want by yourself to be the enemy of the Las Vegas Police Department. She's like, I can do it, but I don't think that you should put up a billboard in Las Vegas that says the Las Vegas Police Department is corrupt. Maybe if you move to New York, you can get a billboard in Las Vegas that says that, but I don't feel comfortable doing that. And then I was like, I made that face and she said, just think about it for a day. Just if you feel the same way tomorrow, I'll get it started. And I thought about it for a day, and then I woke up the next day and I said, you're right. They'll probably find a way to kill me. Sell my house. Let's get out of here. And shout out to her. She's right. Because, you know, I have fighting spirit. And I always tell you guys I have fighting spirit. I have fighting spirit. I'll fight until I die. You know, sometimes you have too much fighting spirit. That was not a fight I could win. I was up against a hugely corrupt police department.
In 1997, got 35 years in Rahova, the worst jail in Europe. You're never going to survive it. And I said to Alan, I was like, but I look fucking guilty. They fucking slandered me everywhere. I look fucking guilty. If I shut up, I look guilty. I can't just be quiet. He goes, you're going to make my job impossible, Andrew, if you talk. You have.
Lawyers, I've not had great experience with lawyers. I've hired a ton of lawyers, more than probably all of the 2,000 people watching this live. I've hired more lawyers than the overwhelming majority of humankind. I can't say I ever met but one that I liked. They're always expensive. They never do things the way you were thinking. You never get the outcome you paid for. They're always lying. They're always billing you unnecessarily. I got a bill from a lawyer yesterday. I kid you not. They billed me $400 for replying to 2 emails. One to me and one to my assistant. Shout out to Sean, comes in via PayPal. He writes, peace to the saints. Hope you're in good spirits, big homie. When will the tickets be released for the drip trip? That's a good question. I do need to release them soon. I was actually just working on that last night. I can't tell you the dates, however. The date of arrival will be January 25th. and that's been confirmed with our cobbler that is a good time for us to arrive to get everything done. So mark off January 25th for everyone who's going to be on the drip trip, and we'll get the tickets ready to go, God willing, by the end of the week. Shout out to Kyle with the 5th baller alert. Might be the 4th, but let's say the 5th. It feels better. Baller alert, and this is Kyle's 2nd baller alert. Shout out to the ballers. He sent an email, and he writes, before you close, please review these. He says, here are the exact timestamps for specific moments in the podcast. Okay, and so he did share those timestamps. We'll take a look at those.
To stop doing these emergency meetings, you have to be quiet. Me, him, and Tristan sat there and I said, Alan, if I shut up and they lock me up, I'm going to torture myself back in that room thinking I had a chance to tell the truth about how corrupt this is. But if I tell the truth how corrupt it is and they lock me up, I'll know I went down swinging. Look, I just lost a fight. I'm not saying I always win, but I don't quit. And I said, Alan, your job's going to be hard, because fuck them. Which really pissed off the British government. They got really mad. Because after the Lucy BBC interaction, while I'm locked in my house, I start getting letters trying to convince me to kill myself. It started off as DMs on Twitter from fake accounts. And then it would grow into emails. And then I started getting handwritten letters written by psychologists. And I don't know they were psychologists, but I assume they had to have been, because I've never read something so enthralling. I was never going to kill myself. But it was enthralling to read. It was interesting to read. And it was trying to convince me that my life was effectively over. And that if I martyr myself, I get to go out as a hero because of what the state has done to me, as opposed to being ground down by the state in a war I can't win to the point where I wish I did it. And that by the time I eventually kill myself, no one's going to care. So do it while people care.
Double down, usually.
Of course. I'm like, fucking do it.
Why did you read the letters so many times?
Because they were so well written. They were so well written, Jack. It was a beautiful use of the English language. It was beautifully written. It was convincing. It had all the trigger points. My masculinity, my ego, how I'll be a hero, how we all die in the end, how my life's already over, how it's better for the people I care about, how it's going to be good for my image. Like, it had all the psychologists did a great job. They profiled me. They watched.
Okay, Kyle, I'm going to tell you, you put some of your timestamps out of order. So you kind of did me dirty there. So now I got to go back.
My stuff. They wrote it all down. All the group of fucking psychologists. So that you leave. Because they realized they couldn't get to me. So they start going for all the women around me. TikTok accounts of my girlfriend. And making fun of her. She's a whore. She's a whore. One day she'll leave Andrew. Everywhere. And no matter how many times they get deleted, new ones pop up. New ones pop up. That was all funded by an NGO. And we're going to come back to this NGO.
You know, one thing that's really important, and I don't think people realize it, and I've seen this on my accounts, and you know, AI is good and bots exist, and you can kind of spot them out by the consistency of their mistakes. So you'll see a lot of haters. Watch my Instagram comments. You'll see haters in my comments, and watch my YouTube comments, and you'll see consistently they spell my name Marquette with an E, which the consistency and the nature of the mistake shows that it's either a bot or it's AI or it's an individual utilizing this technology at scale. So it's scaling their mistake in a consistent way that leaves a signature, so to speak. And I truly believe that there were bots swarming his girlfriend's accounts, trying to persuade them or just manipulate their psychology. And this is the era that we're in, wherein what goes on online has as much meaning to people as what's going on in the real world around them, because they're online so much, and that constitutes a portion of their reality. So there's no doubt that people are using technology, people, NGOs, governments are using technology in ways that are psychologically manipulative, and they're using it to silence people. Now, there's certain personalities that are just wired in a certain way. There's no amount that you can beat them down to get them to stop chugging along.
There's an NGO linked to girl A, which we're going to come back to later. Ninja.
What was the word in the letter that you interested or repeated?
It was different on different podcasts, but I'm going to find one and find you an exact example of it so you can place it here, because every time they'd send me a suicide letter, next time I did an emergency meeting, I would specifically say a word from the letter, an unusual word, so they knew I read it and they knew I was talking to them saying no. I'd say it directly with a case this bad. And their plan was exactly what I described. Break every law, do it in a rush, UK said hit me, come up with some crap, raid my house, do whatever it takes, base it on lies, and then get enough girls in a room. Because you know what they did with all the girls I interviewed? They had a leaderboard. All my girlfriends, they had a leaderboard. And they went through all my bank accounts and all my bank transfers and everywhere I'd ever gone on holiday. And they had all their names. So imagine they bring in a girl. Let's make up a girl. Anna. Hello, Anna. Hi. We're here to talk to you because you're number 7 on Andrew's list. What's Andrew's list? Number 1 is Mary. He's given her $400,000 and he's taken her to Italy and Croatia and Spain. Number 2 is Bethany. Bethany had $385,000 and he bought her a car. You're number 7 because he bought you a handbag on your birthday and he did take you on one holiday.
Now, this is actually very clever, and the human female is very susceptible to influence manipulation and all of these dirty tricks. And curiously, it's ironic that they're susceptible to these tricks because these are also the tools that they use to manipulate others. And I have no doubt that many of these women would flip on him just because of these manipulative tactics. I also find it sad that Brody was tricking on these floors like this, and I pray that I am always protected from that. You dig? That is not the ism.
But you can see that financially, because Andrew's a criminal and all his money is financial crime, financially, you get a lot less than the other girls. So did you know that he didn't love you and you're so low down the list? And it's fucking smart as fuck because women love money. These girls were so mad the other girls got more money. They'd leave the decal thing and call me. I'd be like, what?
Now, here's the crazy thing. The women got more money from him than they could have earned on their own. And it's not about the amount of money they gave him. It's about the amount of money. It's not about the amount of money he gave these girls. It's about the amount of money he gave an individual girl as compared to another one. And that's the sad thing, the level of greed and jealousy that is inherent.
Happened. Why did you buy her this? I'm like, whoa. This is my life. My life is on the line. Stop. What did they ask you? Yeah, but you bought that bitch a handbag. I'm like, what the fuck? The girls cared more that I bought a bitch more shit than they cared about me going to jail forever. Because women only care about money.
I wouldn't say it like that, but that's not too far off. And I think that that's the sad truth that you have to deal with. There's one young lady that I recall I was on a live session and something had come up about maybe who I was dating or who I was or was not involved with. And I said, no, absolutely not. I have no involvement. And then I get off the live session, she's steaming mad. You're saying you're not involved with anyone? I was like, yes, that's right. I have a whole multitude of enemies, most of whom are faceless and nameless. I don't know who they are. Now, if I did, I'd catch them and, reduce the number of tomorrows that they would see. But as it stands, until I know who some persons are, yes, I have to play it smart. And she was sincerely mad that she wasn't known to the public. And of course, we couldn't carry on from there because that's a foolish, dangerous mentality. And in fact, that kind of mentality stops me from even being able to protect her. And women don't realize, some of them that are just have the worst base female instincts, that you stop me from even being able to protect you because of your disobedience. And what's more is people will hurt you thinking they can hurt me when in actual fact, it won't hurt me. If they take your life because you were a fool, it won't hurt me at all. In fact, they're probably doing me a favor. But as it stands, if you'd like to stay in the place of a woman, I can protect you. But if you don't, I can protect you. And if something happens to you, it is what it is. But this is the hubris of the female. They feel they need to be advertised, even at their own peril. And really, when you're dealing with them, you have a liability around you. And if you don't realize that, you are a fool for real.
The bottom line of it. Well, you love her more. So that's how default were trying to get the girls to roll on me. But none of them did. Not a single girl rolled on me. Every single one, no matter how much they upset them, no matter what they showed them, no matter what they told them, at the end of it said, still love him. Nope. Then they got the psychologist in to say,
Now, shout out to Tate. I don't even think my record would be that good because I really stomped my foot down, you dig? But also, I don't have any criminal activities of the kind that I think he probably did engage in. And any of us, male or female, surely, if you do a walkthrough of their history with every ex, someone will have something bad to say. And especially if you're dealing with a super player, when you deal with volume, of course you're going to have outliers and psychopaths.
They're brainwashed. And they'd say, the psychologist report said, we showed her that other girls got more money and she still didn't turn. And my lawyer was like, this has never happened in Romanian history. When you get a gangster from Romania and you drag his wife in and show that he spent more money on other bitches, she rolls. Because your girls just don't roll. And DCAT are furious. So that worked out well for me. So that's why they broke all the laws. But the preliminary chamber said, go ahead. And I said to Alan, if this is a bigger stitch up than the initial jailing, what chance do I have of winning this case? And Alan said, I'm very concerned. We need to get back in touch with the American embassy. We need to tell the American embassy and show them the judge's decision, this young brand new judge who's given this decision to fuck you. We need to show the laws they've broken. We need to get American litigation involved. We have to get an American judge to look at this because this Romanian judge is fucking useless. This is either corruption or ineptitude. Either one, your life's on the line. We need to get to the embassy. So I start calling the embassy. Can I have an appointment? Can I have an appointment? I'm an American citizen. I'm an American citizen.
Bro's over here like, I'm an American citizen. This is when you unfortunately believe too deeply in like these false things. American citizen, the false belief that the American government cares about you or the American government will shield you or protect you. Probably not something to count on. Via Rizdem, RIZZDEM.com/MarquettDavon, where you can ask me questions around the clock, get a voicemail response. A gentleman writes, quote, appreciate everything that you do. Recently got fired from a sales job. The company had a meeting about a back-end issue, which I developed a software to fix. In the process of developing the software, my sales decreased, so they fired me. At what level do you help yourself versus help the company grow? Peace of the saints. So your ending question is, at what level do you help yourself versus help the company grow? Well, here's a way to think about it. In 10 years, will yourself be with you or will the company be with you? In 50 years, will yourself be with you or will the company be with you? Always prioritize yourself, number one. And then number two, obviously an individual or people or your superiors at the company did not like you very much. That's clear as day. There's no doubt that people are held to metrics, especially salespeople. But if they fired you, not acknowledging that you added value in another way, someone didn't like you, full stop. And it's important to maintain relationships, but also to know who does and doesn't like you. So they probably did you a favor because you wouldn't have advanced at that company anyways. Also, did you get paid for that technology you developed? Have you been compensated? Something to think about. You might have a case. You know, and that's really a violation of the 3-sentence Bible. And that's why I teach you these pithy things that can keep you safe. Be yourself, be good to yourself, be good to good people. And at the end of the day, he may have not figured out if he was around good people in that particular company. Secondly, he wasn't being good to himself. Be good to yourself means, hey, make sure that you're taking care of you. Number one, you create a software for them. You need to, do I own the intellectual property? Are you guys going to license this from me? Okay, if my primary job is as a salesperson, why am I developing software? Are you paying me additionally for that? You need to take care of number one. So you were super off point. And also, I would like to let everyone know, if you've been fired, that's a bad sign generally about you. I've never been fired once from a job. And generally, getting fired, it is what it is. It's not going to ruin your life, but it might tell you something about yourself. So you definitely need to put yourself under a microscope. Shout out to 11DC, writes, Twitch subbed for 3 months. Peace of the saints, peace of the saints. We appreciate you. And may I also acknowledge Dre Day 1490 also gave out some gifted subs. Shout out. And shout out to the folks who have gratitude and thankfulness. We appreciate you.
They're busy. Can't get an appointment with the embassy. And then Providence. You know, in this story, there's so much luck. The Romanians, in their absolute hubris, decided to overthrow their own election. I don't know if you heard about this. I was locked in my house for the 3rd year with no end in sight, and I've just lost the preliminary chamber. And Romania has an election for who the leader's going to be. And all of the people vote for a man called Calin Georgescu, who is a right-wing, Trump-esque figure who believes in restoring the sanctity of Romania. He's anti-Ukraine war. He doesn't want to give them any money. He doesn't want any migrants. He's a right-wing candidate. He wins the presidential election by a landslide with 65% of the vote. And the next day, the Constitutional Court cancels the election, says it was corrupted by Russian interference, call him a Russian agent, and send him to jail. The prosecutor which sent him to jail is the same prosecutor as me. The same prosecutor who locked up the rightful president of Romania and thrown him in jail is my prosecutor. The attack dog for the Matrix, I assume. So he goes to jail, and they start to redo the election. Now, only 3 countries in history have undone an election. I believe one is Kyrgyzstan, one is Mongolia, and the 3rd is Romania. That's how corrupt this shithole is. That when someone wins, they go, the Russians interfered. Now, the truth is this. Every European country rigs its elections. AfD in Germany, it's rigged. They let AfD win a little bit, but not properly. Marine Le Pen in France, she caught a criminal case just before she could win. Europe rigs their elections, but Romania's Romania. So they got told to rig it, and they were like, yes, my friend, I will rig it, okay. Didn't rig it, because they're fucking useless. Fucked it up, and had to run and panic to undo it, just like they did my case. Just fuck.
Thank you for that. I apologize. Nothing is too strange to have happened. I do believe that what Tate is describing could have been the motivating forces for a number of those events that he mentioned. However, we all must remember that we are on teams when we engage in fights. And so often people lose because they don't have a team. That is the effort of the modern government, is to be your mommy, the nanny state, but you're still an individual. So you can be abused by the state or by various other actors within a territory. And if you don't have a team or an organization or a family, when things go left for you, there's no support. There's no support. And that's what you should be mindful of. Maybe today you're okay, but next week, maybe that's not the case. And everything that you want to have as a bulwark around you, you need to prepare it today for what may occur tomorrow. That is wisdom.
Americans threw it together slapdash because they're useless. When the Germans rigged their election, it's done right. So AfD wins 22%, but not quite enough to get the seat. Almost there. Keep voting, guys. Keep voting. We'll vote our way out of this. The Romanians fucked up their rigging. So they had to redo the whole election. Now imagine this. I've been locked in my house for 4 years without charge. I'm an American citizen, the only American citizen they've ever jailed. All of my victims are on my side. And for the first time, the entire international community is talking about how fucking corrupt Romania is. That's great for me. For the first time, everyone's on Twitter, Romania's a fucking dump. They overthrew their election. What a setup. Why is their court saying he's a Russian agent? Why is it the same prosecutor as Andrew's prosecutor? This is a fucking setup. And all over Romanian news, they're even saying on the Romanian news, our democratic and judicial processes are under so much scrutiny internationally, we look like a banana republic. This looks worse than Africa. We look like a fucking shithole. No one believes any of our processes anymore. And people are on the Romanian news. Romanian news reporters are saying, and now the Tate brothers are involved in every conversation, because now, after protesting their innocence for 4 years or 3 years, now everyone's saying they might actually be innocent because we
Sorry, I was muted again. I don't want to be rude to you. Today's been a fast-paced day. It's hustle mania, and I don't want to chew food while you have to listen to it on the microphone. So I've muted it each time so that you don't have to hear me chew. So please forgive me. Anyways, someone had mentioned to me that this is part 1 of part 2. I don't know if that's true, but if it is, this has been quite a fascinating interview, and God willing, we get to check out part 2 if it exists. Also see there's a young lady in the chat. She says that she's a Brit and she believes that the Brits would give him much longer in jail than I initially mentioned. If you do have some insight or you want to share some perspective or some culture from your country, we'd be more than happy to have you come on and tell us a little bit, because what we understand best is our own system, the American system. And beyond not understanding the UK legal system, we also don't know the UK culture. So maybe if you're a Londoner or what have you, and you have a sense of how the people think and what the attitudes and sentiments are, and you feel like we should hear it, feel free to come on. One thing I do know, and I've been to London a number of times, is that they're way more liberal than the Americans. And this is true across Europe.
Look like fucking clowns, which they did. So all of this is happening. And then we go to the appeal stage of the preliminary chamber, which is a higher judge than the little girl they got in to rig it. And during all this mess with international scrutiny, with Trump just one president-elect at that time, so now they're scared because Trump's coming back. The Dems have just lost. The EU's rigged the Romanian election. All this international pressure. Trump's not president, but he's president-elect. And Vance is talking about the integrity of Europe. And Vance mentions Romania. The Romanians are panicking. The Americans are watching. Trump is coming back. The big boss is coming back. Everyone knows. Panicking. I go to the appeal for the preliminary.
This is going to be a fascinating thing to see if the Americans intervene at any level on Tate's behalf. I think perhaps before the Epstein files, they would have, but being that Tate is connected to X crimes, that the Trump administration, being that they're guilty of being a part of the Epstein class, will probably want to stay away from it so as to not bring scrutiny upon themselves. Shout to none of the above, writes, comparison is the thief of joy. Oh, agree. Also acknowledge Schoolboy. He writes, it's been a while since I caught a live, Saint. Just been grinding, but I thought I'd drop in my tuition, bless up, and enough respect. Peace of Saints. And shout to Schoolboy, a phenomenal artist. He did a piece on Bird Plantation, which we've hung up in our glass room. And it's a beautiful piece, and we appreciate you. And thank you to all the artists and all the folks who have contributed. Bird Plantation is not just my home. Bird Plantation really is a home for the Assassin and the Saints. And we have the guys over at minimum 5 times a year. And I hope that everyone feels like they can bring their family there, their wives, their children. And it's a place of connectedness and centeredness. And so we appreciate when people add to the plantation. Shout out to the Tony Royster, writes, since you're big on discipline, what's your honest take on David Goggins' mindset, sustainable roadmap, or too extreme? I think that we all should want a little bit of David Goggins within us. I think that David Goggins could not be David Goggins without being extreme, and he also could not have discovered what he's capable of. And sometimes it's hard to turn that off. And we can all feel our changes and shifts in mentality based on the way we're training. Like, for example, when I'm training for a fight and I'm like in peak physical shape, I am a lot meaner and more aggressive of a person. I'm just fundamentally a lot more mean and intense of a human being. And that's okay when it is that season. So I like what I see from Mr. Goggins. I'd like to see it continue. I think it's an inspiration, and I'd never tell him to slow down. And I think generally when people in our life are telling us to slow down, that's usually not good, and it's usually not what we want to hear. Sometimes there is a woman who knows us well and is intelligent and can, every now and then tell us to pump our brakes. Like when I was going to put up the billboard that basically in so many words said F the police, Bridget was like, whoa there, young whippersnapper. You're going to get us both killed. And that's a good position for a woman to have, but often, we need to, be a wild boy. Sometimes you just need to be a wild boy. But I like what Goggins is doing. I'd love to see it continue. I think it's an inspiration. It's at a level detrimental, but a lot of the things that make us great, not good men, but great men, are detrimental. You know, if you're going to be Napoleon Bonaparte, you might end up exiled and die on an island called Elba. If you want to be Alexander the Great, you're going to risk your life in warfare. If you want to be Julius Caesar, you might end up getting backstabbed by the people who once worked with you. That's kind of how that ends.
Chamber. My lawyer
But remember, the story has to end regardless. I'd rather go out with a bang.
gives them the same page of 25 broken laws to the same case file, the same page of broken laws. We go to the appeal judge, and the appeal judge comes back with 210 pages of broken laws and says, I'm sorry, lawyer, you're wrong. They didn't break 23 pages of laws. They broke 210 pages of laws. Dismissed. Because with all that international scrutiny, with J.D. Vance, with Trump coming back, with everyone watching.
I wouldn't even say it's international scrutiny. I'd say that it was a changing political tide. That's what it was. You know, there's probably scrutiny before, but the people who were directly in control were changing. And I think people reacted to that. Shout out to Michael, comes in by PayPal. He writes, late to this live, but support for your continued great work. The Black Box is a masterpiece. Absolutely. And those of you who do not have it in hardcover, and this is my sample copy that I use to make sure all the formatting is pristine. But this is a high quality one. And frankly, you're going to want this in hardcover. You know, it's just a different feel. And these hardcover ones are the ones that you pass down. I got it in paperback as well, of course, as well as the original one was in paperback. But these are the ones you want to be able to pass down through the years, through the generations. So you'll need that.
All of a sudden, the judge knew they had to do their job. And the judge came back and said, here's 210 pages of broken laws. This entire case, the 4 years of house arrest, the jailing, the missing my mother after she had a heart attack, the PTSD, the repeated attacks, everything.
I tell you, 4 years of house arrest sounds unreasonable and excessive. It's like, good, am I out of jail or am I out of jail? 4 years of house arrest? It's a bit much. Shout out to Pawan writes, Peace of the Saints. Thank you, Will Catch the Replay. I appreciate you, and Pawan's always consistent. You know, the funny thing is, I don't know if it was 4 years. It didn't feel like 4 years, but then again, I wasn't on house arrest. He was. And that's just a reminder that so often, you know, we think we empathize, but we don't really empathize because you're not going through it. And surely there is nothing like the hell that we call jail. And for those of you who haven't been, you can't imagine it. And for those of you who have been but haven't been long, that's a different story. And for those of you who have been to jail for a little bit of time, but it was in America, it's a little different in Romania. I can promise you that.
Thrown out. Then the judge says something really weird. But we're keeping the jailing conditions. He must remain on house arrest. Because we're returning the file to the prosecutor to amend these 210 pages of mistakes. So this was a really weird experience. And then I posted a video, please put the video in here, of me sitting in my podcast studio, ranting to camera about how all the things that happened to me should have never happened to me.
I will continue to fight. I'm an innocent man. I've done nothing wrong. I'm not going to be quiet. I'm not going to do a deal. I'm not going to lay down. I'm going to fight this absolutely tooth and nail.
Because the case has just been thrown out. The case got dismissed. Case over. Case is gone. So I go and I ask my lawyer, I said, so they've thrown the case out? He goes, yes. Why am I still locked in my house? He goes, that has never happened in history before. Never in history has a case been thrown out of court and the conditions for which have been applied to a...
Now, I appreciate that he's telling us that there have been a number of atypical situations, but also I hope that as he was going through this, he wasn't surprised by any of it because it makes sense for him to experience the atypical situation because he was the most Googled man on earth. He was a figure, the likes of which the world had not seen. And so, of course, you're going to be dealt with differently because you are different. It just is what it is. I remember my grandmother used to tell me that when I was a youngster. She said, hey, you know, you go into these places that are highly competitive and academically rigorous. You're the only black guy. You are different. You will be treated differently. So expect it going in and be ready to perform. And that's just the unfortunate reality that you have to deal with. Shout out to Dave, came in using the Stripe link in the description of the video. I appreciate you. I also acknowledge Jalen writes, Peace to the Saints, support, came in by Venmo.
suspect have remained. I currently have, and from that point onwards, had no active case in the court. I was as free and innocent as any other person. Why am I locked in my house?
Did you have a case in the UK at the time?
I had the case search on extract before.
Okay, got it.
I had that one. So who is telling the Romanian state, no matter what they do, to keep me locked in my house at least? Well, we're gonna get there. So they're like, and they also kept my stuff. So the case which they raided my house, locked me in my house for, locked me in jail for, and stole all my things for has been thrown out. But I'm still locked in my house and they've kept my things. Make that make sense. So her ruling said 210 pages of laws have been broken. This case is a fabrication. This case is fallacy. It's literally fantasy. And the prosecutor can now take the case house. Like he wanted. He can't. So the prosecutor now has this file on his desk. And my heart was broken. I couldn't believe it. And I was tweeting every day at the AG, tag at the AG, come get me, come arrest me. I left America when I was 8. What have I done? Nothing. You know what the AG did? The AG of Florida, Ulfmeyer, whatever his name is, and Ron DeSantis, those two little fucking homos, really
Oh, bro, come on, bro. I don't know if you can say that.
pieces of shit people. To be honest with you, I think Ron was ambushed. I think when the media said, Andrew Tate's on a plane, he's a human trafficker and he's coming here. I think he didn't know anything and he was just like, oh, human traffickers are not good people. I think it was a mistake from him. I forgive him. But I don't forgive his stupid little fucking AG who wanted to make a name for himself and double his Twitter followers and started opening an investigation into me the second I landed for no reason. No crime. Usually there's a crime, you find the guy who did the crime. You don't find a guy and try and find crimes he did. That's communism.
Who was the Attorney General?
James Uthmeyer.
Got it. Okay.
Ulfmeyer, something like this. Fucking heroes welcome. And I did a podcast with Candace Owens about that because even she said this.
Bro, you know bro ain't an American. He talked like an immigrant every now and then. He'd be like, I did an interview with Candace Williams. Let me rewind that. I like how he said that.
Expected to come home to a fucking heroes welcome. And I did a podcast with Candace Owens about that because even she said this is insane. You know what he did? He wrote to the Brits saying, do you want me to arrest him and send him to you? You got an active.
And I hate those kind of people. They're like, they go out of their way to be a hater. But again, people who are irrelevant make their life and make their money on dealing with people who are relevant, whether it's hating on them, it's hurting them, it's stealing from them, whatever the case may be.
Warren, do you want me to send him to you? I'll come get him and send him to you. He wrote to the Brits. And I'm sitting in Florida in Miami and I refuse to leave. So I keep tweeting, come get me, Ron. Come get me, James. Come get me. Come get me. Come get me. Because, Jack, I've lost my mind. I finally get free from this fucking mess. I come back to the country my father served for.
This guy is funny. He's like, all of a sudden, it's like, I come back to the country my father served for. Did you say you grew up in the UK? Didn't you go to Romania and said, no, let me not. Like, shout out to Tate, free Tate. Let me not, man. Let me not say that. Shout out to Tate, free Tate. And that's not because I like Tate. That's because I think that he deserves a fair shake. And I don't think it's fair that grown women do disgusting behaviors and then want to blame the man who helped them organize and profit from it. Shout out to Heels In, who comes in by Venmo. I appreciate you. Good to see you again.
And they fucking open a case on me and start saying I'm a human trafficker. Why? Because Romania said so, the country that can't even have an election? And now we're going to repeat what they said like it means a fucking thing? I come to Florida where I'm suing.
Hey, yo, shout out. Tate has big problems. And I don't want to say he has rich people problems, but he definitely has boss level problems. Like these are not everyday problems. Most of you, your enemy might be some dweeb at your job. Bro's enemy is the whole government. Bro got whole countries that are his enemies. He's an individual man, but he has entire countries that are his enemies. Shout out to my boy Tate, man.
Earl A. And I'm attacked by the state. And I did a podcast with Candace on it because I was so flabbergasted. That piece of shit writes to the Brits. But I think the Brits are in a quagmire because, like Moby Dick, in their haste to get hold of me, they didn't quite understand the complexities of extradition and also the brutal inefficiency of Romanian law.
Now, it's ironic that he says this, given that he's now in custody. But It get like that. Shelter Cameron comes in by PayPal. He writes, I was listening to your live at the end of my shift, and 4 hours later, you're still giving game. Truly inspiring. Keep up the good work and peace to the saints. P.S. I sent a question to you when you were cooking the 19-year-old chick. You wouldn't mind checking on that when you can. I definitely want to check on that. I'm going to go back through and find it as we speak.
Because the Brits tried to extradite me, and the warrant has been satisfied. I will be extradited when my Romanian case is complete. My Romanian case is on a prosecutor's desk. If the prosecutor closes the case, Romania owes me $1 billion. So it's in the prosecutor's interest to keep the case open on his desk, a case he can't fix, until he retires. Because if he closes it, they owe me $1 billion. And the UK can't get me as long as that case is open. The UK are pissed, calling the Romanians saying, close the case if you don't have a case. And the Romanians are saying, we're not saying we don't have a case. We're saying it's difficult to fix, but we're going to try because if they close it, they owe me $1 billion. So the UK, when James Altmaier wrote to them, were like, we can't technically do that legally because we've already tried to extradite him and the extradition warrant has been satisfied. So now what happens? When I fly around the world, like I was just in Hong Kong, is that the Foreign Office of the UK call the hotel and try and get me kicked out of the hotel. That's how petty and pathetic they are. The owner of the Rosewood Hong Kong, which is the top-ranked hotel in the world, by the way, number one, it won in 2026 the best hotel in the world. The owner of the hotel is a friend of mine. And he came to me and said, you will not believe the British government just called me and told me that you're a criminal and that you have an active extradition warrant out of Romania and that we should kick you out of this hotel. I said, the British government has time to call hotels and try and make me, I mean, what?
You know, and this is actually very believable. And part of the reason is that it's very believable is because the psychological destabilization of the target is a major tactic of intelligence agencies and of governments. So sometimes one will see things and experience things and think like, oh, why are all these bad things happening to me? What a coincidence, when in actual fact, it's not a coincidence, it is a coordination. And the idea behind it is to psychologically destabilize you, to distract you from what you would otherwise be doing, to make life harder, to make you crack psychologically, to make you take yourself out, to make you unproductive, to make you a non-threat. And so, you know, it should be well known that this stuff is not something you should overlook. This is real, and when you add up too many challenges, it can cause someone to break down mentally.
What does that do? It doesn't extradite me. It just inconveniences me. I have to go get another hotel. They're spending government money trying to inconvenience me by getting me kicked out of hotels because they can't extradite me because the Romanians won't close the case because the Romanians owe me money because I haven't done anything.
They also released, what was it, an article about how they could raid your phone without they could ask people who were non-Hong Kong citizens for their passcode if they were going through an airport the same time you were there.
Correct.
That was something I noticed.
Correct. In fact, that article came out in Hong Kong when they changed the law in Hong Kong about raiding people's phones and how they could instantly force you to give them the password and you're not allowed to forget it. I was on a plane an hour later. I left instantly because that law was changed for me. Because England still has massive influence in Hong Kong because of the history of Hong Kong. So I believe that was all about trying to get into my phones, which the Brits are still trying to do to this day. Because the Brits have an active case. Because remember, I assaulted someone in 2011. You know what's really interesting? Guess who else assaulted someone in 2011? Tristan. Both of us. Funny that. That's not cool.
Now that is curious, though, the idea that in the same year, these two brothers both just happened to exercise some criminal behavior, the nature of which happened to be the same. It is curious.
Coincidence, that's not a fucking setup. Every time I go anywhere, when I land in Hong Kong, the newspapers start printing. Andrew Tate, wanted by England. The Prime Minister of England said, Andrew Tate is this. Because the British Foreign Office call the media and say, lie about him in the media. They call the hotel and say, kick him out of the hotel. Because they can't stand when they see videos of me walking down the street and thousands of young men going, top G, top G, top G. Because that's why it all started. Because that's what they're fucking scared of. Me inspiring young men to tell these fucking clowns to fuck off. Because they are.
Boy, this man has said the F word at least 53 times. Shout out to Miraz, who comes in via Venmo. He writes, I've got more gems and knowledge from you than many of my own blood male figures. The Black Box was a great read and a great reference point to the good, to go back to. And like you say now, quote, an ounce of action is worth more than a pound of knowledge. And bruh, I'm trying to tell you. And for those of you who haven't gotten the Black Box, I recommend it. And the reason is because this is a book that it took me a long time to write, and I wrote it for you. This is not a pamphlet. Some people say they wrote a book, they wrote a pamphlet. This is a real book. It's not short, but I wrote it for those who are not readers. So it reads like a movie, as it was lived like a movie. And if you really aren't a reader, then you can actually get it on audiobook. If you go to peacetothesaints.com, you can get it on audiobook. But me personally, I'd like to have both. I think there is a spiritual aspect to reading. The nice thing about the audiobook is very entertaining because I actually read it. I imitate the voices of the real people who were in the experiences.
Are destroying society on purpose, destroying masculinity on purpose, because we are the last resistance against enslavement. We are the revolution which is coming. Young men are the revolution which is going to finally overthrow this bullshit. And that's why they're trying to delay it as long as possible so they can steal. So my current legal predicament is this. I have an active case in UK. I have an active case in Romania. And I'm here in America. And I'm here in America to sue Girl A. Now, when I began my lawsuit against Girl A when I first got out of jail, it started getting really expensive. You know, when you're trapped in a web as a fly, there's two spiders. One's the government, and the others are lawyers. Everyone's hungry. So you're there, and it started to get really expensive to fight against Girl A. I'm like, she's some little psychotic liar. Why is this so expensive? And they said she has 11 lawyers.
That's
How did she get 11 lawyers?
That's crazy.
And they said, well, her entire legal defense is being funded by a USAID funded NGO. Also, in disclosure, we have discovered that 3 days before she contacted Tristan and asked to come to Miami, she was paid $30,000 by the NGO.
These are meaningful facts. And, you know, the sad thing is that sometimes the facts don't matter. And that's why you have to essentially have your own army, your own military, your own paramilitary, your own clan that's going to fight on your behalf. And that's always been the case. It's just that the government made you think that there was a such thing as fairness, and they lied to you. Shout out to Michael, came in via Venmo. He writes, peace of saying, shout out to the big homie for being in the field. These are older super chats from a previous stream that I just want to acknowledge the folks because, you know, I think it's worth appreciating you. So these were from a previous day.
So a liberal NGO gave $30,000 to Girl A. She went to Romania for 5 days, made a false accusation, and vanished. The Romanian state then, at the behest of the British, used corruption to completely fucking destroy our lives where we stood no chance of survival. We somehow get out, and in an American court, bring Girl A to court, and the NGO gets 11 of the best lawyers in the world, $10 million deep in legal fees, trying to stop the case going forward and get it thrown out so she doesn't get to pose on a stand on TV and prove this whole thing from the start was a setup. From the beginning. And all of it happened because I had too many clippers selling my school, became the most Googled man in the world, and they know that men are the enemy to what they're doing to the world. The more masculine a population, the harder it is to subjugate them, and they know that. So me saying go to the gym, stick up for yourself, get a Bugatti, be a man, work hard, whatever, considered an act of terror by the UK government. Lucy Williams, the BBC. You walk around with your Bugatti and your cigar in a misogynistic way. Please play the clip.
Financial success
Correct.
with a Bugatti and a cigar, but it comes with a side order of misogyny.
How does having a Bugatti and a cigar come with misogyny?
Doesn't even make any fucking sense. She's an
Yeah, low key, it does not make sense, but I get both of their sentiments on that. Elwood came in via Venmo. He writes, Peace of the Saints is their assassin chapter in New Orleans. There definitely are saints in New Orleans, And we're still transitioning everyone over to our new beautiful website, which you can see here. I just zoomed in the page, and we may not have the chapter nearest you on here, but if these are fully updated, then the nearest one may be in Texas. And here's the executive, here are all the saints there, and you can definitely tap in. We encourage all of you guys to get your membership. The beautiful thing is that your membership is not just for content. Your membership is actually a part of an actual group, which, mind you, that's actually what membership is supposed to mean. You're a member of something real. It's not supposed to mean you pay me for videos. That's what people have now, the content memberships. We have content and you actually get a community. And again, this is what colors your life, our real life in-person experiences.
From the very beginning was a set up. And now we're at the stage where they couldn't get the case thrown out. They couldn't get it to go away. She will be deposed and the case will go ahead. And that only happened 2 weeks ago. And for the first time in a long time, since that happened, since the NGO across the last 3 years, with every delay tactic, with every attempt to get this case thrown out, with anything it would take to make this case go away, when they have finally failed, when the Floridian government investigated us have failed, when the UK government has their bullshit warrant they can't execute, when the Romanians have failed with 3 different house raids to put us in jail and all of their case was thrown out, when we're that innocent and we're here in America, finally, after that happened and they knew this girl's going to end up on the stand, I've started to get messages again. Because I'm about to win, Jack. You know, the silver lining to all this is, and I'm going to answer your original question because I haven't forgotten. I remember, it's just been a long answer. The 3 lives. First, they try and shut you up. They tried that. Everyone they silenced before me went away. I got bigger. First guy in history. Now, if you silence someone, everyone's copied my tactic. But I invented it. Second, you try and put him in jail. Third, you kill him. I'm lucky that I
let's
went away. I got bigger. First guy in history. Now, if you silence someone, everyone's copied my tactic. But I invented it. Second, you try and put him in jail. Third, you kill him.
So if by silence him, does that include destroy their reputation, make them look crazy? If so, then I'd say this is mostly checking out. But another thing he didn't mention, which I think is a real tactic as well, is to bankrupt the person. So to take all their money. I think that's a real tactic as well. Shout out to Jefferson, comes in via Venmo days ago. He writes, "Don't let her leave. Please press her on why she lied about English not being her first language." That was discussing. This is when the South African woman came on and tried to debate me and resorted to lying. And this is, again, why I say, unfortunately, most people are dishonest. With women, you really don't stand a chance in getting the truth, because you have to remember is that their self-esteem is variable based on how the outside world views them. And so if they think the truth will be embarrassing, they're going to lie. Full stop. They can't take it. They don't have strong enough character or sense of self in many cases to just say, hey, this is the truth, whether it's embarrassing or not, whether it makes me look a certain way or not. Whereas with me, I'm the super villain. You hear me? I don't really care what you think anyway. So I'm going to just let you know what it is. There are not enough people like that. And as a result, we get lied to.
Lucky that I had the past I had. I'm lucky I had a webcam studio. That's not human trafficking. There's OnlyFans girls all over LA. It's not illegal. I'm lucky I had lots of girlfriends. Lucky I've slept with a lot of women. Lucky I've made racist jokes. Lucky I've done a bunch of things. Lucky I bought cars. Lucky I missed a little bit of tax, because the UK government, by the way, when I was in jail, when I was on house arrest, all that money they froze in August when they deleted all my things, the mass banning, when they deleted me from everything and all the apps on my phone were frozen, they froze all my bank accounts. The UK government decided that was proceeds of crime and stole it all. It's only 4 or 5 million I kept in there, but they kept it all. Of course they did.
And that is theft. That 100%, that is theft. Full stop. And Miss Quick, do let me know if you're actually on here. Shout out to the Bowler Alert. This one was a couple of days ago. She writes, as a black woman, And if you watch the replay, do let me know in the comments. I just want you to know I acknowledged your baller alert. This was when the black female was debating me, or attempting to. As a black woman, I believe that any black woman who actively rejects or opposes what Marquette or the Assassin teaches is ultimately acting against what I see as their best interest and the best interest of black people as a whole. Peace to the saints. That's a strong statement, and I appreciate you, love. Shout out to all of the lady saints, the real women who are really down, they're really trill, they're really loyal, they're really chaste. I appreciate you, and you mean a lot to me. Thank you. Okay, she is here. Shout out to the lady saint. I appreciate you. And there's so few women on this level of this caliber, so you are really appreciated.
I'm lucky I did these things because killing people is messy, and killing people makes them a hero. So when they decided I had to go after the first life of deleting me failed because of the affiliates, they thought, well, killing him is messy and it makes him a hero and it proves him right about everything the Matrix said. Luckily, this guy has lived such a fucking interesting life, we can find something to pin on him. We have the corrupt Romanian state. We have a bunch.
And what he's saying right here is very true. You see, people who, or let's say men who haven't done very much, they have trouble understanding why a Bill Cosby, why a R. Kelly, why a Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, why a P. Diddy, how they end up in certain situations. It's volume. It's volume. When you deal with a high enough number of women, you're going to have some bad situations. Now, fortunately for most of you guys, is you haven't even dealt with 10% of the number of women that a Diddy and R. Kelly or a Bill Cosby have dealt with. So you didn't even have the chance to get into trouble. You don't have the volume. And for you, that is probably a blessing. Shout out to With Ben, writes, peace of the saints. I've seen you cover many topics over the years. Can't recall you talking about evolution. Is that a subject you don't care for? Correct. I think it is a pointless conversation. Interested in your take. Yeah, I don't get much into it. And similarly, I don't get much into astrology or astrophysics. I'm more of a grounded kind of individual. I think human beings have many concerns that are more immediate. Shout out to Mr. Brown, came in 2 days ago. He writes, peace of the saints, just came out of a rut. Thank you for the live last night and today. Here to shout out the Chicago section and make my name known. I appreciate you. And Mr. Brown, if you're in the chat, let me know. I just want you guys to know that you are acknowledged. And if ever there's the unique situation that I don't acknowledge you during the live stream, do know that I'll try my best to go back and pull it up, because I do respect you all and what you do.
The women he's fucked, we can lean on the women, we can pressure the girls, we can get the leaderboard of how much he spent on each girl, we'll get one girl to cry rape, and we'll get him, bang him up. Why kill him? In fact, it's more torturous to leave him in that jail. It's worse than death. And they're right, it is. I'd rather die than spend my life in there.
Me too.
If you live too clean, let's imagine you pay your taxes and you get married, and you're a good Christian man, and you do the right thing all the time. And they need to get rid of you. And there's seriously no traction for option 2. There's not a single thing they can find to charge you with. You know what happens? Some crazy guy shoots you in the neck while you're speaking at a rally. So if option 2 isn't even feasible, they jump right to option 3. They wanted to kill me.
Shout out to Elon. He writes, keep winning, Marquette. Peace of the saints. Peace of the saints indeed. I appreciate you. Shout out to the San Francisco Bay Area section. Shout out to Preston, the leader there who is confirmed. I also acknowledge Andre. He comes in by PayPal. He writes, he's being punished for trying to empower young men in an era that seeks to weaken masculinity. As one of the world's most Google men, this was inevitable. Fair enough.
But they thought his past is messy enough that we can get him. We can set him up. That's the only reason I'm not dead. And the only reason they want me to kill myself is because then I'd lose aura as a hero. That's why when I kept saying you had to kill me, they didn't want to do it. They kept believing if we keep relying on the corruption of the Romanian state, we're going to get him. Because he has fucked women. I've fucked women. It's true. I've made racist jokes. That's true.
I'm guilty too.
It's enough. We can get something. If you're like Charlie and you're too clean, they can't get you. And then you really die. So I'm around the table, just like they did with me. With me, they sat around the table and like, he's in Romania, corrupt. Here, he's fucked lots of women. He talks on, With Charlie, they're like, never, nothing. Then you got to kill him. So for Charlie, this stuff doesn't. And now that girl A, who began it all, is about to be deposed, the messages are back. Who started it as a human trafficker, or kill me. NGO's name is La Strada. La Strada. La Strada paid girl A in advance before she went to Romania. La Strada are paying for her current legal defense. After she accused us, 5 days in Romania, she left Romania and went to the south of France. Her ticket to the south of France and the hotel she stayed in was paid for by La Strada. La Strada is a NGO which is anti-human trafficking. So why are they paying people in advance and sending them to make human trafficking accusations? Because the media doesn't report on what has happened. It softens you up for what was going to happen. NGOs don't fix problems that they don't create. It's all a setup. Who funds La Strada? A bunch of other NGOs. Who funds those NGOs? USAID. The same fucking Soros deep left matrix bullshit as everything else. I'll let someone else do the deep dive on the funding of these fucking corrupt clowns.
This man. I hear there's a part 2 to this one. I don't know if there is. If there turns out to be a part 2, what I will try to do, if you guys remind me, is I'd like to pick up from the end of this one, which is almost over. This one's at 3 hours essentially, and it's approximately 20 minutes left. And so if you'd remind me, I'll pick up from the end of this one, and then I'll start the next one if we make another spin on this, assuming that there's a part 2. Ladies and saints, it has been an absolute pleasure to have this time to fellowship with you all. I thank you for having been here with me over this 5 hours, 22 minutes. I appreciate your support, not only today, but also your loyalty over time. Thank you to those who have hit the like button and those who have supported with super chats and all the rest. Let us end this with our tradition. The Creed of the Assassin. Repeat after me with full conviction, knowing this is true of you. The Creed of the Assassin. I'm going to be who I truly am because I am remarkable, and I'm going to strive every moment to show the greatest part of who I am. Until next time, peace to the saints.